once, as I'm sure that excellent intro stinger probably tuned you into. This is a kind of special one here. This is our first time on the variety show where we will be diving into WoW Classic and embarking on a perilous journey in hardcore to explore the new season of Discovery. I'm Rookery. I'm going to be one of your co-hosts today, taking you through the action alongside Sarth and Zaryu, who are literally alongside me on either side here. Sarth, have you been playing a little bit of Season of Discovery, maybe? Just a smidge, you know?
I've actually been way too excited. I haven't really gotten much sleep ever since Season of Discovery came out. It's been so good that I'm basically just playing all night on all of my characters and then just trying to make videos. So I'm absolutely loving Season of Discovery. I don't know if you've had a chance to play. Zaryu, I've seen that you've been able to now potentially do the raid, right?
Yeah, BFD's cleared, and I actually had a meeting to set up like the tech behind this show, and we had the meeting set for 4:30, and I was like so addicted to SOD, I got off at like 4:29 in like 40 seconds, and I was streaming up until like 4:29. I was like, all right, guys, I gotta go. And I was like so addicting to play SOD. So yeah, I've been playing my fair share as well.
That's awesome. I mean, it's been so good. And chat, let us know what your favorite parts of Season of Discovery so far have been. And hey, if you haven't given it a shot yet, maybe today we'll show you a little something, a little bit of the fun that everybody has been having, because it really has been a blast. And I know with our activities today, you're going to get to see some extra fun competition with some little twists and turns added in. So I'm excited to be here with both of you, Sarth and Zaryu, and to be hanging out. And Zaryu, oh, I'm sorry, I should also say a little extra congratulations, because while you weren't at BlizzCon this year, you did, I think, have a baby, though, right?
That's right. Yeah, he's been quite the handful, especially this morning. So hopefully we don't hear him in the background. He was sleeping just before the show went live, so he's been doing great. But thank you. Yeah, it's been life-changing.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And everybody, we're so excited to be here. Let's go ahead and give you an overview of everything that's going to be happening today. The WoW Variety Show is a compilation of community-friendly and fun activities intended to present something new from WoW esports. And we've got some great stuff for you. To kick things off today, we're going to be going for a race to defeat HOGGER. You all probably know a little something about HOGGER if you either played yourself in the past or you've been in Classic Sense over with Alliance in particular. But our competitors will race to level on the hardcore servers and be the first to defeat HOGGER here within the time limit. Next up, we will have the BLACKFATHOM Deeps race, where 4 teams race to clear the BLACKFATHOM Deeps raid. And finally, we'll be wrapping things up with the MAK'GORA Madness. Excuse me, MAK'GORA. I think you have to say it with that kind of extra
perfect.
Yeah. Thank you. Madness, where we will have 32-player single elimination brackets featuring duels to the death. It's going to be an intense but very fun day as the community and our celebrity guests celebrate. And speaking of which, we do have some amazing guests. Now, we'll take a look at everybody here. Not only are Sarth and Zaryu alongside me on the desk, but we'll have some fantastic celebrity contestants who are also going to be competing. Now, Zaryu, anybody here just immediately you think, oh, hey, I know they're going to rock this, or oh, hey, I know they've been prepping, that comes to mind?
Oh man, the celebrity contestants are pretty stacked. I know Zico came second place in the last like 2 MAK'GORA tournaments hosted by the community. So I know Zico's got to be having his eyes on the prize for #1 today, and I can't wait to see that. And Ampy, of course, got world first hardcore KT clear recently, which I was actually texting a real life friend last night about what an incredible feat that really is. So I can't wait to see him race to clear BFD first. And Sony, Luxia, a lot of these top rank 1 players. I mean, you watch these guys' streams all the time. Oh, someone just died in game trying to kill HOGGER already. But it's going to be so fun seeing them. Oh my gosh, that is a lot of people. Wow. Yeah. I see Tommy Salami there too. He's not listed as a celebrity contestant necessarily, but he's a speed running legend. And like you just mentioned, we're going to see all of these level 1s race to kill HOGGER. And I was thinking last night, like this could be anywhere from like 20. Oh, there's Ampy right there. This could take like 20 minutes, or this could take like an hour or two. Like Sarth, you're the like speed running expert here. What are your predictions?
Yeah, for HOGGER, it's very interesting because there's different ways of being able to kind of cheese and be able to kill the boss or the mob before you could actually really need to do it yourself, which is going to be interesting to see how people pull it off, because the rules have it so that you cannot be in a group. So if 1,000 level 1s all ran at it, they could take them down slowly. But right now the play is to fight. And it's like a simulated fresh. See if you can get a few levels and then try to get out there and kill them before anyone else does.
Yeah, and we had a good question coming in too of people asking, is this a new server? So yeah, this is a server kind of just for this event. So there's not going to be level 60s running around or 20s running around to just like one shot. Pretty much all you're going to see are level 1s starting right now trying to kill Hogger. Oh, and we have the wheel spinning.
Our first wheel spin of the day. This is actually a really exciting one. So if any of you haven't seen the Wheel of Warcraft, as we've been instructed to pronounce it every single time, this is actually made possible thanks to the classic dev team. So Lethargy has just been selected. This will be happening every 5 minutes. That will have a different effect that will be applying over here. So as you can read on the screen, contestants will feel sluggish, decreasing their movement speed by 25%. Sorry, do you think this is going to be a big hindrance for folks as they get started here and are trying to get these early levels?
I just saw my friend Savix playing, which is awesome. And that's a great question. Were players instructed that this was going to happen, or is this a surprise? Because part of me thinks like a lot of the players are probably like, is this an add-on making me like bugging out right now? Like, do they even know that this is happening? A lot of them might just be like really confused. We saw Sony just die.
Sony's down.
Sony just died. One of our celebrity contestants wanting to play in the MAK'GORA later. By the way, the MAK'GORA will be happening on these characters. So if you die, you have to start. He can start back from level 1, but if you die, then you're going to be behind not only on the race to kill Hogger, but the MAK'GORA later today.
Yeah, the MAK'GORA tournament that's happening later today after the BFD race. There's 3 events that are going on today in this variety show. And the MAK'GORA will be people that continue leveling during the BFD race. And Sony is one of those contestants that's obviously playing in the MAK'GORA. He's one of the most acclaimed PvPers in the world. And to have him go down at least this early is a pretty good time, because everyone else is just stuck at level 1, basically. They're not too far behind. It's just fighting for tags like a simulated fresh. Rookery, I'm curious from your POV, what does this look like for you if you didn't play Classic on the launches? Like, how does this pan out?
Honestly, I love seeing this. It reminds me of, like when something brand new drops, or you finally get like the launch of Classic, or you get a new expansion. It's so fun just seeing everybody go wild. But I also know the pain, even having recently gone through this zone myself with maybe a third of the players, when you're trying to tag those different mobs for the early quests and you're like, I need just this one particular kobold type, and then you see everybody else just descending. Oh my gosh, it's absolute chaos, but honestly, it's so fun to see. And like you were both saying, I mean, it's a good time right now to go down. You're not so far into it that you're resetting or that you're really, really behind, but it's a lot of fun seeing everybody kind of fight it out. And I'm curious here because obviously, Sarth, you're a bit of our speedrunning champion, as we've talked about. You've got all the know-how on this, but what do you think are the strats coming in here early level? Are you doing the quests? Are you trying to push further out to where there's less competition to try and, kill some other targets? What are you kind of doing when you're looking at getting these initial levels?
I can guarantee that the person playing this, the person on top, as we see the leaderboard here on the left, is literally the most scripted and most practiced and rehearsed player at speed leveling in the entire world. There's very few that can compete with him, and they all are very good friends. But Tommy Salami over here, already at level 2 and highest, I believe he's going to leave. He's probably maybe in the starting zone, but he's not actually doing quests. Like early on, because of how many other people are fighting for you for all of the tags with you, and you can see Ompi's there waiting on a respawn spot. It's either worth it to potentially with dynamic respawns, which is when there's so many people in this one zone, the game forces other mobs to start respawning. Ompi might go down again, actually, right in front of our eyes. He's trying to kite this out. He's trying to live. This is the man that been the legend, going down twice potentially. Diamonds is just watching him on the side. There he is.
Oh,
it's so
I love
savage.
That he was fleeing. I know he's fleeing from something that literally doesn't even come up to his kneecap.
Yeah. Man, I saw we briefly brought up the leaderboard there too, and Tommy Salami was number 1. And he has like a lot of the world records for speedrunning, Sarth, if I'm understanding correctly. And in this variety show race, even in the first 10 minutes, he's number one. Like, how is Tommy Salami so good? What sets him apart? How is he leveling so much faster? Like, to me, in my mind, I'm mainly a PvPer, and I see someone like Tommy, and I'm like, well, he's bound to get unlucky sometimes and, have a bad start. But it seems like every time Tommy is just the top, the fastest, the quickest. Like, like, how does he do this?
Tommy and Tactics are like best friends, and they every time, I don't know what they do because they won't share what they do exactly on the very beginning of launch.
Secret tech, huh?
They'll leave the starting zone, or they'll figure out like which mobs they can kill in the open world. And because a simulated fresh, or a fresh in general is so contested, it's such a different experience than just going for a speed leveling route. You need to know like where other people won't be and where you can get experience fast enough without dying, especially on hardcore, that you can make it all the way up to whatever level you need. So Tommy has it very, very well scripted. One of the best strategies here at the starting zone is to go into the cave, because the mobs are level 4, 3, and 4. And instead of like, you slowly whittle them down, but there's usually a lot less competition, and there is a hyper spawn location in the back of the cave. And Tommy will absolutely know every single one of the hyper spawn locations. But he's already been passed, it looks like. There's rogues and warlocks. Yeah.
You know what's interesting too? Like, so recently, like a couple months ago, I was doing a challenge myself to see if I could kill Hogger at level 5. And I did. I was really happy with myself, but I was kind of embarrassed. It took me like 4 to 5 hours off stream pulling it over and over because it was so hard to kill at level 5 because all of my spells would resist, right? I did it as a mage, and it was so difficult. So I guess the question here is, do you try to like rush Hogger down at level 1 and try to just not waste any time leveling? But it's really, 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 really hard to kill Hogger at level 1, maybe impossible. Like maybe if you fence kited it perfectly or something. Or do you try to like level to like 4, 5, 6, 7? Because it doesn't take that long, and then Hogger's way easier, but you risk someone else killing him at like level 1 or 2. Like that seems like a tough balance.
I think that's a great question, because right now we saw some people going down at level 1. This is Savix is over here by Hogger right now. Tommy is over here by Hogger. His character is basically naked as well, which is funny. It means that he has an add-on that like made his character naked so that you could sell your gear right as you hit level 0, and it like helps you with your start.
Does Savix have aggro on Hogger right now? Oh no, that's just
whoever gets the tag. We can see Hogger's name in the head, or right in the middle, yeah, with the X there. So whoever gets the tag is going to have a huge advantage, because everyone else is going to try to ignore it and let you die. Or if you have enough people that will show up and like everyone whittles Hogger down. So the big thing is either fighting for the tag and getting it early, or we might see Tommy, I know, knows the strategy where you bring Hogger very far away from where he is right now, towards some of the guards, actually. But the fact is, there's so many other of these null NPCs alive. Like, is it even possible to bring Hogger away? We just saw someone die at the top left. And the second wheel of Warcraft spin.
Oh, here we come. We are getting the slightly tipsy effect, which is one of my personal favorites off of the wheel. This one is going to make it difficult, and actually, it has some unique curveballs for hardcore, which I know we even were chatting about before the stream today, because you're not just tipsy, you're not just having a great time, you're also going to feel sluggish. It's going to, you're going to see the displayed level of enemies will appear lower, and players will have a harder time walking and seeing straight. So not only is your mobility kind of, hindered, but also you don't even know if what you're looking at is the level you think it is. And I mean, I'm sure that with a lot of these zones, folks generally know what level those like early mobs kind of are. But do you think this is going to kind of provide any extra challenges as folks are looking at pulling Hogger, Sarth?
I think we're already seeing, like, as you can see on the screen, a lot of people are dying right now, and that's one of the most unknown effects of being drunk in game is the fact that one, you can't control your character as well, so your movement is kind of off, but you don't notice that the mobs you're facing, yeah, they're, like you mentioned, their level number shows as a lower level. And I think some of the people at the top here, all of the people that are level 3, are all going to be aware of what level Hogger is. They know that Hogger is a level 11 elite, but we're seeing a ton of deaths go out because some people are probably pulling things they're expecting to be level 1 that are actually not level 1. On their screen, it's showing that they're level 1, but there's level 3, level 4, level 5 monsters. And we might see another one go down right now. Oh,
close.
Paladins with a big hit.
Yeah, that's super close. I wanted to, okay, I don't want to see this, but I feel like I kind of do. Have someone pull Hogger and then the wheel spins and then it goes tipsy and then they just completely mess up and Hogger's 10%. But as I say that, we have our first contestant just getting one shot by Hogger, and Ampy might have aggro next. Tommy looks like he's level 3 and Ampy's level 3 as well. Savik's level 2 right beside him. It looks like a lot of rogues utilizing a kite strategy. I don't know who has the tag here. It might not be Ampy because it looks like, well, you know, it might actually be Ampy.
It might be, yeah.
It is.
Oh, and there's the reset. Everyone's gonna try to snipe this and bring it as far as you see that bridge in the background. Right on the right of there is kind of like a tower, and all of these rogues want to get it to the tower. But the bosses or Hogger is slightly faster than you, so if they get slowed down or anything, they're gonna be really, really intimidated. And here we have the next spin.
Health drain.
Health drain. No. Has it been 5 minutes? They fly by so fast. So total health is going to be reduced for everyone as Tommy desperately runs over this tree, trying to provide a little bit, put something between him and Hogger as Hogger chases him down. But Hogger resetting again. Here we see. I mean, right now it just seems like we have this group of our kind of leaders, those sort of level 3 sort of brackets, it looks like, that are actually trying to see if they can maybe get a bit of a pull on this, or maybe see if Hogger can go down to them. I mean, you were just mentioning, was it, sorry, that you were saying that pulling to the bridge is something a lot of them might be trying to do, right?
Yes. So this is, Hogger also has this little, like, you can notice Hogger got that little speed buff. If he reaches anyone, he will one-shot them, and that's like the big thing that everyone's going for. Every single one of these rogues is trying to get him far enough, but Hogger is slightly faster than your normal character model. So Hogger is going to catch you eventually. The whole thing is just trying to not get hit once and get him over here. And it looks like someone might be Tommy pulled him away so that he didn't lose it. That was actually what a play. Tommy might die, but that was worth it.
So what's happening here are the rogues are messing with each other. I think this is actually Ampy's tag, but Tommy's trying to grief it by running him away so Hogger doesn't get closer to the guards. And this is what can be hard, right? Not only are other players messing with you, but if Hogger doesn't get hit for 10 seconds, Hogger will reset and just run back to his initial location. And just for clarity for everyone in chat wondering, this is a hardcore realm. If you die, your character's deleted and you go back to Elwyn Forest level 1. So if any of these characters get one shot, that is it. Looks like Amphy is just doing a good job kiting. And I would assume this is Amphy's tag here. It'd be crazy to see if he wins this. And he's just kind of kiting
he's trying to reset it, actually.
I think he's kiting the fence here.
Oh, he's defending.
Oh, he's so close.
Yeah, so this is This is the fence that I actually used to kill Hogger at level 5. It is a kind of like a little triangle here, and you can just hop back and forth and throw knives at him over and over and over again. Now the downside is if you don't hit Hogger for about 10 seconds, Hogger will reset. And most of your abilities are just going to like miss, right? Because you're only level 3. So we'll see if he can do it here. I'm curious though, because it looks like Tommy Salami and other rogues might be like almost helping. I don't know if they're trying to grief it by getting the aggro and having him reset, or what's exactly going on here.
That's what I think. Like Tommy would try to grab it and run it away. I thought Ampy was trying to grab it and run away, but getting over to this fence, now it looks like they might be working together. But like Ampy by himself might not have enough throwing weapons or throwing knives to even be able to kill the boss. That's why Tommy sold his gear to probably buy some throwing weapons just to have enough damage to even take the boss down. What do you think, Rook?
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's interesting here, right? Because we know that there aren't any rules in the competition here for working together, as long as you're not in a group, right? That's our one caveat for this activity. And for those of you who might just be tuning in, this is our first of 3 activities today, and it is a race to defeat Hogger. So literally, you can see the groups trying to do this. But of course, they're getting him low here, and whoever is going to actually be able to land the killing blow on him will take it. So they might have just decided here that they were going to go for it and see who could actually manage that. Oh, and he's getting so incredibly low here. I don't know. What do you think? Is that what they're kind of doing, Zaryu?
Yeah, we just got word from production. This is indeed Amphi's tag, and Hogger is at 5% life, getting lower and lower. I think Hogger is going to fall, so Amphi looks like he might win here, unless he gets one shot or charged or something like that, but that should be it. Hogger falls. Do we have a timer on that? Was that like, I think that was only like 15 minutes since character creation that Amphi actually got that kill. Amphi, you are an absolute legend, my friend.
That was actually, the boss was almost pulled so far away from him, and I didn't even realize that it was, I thought he was going to be resetting. That was so clean.
Oh, he gets a big blizzard bear for first place. Guys, if you ever watch my stream, this is one of my favorite mounts. The big blizzard bear, super, super rare at this point, and such a cool mount. And a classic hardcore t-shirt, and that Hogger framed art print. Congrats to Amphi. The first death gets a golf clap. Wait, who? Was that Sony? It might have been Sony. We'll give him a little.
Golf clap for Sony.
First level 5. Did we even see anyone reach level 5?
We're close. We had them at 4 last I checked. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So the rushdown strategy proved to be the best here. And Amphi, world first KT on hardcore, also takes the world first Hogger in the variety show. I'm impressed. I almost want to talk to Amphi and see like what his strats were going into this.
And I think it's also important to note that everyone watching, everyone that's continuing to level, all of these characters, the highest level characters will be drafted into the MAK'GORA tournament later today. So if you are still leveling, that actually might have been more of your strategy to pass up on trying to kill Hogger and to try to make it higher level for the MAK'GORA tournament so that you can actually, one, enter it, but also have an advantage in being higher level to win.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I was thinking about that earlier because, of course, when you think about the MAK'GORA, right? If you're starting a character now and you want to get them leveled as far as possible, because for those of you who aren't familiar with this orcish traditional 1v1 to the death on hardcore servers, you go in at the level you're in, right? And when you're there, whatever gear you have, whatever level, that's what you're facing off against. It's not like you sync. It's not like it puts you in some kind of, special instance for it. So I was curious, Zaryu, with your PvP knowledge, what do you think that folks are doing right now with their class selection, with their builds, with any of their gearing as they think ahead to the later competition?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I think Sarth kind of highlighted a bit. You might not even want to kill Hogger if your goal into this competition was to win the MAK'GORA. My mind goes right to Zico, right? Zico is such a PvP legend. I'm not sure what level he's at, but maybe Zico wasn't even trying to necessarily kill Hogger, but he knows he has like maybe 2 hours to level. He wants to get to maybe 10, 11, level 12 even, maybe even get professions, right? So anything goes. If you can get first aid, that's going to give you an advantage. If you can get engineering, that's going to give you an advantage. Any item. And it looks like our top levels still seem to be level 4. And just to reiterate here on the technicalities behind how the MAK'GORA is going to work here in a little bit, we're going to move on to our second event, the race to clear BFD. And these players are still going to be leveling on hardcore during the BFD race. And then once BFD is cleared, we're going to hop back into these characters and then do that MAK'GORA tournament from the highest 30 or so, or I think highest 28 characters, and they're going to duel to the death with whatever they have. So we'll see. Yeah, they might just be kind of competing to get the highest level. They might be competing to get professions, to get gear. I've actually
or to win prizes.
Yeah, or to win those prizes. Right? Yeah.
Because winning one of those, the Blizzard Bear, winning that is like one of the rarest things you can get in the entire game, right? And then the next, there's so many of these prizes that go out, so many of these bounties, and the next one is actually for the first person to hit level 5. So the first person to hit level 5 will be getting a Horde and Alliance shirt or a Horde or Alliance shirt whichever of their choosing, I believe. So like there's a lot of these things that you can get from this competition without having to win one of the specific competitions. And the race to Hogger might not have been your goal, like you were mentioning. It's just like such an easy way to focus on something later, to take the whole MAK'GORA tournament or to take one of the other prizes.
You know, can I just say that the bounty list that we have is so good. We've got the t-shirts, we've got Murloc costumes, got different shirts for the different classes, all kinds of stuff. But the one thing that, you know, I just want to say, Blizzard, we should have put on here is just a pair of pants, a pair of trousers, because it was a fairly iconic fairly iconic, if not, you know, top tier gear, that Hogger's trousers eventually dropped from this and were kept in the stockade by guards as a memento to improve the morale of the troops. So, I mean, there's a lot of great prizes here, and I think everybody's gonna, you know, we've got Fliggs almost there right now at that level 5, Nim coming up right behind that, right? But trousers, I think we should have just had some trousers on this, Sarth.
Yeah, I feel like actually when we watched everyone kill Hogger, like half of the rogues that were standing there were completely naked because they had sold all of their gear. We gotta give the people a little bit of clothing, help them out in this competition. And one thing that I forgot to mention was the reason. Oh, there it is. Flicks actually does get the first level 5. So we do have our first level 5. It is a paladin beating everybody else out and pumping it all the way. The Horn Alliance shirt from the bounty board is his to win. And Paladins are one of the strongest levelers very early on, and they will be super powerful in the actual MAK'GORA tournament. We can also see that the in-game buffs that we saw from the Wheel of Warcraft are very visible. So they have currently a 50% speed increase, which could have been so useful if that just randomly landed on that for Hogger. And there's a few more that we haven't seen yet, which are going to make the game really, really interesting. Sorry, what are you going to be expecting from the MAK'GORA tournament later? What classes do you think are really strong from the human starting zone?
Yeah, that is a great question. We have Josito on the Mage, and Josito is a PvP expert, PvP legend, multi-rank 1, not only on retail, but on classic realms as well. And he decides to pick Mage, which is really interesting. I think Paladins are actually really strong, like you were mentioning early on. And really the question is going to be is how high level are players going to get to, right? Are we going to see a MAK'GORA tournament near level 10 or level 12, or is someone going to get to like 14? And then the question is like, well, would you rather be level 10 with professions or like 11 with professions? Or would you rather be like level 13 or 14 with no professions? And how does your strategy play into that, right? Because like Flicks, for example, the level 5 Paladin might just decide, you know what? I'm going to speed level. I'm not going to stop for anything to get any gear or professions. And I'm going to try to get like level 14 where everyone else is like level 10 or 11, but I won't have maybe good gear or good professions. So for me, it really just depends on how these players are going to partition their time. But I know for level 1, rogues do really well. I feel like for level 10-ish, pallies do well. And I feel like mages don't do as well until higher. But Josito on the mage makes me second guess myself.
Now, do you mind if I ask you questions, are you? With your knowledge, your MAK'GORA prowess. When you mention like professions and how that might play into this, and then of course knowing that Season of Discovery brought in things like runes, we have these new flexible play styles. I mean, we were even talking, and I know a lot of us have been keeping an eye out because Ampy is going to be running a Warlock tank for some of our stuff later with BLACKFATHOM Deep. And there's a lot of possibilities with this to really get into the class fantasy in Season of Discovery that we haven't seen before. And I'm curious, when you're talking about these builds, whether it's professions, which obviously exist and those are a thing, or it's something like these more unique variations that we see with Season of Discovery, do you think that either of those, like, how do they play in? And are there going to be people doing builds specifically for MAK'GORA around some of those elements?
Okay, so just for clarity, right now we're watching hardcore realms for the Race to Kill Hogger and for the MAK'GORA tournament. So in these realms, there are no runes or extra things from Season of Discovery. During the race to BFD, that's where the runes will come into play. We're going to see crazy things like you mentioned with those Warlock tanks, Mage Healer. Oh, Annie died, one of our celebrity contestants. I wonder how that happened. Oh no, she was probably like level 3 or 4 or something at this point, because it's been about half an hour. So if she wants to maybe play in that MAK'GORA or something like that, she's gonna have to start back at level 1. But yeah, so these realms are those classic era realms. It's just the original classic WoW as you know and as you love, right? So it's really just the build with the talent points that you're spending and those professions that you're getting. And when we see that race to BFD, that's where we're going to see all of these new runes from the Season of Discovery come into play. And I'm really curious, and Sarth would actually have a lot more insight than me on what runes are really going to be the best for a BFD speed clear, right? Like, are we going to see a lot of Warlock tanks or maybe not? Are we going to see Mage Healers or maybe not? Are we going to see, like, what type of rune tech are we going to see? I don't know. I can't wait to see, and I can't wait to find out.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most exciting things is this is actually the first speedrunning competition that's ever happened in Season of Discovery. And even though we're only level 25 when we end up getting to the BFD race, and I don't want to take away at all from the hardcore event that's happening right now, is that everything is different. The new versions of World of Warcraft, everything is different. If you want to play the OG, the classic version of the game, we have the hardcore version, we have classic era, and it is so bustling and so vibrant and so alive, and it's so much fun. And then with the same thing with a little bit of a twist is this Season of Discovery. And that's honestly, we're going to see a wildly drastic different strategy from every group, because the groups were picked from like a random lottery. So you couldn't actually choose what would be the perfect composition. You just have to go with what you have, which is we're gonna see as we find out all of the teams, what they're gonna run. And then I'll have a lot more predictions. But I would wager the best tanks we'll see today will be Paladins and Shamans. And we might see like Ampy will be running the Warlock. Most of the raid will end up being one tank. But this area right here in the background is actually exactly where I mentioned earlier that does have a little bit of a hyper spawn inside of this cave. The first cave that you go into, not even the Fargo Deep Mine, but in the starting zone, you can go into the back of that cave, and it's one of the fastest places to get any of the mob tags, which if you're coming from retail in classic World of Warcraft, you have to get the first hit on any of the things you are killing to get experience. No one else will get experience or even loot. And I'm not even sure if that's a thing in other games. Is that similar to how you experience it in everything you've played, Rook?
No, I mean, they're definitely, I think, particularly in Classic, right? Or when you look at earlier kind of MMO history, if we want to say, right? And it's part of what makes kind of Classic coming back so interesting, right? That there were kind of conventions that were much more prevalent. Things like if you were the person who tagged one specific enemy, you were the person that got all the stuff from that. Now we have another wheel spin happening right now, so you'll have to see what the effect is as it pops up. Oh, we got that slightly tipsy coming in again. But it is definitely something unique to the Classic experience. And I think it lends itself to things like we were seeing even with the HOGGER kill that happened, right? Where, you know, somebody tags it and then is trying to kind of bait it, or other people are trying to sort of lead it astray, or you see folks deciding that they might help contribute to somebody else's victory, even if they aren't going to benefit directly from it. So it's definitely a unique thing about perhaps this kind of original Classic mindset. And I know as well that for anybody who might be going in or leveling with somebody else, I mean, obviously here we see everybody individually kind of working towards their leveling. And our next bounty will be that level 8 bounty for another Horde and Alliance shirt, their choice, I believe. You can see the progress over there on the side, but also important to know that if you go into Classic and you're somebody who wants to venture with a friend, that some of that as well as you group up or as you have to alternate your loot or other stuff in the loot drops that come from various mobs and enemies. There's a lot of little things that are unique to Classic. And I know with this early leveling experience, there's a lot in that too. And I don't know, Zaryu, if you have any other thoughts specifically about some of the things that players who aren't as familiar about Classic might experience if they hop in and level early themselves.
For me, it's always such an exciting moment to get that first bag. Like, I'm killing, level 3, oh, this is how Annie died. Oh, level 10 to a level 4, and that's what happens. Oof. Yeah. Well, that happens. We go again. Oh my gosh, that's great. For me, it's always getting that first bag, that 6 slaughter, and whether it's a green bag or a blue bag, it's always like in a hardcore runs. It's like, oh, this is good luck or bad luck or exciting or whatnot. We did get word from production as well that El Goblo is indeed Zico, and he's using that strategy that Sarth mentioned in the back of the cave on the hyper spawns, or at least was a few minutes ago here. I'm not sure if he is still. And looks like Zico has just really got his eyes on the prize for number 1 in the MAK'GORA. I can't wait to see him play later. He's such a expert mage here. And I'm really excited and happy to see Zico sticking to his guns. Once again, playing the mage. I honestly don't know the metagame in PvP at level 10. I can't see a mage being like that insane, but maybe Josito and Zico know something that I don't, and I'm excited to watch these games unfold.
It's very we only can start in the human starting zone, so you only have a very limited amount of characters we're going to be seeing, or classes you can even see. And it looks like the most common one we've seen in the background generally seems to be Rogue, and I think that was oh, level 5. There he is, Zico, level 5. The thing for mage is you have to be able to kite away from people. So you have to be able to create some distance and some resets, which is something that if you can do, what level can you get even some talents or abilities that'll let you do that? Because no one else has any way of catching up to you, especially since there's no hunters. So I'm curious, Zar, what can anyone do if a mage can create distance at these lower levels?
I think against Warlock, it's tough, right? Warlock with Fear, I believe, early on. Rogue, yeah, you kind of just kite them. Warrior, you kind of just kite them. Like you mentioned, no hunters is a massive win for Mage, but Warlock seems difficult. And I don't know how many Paladins. Oh, I think I see Firestar over there. If you guys know, then you know. But if Paladins... although they can be kited, can also just heal. And what becomes tricky is a mana conservation game. And we'll talk about that more once the actual MAK'GORAs get underway later today. But mages have to kill Pallies before they go but mages also go out of mana, right? So if you're a mage, you go out of mana, you can't ever kill a Pally. The Pally eventually can run you down. I know there was what was it? An OTK event, and Pallies were kind of expected to do well in that. But actually, Zico, now that I'm remembering, did well on the mage as well. So it'll be really interesting.
He always does, doesn't he?
He always brings out the mage, and I respect that, man. I don't know about other players, but I love seeing these household names play on the classes that they're good at. I love seeing Sony on the warrior, Sidu on the shaman, or Zico on the mage. It's just fun. And just for clarity, for people and viewers and listeners here in the chat, we're going to be moving into the race of BFD in a little bit here. The race is actually going to be happening on live Sod Realms. Yes, you heard that right. Live Sod Realms. So the players are going to be utilizing their characters they already have leveled at level 25 to race to clear Blackfathom Deeps in Sod. Now, while that race is happening, these hardcore characters will continue to level. Once BFD is cleared, boom, we're jumping right into the MAK'GORA tournament right when BFD is cleared. So that's pretty much how the run of events are happening today. And, so this is happening on its own private realm. Sod will be happening on those live realms, and then we'll hop back.
Now, we've just gotten a bit of information as well that we're going to have a chance here to chat with the legend Ampy himself. So I think they're going to be bringing him in here so that we can talk a little bit about... Hello?
Who's in my ears right now? Hello?
Hello?
I was watching you guys stream. I was hearing double.
Ampy, welcome in and
Ampy, congratulations.
Welcome, Ampy. we've dragged you in so we can chat with you about how things have been going so far. And that Hogger attack, I mean, how were you feeling as you were going through it? What have been sort of your strategies coming into things here at the start of the day?
It was very scary. I'm not gonna lie. The spawn on Hogger was the worst possible in between like a bunch of packs of gnolls. So they were like the only way we could get it out was if someone went first. So to get the tag, initially I was just gonna try to get there and pull it out, but it ended up being like a game of chicken. Like you have to wait for someone to go and then steal their tag or something. It was.
That's what I thought. I thought you were running it away to steal to reset it. Actually,
I was,
so
yeah.
did you end up stealing the tag?
Yeah.
Wait, whose tag was it initially then? Was it Tommy's?
No. So it was Tommy's tag. Well, I tagged it, then I reset it. Then Tommy tagged it, he reset it, and then I went back, and then it's a lot. There was a lot of like, it was a mess. There was no predicting it. Honestly, I got kind of lucky. I'm not gonna lie.
Did you guys choose the strategy of going all rogue because rogues are the only people that could hit it with the ranged throw?
Yeah, I mean, rogue can solo it. If you have a good spawn, rogue can just solo it. So I think that was the initial strategy we were going for. I think multiple people were trying the same thing.
And I have a question for you too, Ampy. It looked like you were getting some assistance. Was this kind of a premeditated thing, or was this are these friends, or is it something that people were just trying to steal the tag from you to reset them, but they ended up kind of helping you kill Hogger?
Yeah, I think Tommy was trying to steal my tag, but it ended up coming back to me after it reset off of him, so it just helped me.
So he was trying to steal your tag to reset.
Yes.
And then it came back to you, and he helped you.
Yeah.
I actually saw that. It turned away from you, and if you threw at it, if you would have missed, he probably could have gotten it away from you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It could have reset.
What made you go, like, were you thinking from the get-go, yeah, okay, level 3? Because I think that's what you were on when you got the kill, right? Were you thinking level 3 is where I can do this comfortably? Or were you kind of like pushing it because you were going, everybody else is going to be descending on him? Like, what made you go specifically for that level?
Level 3 is the new rank of throwing weapon. So that's why I was going level 3, because you can buy those and then just equip them. But
super smart.
You can do it at level 1. And I think if I went at level 1, I think I would have died, because I ended up taking a melee hit, and
Yeah, you would have gotten one shot.
died.
You actually almost died. The boss
yeah.
he got close enough. Wazar?
So Hogger has that charge. I mean, I tried this myself a few months ago, and it is so hard. Like, I tried for hours, Ampy, on a level 5 mage. And it's so hard because you have to keep hitting Hogger as he's going to reset. He has that charge. You don't want to get too close. And once you get him to the fence, it's still like a timing game for the reset. So I was really impressed. Well played. And man, you're going to have to give Tommy a thank you for that big blizzard bear you get to enjoy here.
I'll name the bear Tommy. There we go.
Hey,
I'm actually so curious, because you're a large part of your focus is going to be the BFD race, which comes up next. How did you decide to break apart what was happening today and go for the Hogger thing more towards the preparation for the BFD race? And also, what have you done in prep for this other competition that's happening next?
Oh, we have tons of prep. I'm not gonna, spoil the tech yet. You guys will see. But we've been prepping. There's been a lot of prep work going into this. I'm just respecing now, getting ready. I'm a little nervous about the Warlock tank. It didn't pan out last time I was doing this.
No, I had such high hopes for the Warlock tank. You can do this, Ampy. I believe in you.
I'm gonna try my best. We'll see.
Well, no matter what, it'll still be great to see, because I mean, as Zario was so excellently laying out for us earlier, the difference with the kind of hardcore stuff that we're seeing here, the stuff with BLACKFATHOM, and the fact that you can take advantage of the season of discovery, the runes, the unique builds, all that kind of stuff. I mean, I love to see you go for it. So, I mean, have faith, hang in there. I mean, I'm sure you'll adjust if you need to with whatever, sort of strategies, since you've been practicing and lining it up. But I love seeing that you're taking advantage of that and trying something different.
Yeah, I'm excited. It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Ampy. Good luck in the race, and we're really excited to see what you pull off, especially with the composition that your group has that I just actually saw.
It's a good comp. It is a good comp. Yeah, we should blast. We're planning on doing this in 13 pulls, Sarth.
13.
Wow.
Wait a second.
13?
You could try to do the math there. All right.
No,
But
I'm
you guys-
doing it. I'm doing it. All right, all right.
I love that you just drop that and then you leave. You're like,
Yeah,
13 polls.
Goodbye.
That just peace.
He knows
All right,
exactly
all right.
that I'm thinking of every single one of them too. I'm like, oh my god, this is great.
Well, you'll be working on the math. We'll be thinking about it. And to catch chat up, because I've seen some questions here, it was great talking with Ampy, who took our Hogger kill here at the start of the day. We are doing 3 major activities today on the WoW Variety Show, all of which feature WoW Classic, as well as celebrating the season of Discovery that has just recently released and is running. And hopefully all of you are enjoying it. And if you're not, you'll get a little bit of a chance to take a look at something if you have been a little nervous about stepping in or you haven't been sure about Season of Discovery. It's a great time to get involved, and it's a great day to spend some fun with the community and with our contestants, our celebrity contestants, as we continue to work towards our different activities. This first one was a race to Hogger, so everybody had to be Alliance, they all had to be humans, and they all had to start out in the zone where you can attack and kill Hogger, theoretically. Everybody had to level, and because we are on the hardcore realm, if you die, you reset back to the beginning and have to climb your way back up. Now we're seeing folks start to hit that 6 pretty consistently here with their levels, and from here on out it's going to be a little bit hairier if you get set back, because as we've been talking about, our third event of the day will be a MAK'GORA 1v1, and the characters from this event are the characters that will also be taken into that. So the leveling that they're doing now will continue through all of our activities, and we had a variety of bonus bounties as well for the race to kill Hogger that will continue to run in the background even as we switch to our second activity of the day, which will be our BLACKFATHOM Deeps race. So this is a longer kind of game that's being played, the race to kill Hogger, the bounties with it, and then these characters as well ending up in our final event of the day, where the top and highest level community players will be matched with the celebrity participants that we have as everybody faces off in 1v1s. But it's been amazing so far. I mean, Sarth, how have you felt about the race to Hogger? Did it go the way you kind of thought? I know we're going to be transitioning here pretty soon to our next one, but you think, was this a good start to the day?
I think this was a great start to the day. They also all got like the RNG of the Wheel of Warcraft, not giving them the movement speed buff early on was really good. They actually got movement speed decrease, so randomly getting these debuffs and buffs that, again, you mentioned earlier, that was actually brought into the game for everyone to experience in one time from the classic dev team. They're actually put the time in to make these debuffs and buffs go out, which is really nice. I think this is exactly what I expected, though, is rogues to run a right towards the boss and try to figure out a way to kill him. And we did see, though, some rogues got there a little bit early. Like Ampy said, if he was there at level 1, because Hogger did reach him, he was able to get hit once. That was a one-shot. That was an absolute one-shot. So it was a big risk and a really, really high risk, high reward play here. And that finishing early doesn't detract at all from what almost every single other player on this realm is going to be focusing on, is leveling up for the MAK'GORA tournament. So they are all still leveling up here on the hardcore realm, on the PTR server for this. For the MAK'GORA tournament, while a lot of other people focus on the BFD race, which is something that Ampy in particular is really, really focused on. So we're going to see some crazy things there, but I'm really excited. That kind of went perfectly with it. And now we might see some of the paladins actually take away in the leveling race, because at this lower level, paladins can be really, really strong while leveling. Sorry, I'm curious, what can you expect? What do you think is going to go on while we take a step back and look at the BFD race for the raid in Season of Discovery? What do you think is going to happen in the background here over on the hardcore realms?
Okay, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, and I've really tried to refrain from saying this, but I do see Firestar at level 6 here on the left side of the screen. If that's the Firestar I think it is, I think he wants some revenge up on Zico. A lot of you probably know what I'm talking about, but if you don't, I'll do a quick fill in here. Firestar did a MAK'GORA versus Zico, on the live hardcore realms, and it ended up Firestar got Deserter for 3 days and wasn't super happy about it. So it looks like Firestar is leveling up in this tournament, and so is Zico. And if we get to see a rematch between Zico and Firestar, it would be so exciting to see. And like you keep mentioning, Sarth, Pallies are like the quickest levelers, I think, until like almost level 20. I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they have the world record to level 10. Like 1 to 10 world record is Paladin. Yeah. And maybe even to 15. I'm not 100%
I'm not sure if Hunter is overtaken by then. It's like Paladin and then Hunter and then Mage comes in. Like, as you're leveling up in Classic World of Warcraft, the other classes come online later. It's something that we're actually going to see a lot in Season of Discovery when we see the BFD race. A lot of these classes don't have all of their toolkits. We're only level 25 out of level 60, even with the new abilities. So Paladins just start off very, very strong. They hit really hard, and they never have to stop because they can heal. But as you get, like you were mentioning, past level 20, you really lose out on that leveling speed because you don't have other abilities to kill things faster. So up to 20, they're really strong. So we might see Paladins ahead, like you're saying.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm excited to see is that Pally versus Mage matchup, and it looks like C-Dank is #1 on the leaderboards, up at level 7. That's pretty impressive. Level 7, under an hour with such a packed realm. C-Dank is a classic guy through and through, hardcore guy through and through. Actually, Blorby passed him up as I said that. Looks like he probably had like a lot of quests to turn in. And just got to like level 7.5. So Blorby is in a clear lead right now. And we have the top 3 contestants all as Paladins. So, man, yeah, just such great speed levelers here. And then, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Rogue might not. It's so funny on these breakpoints because at level 1, Rogues are actually really good duelers. Don't ask me how I know that. And then at level like 10, I feel like they fall off a bit. And then, you know, Warlock and Pally and maybe Mage is better. And then at level 20, the meta changes up again. And Season of Discovery, we're kind of finding that too. Like, there's a level 25 metagame, then a level 40 metagame, then a level 50, and then a level 60. So we're going to see this really cool, kind of awkward, unique, interesting level 12 to 14 metagame kind of unravel today. And that's exciting.
Yeah, I think one of the craziest things. Oh, sorry. Level 10 for Paladins, they get Lay on Hands. That wins them 1 duel. That wins them 1 duel. In a MAK'GORA tournament, that's insane. That's so massive. And for anyone that doesn't know, Lay on Hands is a 1-hour cooldown that is a complete 100% HP renew. It's a full health. It gives them full health. It takes your mana, but it's fine. It literally finishes one of these duels. That's where they're going to be so strong early on in this tournament. Rook, what were you saying?
No, great point on the Paladins. I was just commenting that, one, I love that both of you are totally right. You can literally watch as the hammers just fill the entirety of the side there, top ranks. But we are looking at Blorby getting pretty close here to that next prize bounty that we have. So our next one up is that first Hula. No!
Hula Hoops is one of the
chat.
She works for Raider.io, and she does a lot of the events as well. She's hosted a lot of the races to World First. So seeing her go down hurts, and that was running away. And on these hardcore realms at level 6, going down right now in this tournament at level 6 is probably a death sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can start back at level 1, but if you do, you're an hour behind. You're like, by the end of it, you're going to be like, 2-3 levels back. Someone's going to be 13. You're going to be 11 or 10. And might be GG.
Well, you know, Hula, we still salute you, giving it your all, coming in. Hula is such an incredible part of the community, and I was so excited to see that she was participating today. But, you know, all you can ever do, even in things like hardcore, is pick yourself up and keep going. And I mean, that makes me think a little bit too, because, you know, I've even seen in chat a few mentions about the fact that there are people that are new to Classic or that are new to hardcore. Maybe they didn't play the game, you know, way back when this was just WoW, or they're curious about getting involved in it. And I was curious for both of you, like Zaryu, why do you think people should try Classic and hardcore? I mean, we watch the death here and it's brutal, but at the same time, there's something so satisfying about it. And there's a reason people really enjoy this kind of progress. So what do you think makes classic and hardcore so special and worth giving a shot?
Okay, so hardcore for me like reignites playing WoW for the first time. So I think a lot of us share an experience where you remember logging in to the world for the very first time. For me, it was as a 12-year-old, I made a Night Elf Rogue, and then I swapped up to a Human Paladin, and then eventually made my Mage like a year or two later. But I just remember how magical the world felt and how exciting it was to discover new mobs and quests and zones. And when you play hardcore, it really feels that way. It's almost like a brand new experience, or reliving how it felt to initially play WoW. Because every cave you have to creep through, right? Every mob you have to be very scared around. Every quest you have to read and make sure there's nothing that kills you, or any elite mobs that pull. And for me, hardcore just like reignites that within WoW. Having said that, for new players as well, it seems like it's attracting a larger and larger audience. Like so many players that have never played WoW in their life, or that aren't super interested, look at hardcore and they're like, oh, now would be a great time to hop in. I think of some, very large streamers in the community that might have hopped in recently into hardcore that are just like, this is just fun. This is just fun to have that constant threat of dying looming over my head. It brings that constant adrenaline rush every time you get low HP. And that's what these players are experiencing right now. Right, you accidentally overpull, and then it's like, oh my gosh, I need to run and reset. And it's just a very scary moment, but a very exciting moment when you like don't die at 1%. So for me, I've been playing hardcore pretty adamantly for the last 8 months, 10 months now, and it is just a fun experience to hop into.
Yeah, I've been putting on hardcore events for the last few years with my friends, and the risk reward is one of the craziest things, right? Like having that hit of serotonin when you get a crazy kill, or you get a drop, you get the bag drop that you were mentioning earlier. What that was like, that's the blessed run. You got bags in the early levels, which is one of the hardest things to have as the early levels happen, and to push through the leveling bracket. So it's interesting to see how everyone has really joined in on Classic World of Warcraft, one of the games that probably got almost everybody that plays video games back into it. And we saw briefly right there the actual rewards, right? The bounty board and the level 8. The first level 8 is Blorby.
Wow.
Blorby takes
Congrats.
it. There we go. He's actually way ahead of everybody right now. And they actually, I think, are almost done with the spin of the wheel that gives them the experience buff. So Blorby took full advantage of that to get ahead. Deaths and Sea Danks right behind him, and other paladins right behind him. So it looks, like you were mentioning earlier, that paladins are ahead here. And anyone that hasn't played World of Warcraft or hasn't played it a really long time, the hardcore version of the game is, like Zaryu was saying, is the most fresh way. It reminds you of when you were a kid, when things were intimidating, when you didn't know what was going to happen. The game is very solved now, as it has to be. It's a 20-year-old game. But within hardcore, you forget that there's one random like wolf that decides that it will also stun you for 4 seconds, and then you go down when you think you had a ton of time to heal up. And it's a lot more intimidating. And Rook, I'm curious, like from your POV, like what about this is exciting? Have you tried out the hardcore realms, and have you tried out WoW Classic again?
So I have, and I was talking about this not too long ago, but Classic actually is something that I hadn't played as much as I had with retail. And I think initially I had that kind of impression that a lot of folks do, that, oh, really only the people that would love Classic would be the people who played it when it was just WoW. And that the only, oh, well, if I'm really hardcore, that's just because, I would want a really sweaty try hard experience, and I want like the grittiest version of the game that I remembered in my memory. And because I came into WoW later than a lot of folks, it was something where I was like, I don't know if that would appeal to me. And then I was so charmed by it in so many ways, because there's a reason so many people fell in love with WoW, and it became a game that they played for their lives, right? Like for entire lifetimes, for entire portions of their lives. And
That's
when
me.
you come in for something like Classic, yeah, right? Like when you come in for something like Classic, you get that sense again of what it's like to find games for the first time, and the old school parts, but also now these new experimental parts they're doing in Season of Discovery. They add new ways even to engage that modern MMO players would want to. And, you know, I was so excited when I got my first rune on Priest because I was like, I have to meditate. I have to like think about this memory. And I loved that kind of lore context. And then, like you were both saying, when you get into the hardcore stuff, I think it makes you appreciate the world and its stakes and invests you in that fantasy. And I'd like to get more into hardcore personally, because watching even everybody go for it now, just because you die doesn't mean the game is over, right? It's just part of the journey. And part of that journey is getting farther and farther and succeeding more and more and overcoming those challenges. So I love seeing it. And it's amazing to see how these players are continuing to work on it. And of course, they will be working on it over the course of the rest of the day as well, up to the MAK'GORA tournament, which will be our final event of the day. So even though very soon here, we will be turning over to the BLACKFATHOM deep race in the next handful of minutes. We'll have a brief little intermission for everybody as things get set up and as you all get to watch some silly fast draw duels that we recorded. And then we'll be heading into BLACKFATHOM Deeps. As you can see here, our 4 teams will race head-to-head on live servers to see which team can complete the BLACKFATHOM Deeps raid, which is a re-envisioning of the old dungeon, now in a 10-man raid for Season of Discovery. And Sarth, I mean, this one is hard, right?
Yeah, this one took the very first raid group to enter into this raid. It took them about 3.5 hours. The fifth boss in here, which we'll get into, or the second to last, the sixth boss, when we end up getting into here, is by far the hardest boss we've seen at a lower level. I mean, even one of the hardest bosses we've seen until Naxxramas in Classic World of Warcraft. And the guild that actually was racing to the world first here was on that boss, while another guild entered and was able to clear all the way for world first by the time that the first group even was able to down it. So it is very dependent on your damage, very dependent on your group. And so we will see what happens here. This is definitely going to be a lot more intricate than anything you're used to in Classic World of Warcraft if you haven't played it in a long time. And it should be a lot of fun to see what these groups come together with, because they're not a group of or a guild that has been playing together for a long time. They all have one of these celebrity contestants as kind of the leader, and they're going to see how they figure it out.
They're going to have to find their way through. Go ahead, sorry. Go.
I was just going to piggyback on what you're saying, Sarth. I personally think Blizzard did such a great job of balancing BFD. So me personally, I was worried it was going to be way too easy. Players would run in, get free loot, epics handed to them. And that was my worry, right? And we saw BFD kind of come out, right? Last week, and we saw players hop into it and wipe again. I actually have a friend who wiped for many hours on that sixth boss you were mentioning, Sarth. Yeah, I won't call him out by name, but he wiped for many hours, and then on the final boss, you actually couldn't kill it at all. You know, what I like about it is that it's challenging enough to not feel like free loot. And to feel exciting when you actually down the boss, but it's not overly challenging where it's going to be impossible for players to kill the content by any means, and it gives really good loot. So it's like that really nice, perfect balance. And I agree with you, Sarth. I think a lot of the bosses in BFD aren't too bad, but once you get to that 6th or 7th boss, similar difficulty, probably actually a little bit harder than Molten Core, some of the level 60 raids, maybe similar to the Blackwing Lair, or maybe even closer to the mechanics of something closer to like Naxxramas. But we're seeing that at level 25. And we don't want to like overplay it. It's not like impossible, but the players here today are going to be racing to clear BFD. And one of our team leaders, Amphi, who just killed HOGGER first, is going to be one of those team captains. And I can't wait to jump into it.
He's going to go. He has some crazy strats, and I know beforehand, and he was alluding to it. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see. It's going to be like, will they be able to pull it off? So, Rook, I'm curious, what are you anticipating from this next section before we go to the fast draw duel?
I mean, look, you both have said so much, right? I mean, this is a difficult one. And of course, is it like the hardest thing ever that's ever been made in World of Warcraft? No, but with this level, with teams that you don't always raid with a wide range of skill, this is going to be a huge challenge for these players. And of course, with this re-envisioning of the raid, it has become incredibly difficult. They rebuilt these bosses from the ground up for Season of Discovery. And this will be the portion of the stream where you'll get to see a lot of those unique things in Season of Discovery, just like Zarya was saying, really shine. Where Ampy's ridiculous warlock tank that maybe he's a little bit less confident about now, but it's totally still gonna rock, is gonna be coming out to shine. But we'll get to see how that makes things different. We'll get to see how they all come together to try and tackle this. And while I think, as we were determining earlier, the current fastest time is roughly 21 minutes on this, we'll see how long it takes. We've got 2 hours for our teams. We'll see if anyone even gets through the whole thing, but it's going to be a fierce competition. Before that, though, we are going to have a short break. A reminder that even as Black Fathom goes on, and even as we get into this next portion of today's activities, our teams will still be racing. The individuals that will be in MAK'GORA later will still be leveling. We'll have a lot of stuff going on simultaneously, as well as those bounties that will still be running and new ones for Black Fathom. But in the meantime, we're going to turn you over to our Fast Draw Duel segment, where you'll get to see us and a lot of our celebrity contestants and participants hopping in to try and draw some ridiculous things from World of Warcraft. So sit tight, enjoy, and when we come back, we will be heading into Black Fathom Deep.
That's got to be a warlock.
Yeah.
Paladin.
Oh, it's like the Fell Hunter or whatever, something like this.
Oh,
Or?
Yeah.
that's it. Fell Hunter.
Yep.
Easy.
You got it.
Your avatar doesn't seem to say that you've got this, but you do. I believe in you.
He picked it really fast.
How many guesses? Like, can we just like spam guesses?
Okay, there is a head on this body. All right.
Guys, I'm trying really hard here. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Oh, it has a happy face. Oh, it's okay.
The hunter pet? Hunter?
I thought for a second it might
no,
just
there's
be
a
roasting
T at
meat.
the end.
Okay.
You gotta give us something a little bit more. Yeah. All right.
Fell hunter.
Ooh.
Is that the word?
That's gotta be it.
That's gotta be it. Yeah.
Hell Hunter?
Hey, yeah, because you made a warlock, and then I was like, okay, it's got the little orange.
Nice.
I'm so proud of you guys.
Thunder Fury? No.
Sword. Dual wield.
Duel? Warrior? No.
It's like
Fury warrior.
Thunderstorm?
Bladestorm. Whirlwind.
Bladestorm.
You got it.
oh,
Bladestorm.
Was it
Bladestorm.
I thought it was
Yeah.
Wind Fury because of like.
Okay, this one's for Sony.
Oh.
Insta.
Oh.
Uh,
Okay.
Scott.
Charge?
Dude. Oh.
Spin? Some kind of spin move?
It's gotta be Bladestorm. Bladestorm for sure. Hey. Dude. Actually, not bad. The arrows helped a lot.
Okay.
Edwin
something
Forrest.
green. Is it?
Wait, is it?
Almost. No. 5 letters. Second
Seems
word.
like it.
What is that?
Let me cook.
Let me cook. Let me cook. All right, he's cooking. He's cooking.
It's getting better drawing. Not gonna lie.
Target dummy?
Oh wow.
What?
Oh,
That's
is it?
insane. Target dummy?
Yeah, that's it.
That's insane.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a great drawing.
Yeah, the eyes like gave it away.
Yeah, yeah. It's like the wooden body.
Yeah. I feel like Lucian is probably the best at drawing in here.
He's getting better.
Yeah,
He's
you're
cooking
good.
hard.
Yeah, he's got the passion. Like even after you guess the word, like he keeps going. Love that.
Yep.
Look at that.
Look at that.
That's beautiful.
Whoa.
All right, we're gonna start with
Ooh, a little brown square.
Box.
I love it.
yes.
Crate. Box crate. Oh yeah. To really make sure it's all like perfectly. Okay.
We don't use the fill tool
Okay, now this
anymore.
is the important part because it.
Row box. The box is opening.
It's elevator of some kind.
What comes out of it? There's some
Oh,
light.
target dummy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was great.
Nice.
I don't know why I was seeing like those like clowns that, you know, when you like spin a box and they like pop out. It just was stuck in my head.
Fix these long words. Like, what's going on, guys?
Eastern calendar. No.
Eastern Plaguelands? Western Plaguelands?
Mm,
Undercity? Silverpine Forest.
Oh.
yes. Yes.
Yes.
I'm insane.
Oh, wow.
I'm insane.
Whoa.
I was like, maybe I should try to draw. What's his name? Is it Arugal? Like that scary dude. But then I was like, it's gonna
Oh,
look like
yeah.
another panda. So I don't know.
Or the leveling in
Nice.
hardcore has been paying off, Sicko.
Yeah, I was
Died
like,
there a lot
please,
of times, so.
hope you guys know geography. That's great.
Oh
Uh-oh.
my.
Oh, this one's really big.
What the heck?
This
This is definitely a zone.
is an area, right? Yeah.
Kind of looks like a dog though.
What?
Among Us?
Oh, a big with like a big orangey thing in the middle.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay. Well, is it a zone? Sure.
Maybe the letter will help us here in a second. Okay. What?
There's just an L. And a broccoli.
Oh, lockpicking? No.
That looks like a murloc.
Do you think that's a murloc?
They're always murlocs.
Is that what
Eastern
we're thinking?
Plaguelands.
Oh,
Oh, true.
hey! Oh, they're like little death skulls.
Oh, you're right.
Okay. Okay. Oh, what does it actually look like? I'm just gonna do the subtract, and we're gonna see how everybody does.
So we got a skull, it looks like. Whoa. Skull Rock?
You got it.
Wow.
That's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
That was fast. Yeah, that was really good.
Skull plus rock.
Skull plus rock. I was like, I could try to draw the actual shape, but I think everybody's not gonna understand
Skull-
what's
the skull
happening.
is
Like,
perfect.
Yeah, draw that exact location.
it's like this-ish. It kind of looks like a cubone.
That actually looks like a cubone.
Okay. Rejuvenation.
Oh, it's an ability.
Seems like it. It's in a square.
Something of something.
Trust
yeah.
me. No.
Something of something. No, that's true.
Oh,
Blue ability?
is that an
Okay.
armor?
Maybe? Is it a shield?
What?
That can help.
Mage?
It's a mage, no?
Um,
Come on, Zico.
Oh, it's I think it's in.
Yeah,
no.
please. Yes, it is. Yes.
yeah.
Is it
Seiko.
is it in Stormwind? What was it called? Mage Quarter? No. I don't know.
Any mage ability? That's something of something? Maybe?
Cone of Cold. I don't know.
No, it's
Almost. Maybe. I don't know. Frost.
I don't know.
Oh,
Presence of Mind.
Come on.
No,
Zico.
that's okay.
I played Mage for 18 years and I can't even guess that.
How could you, Zico?
I'm sorry.
You had
guys.
one job.
Paladin?
Quest.
Quest giver? Quest
Oh,
giver?
Quest.
Rewards? No.
The life.
Danger. Tank. Aggro. Okay, warrior.
Escort?
Taunt.
No.
No.
Yeah, no taunt, no aggro.
Mm. That's tough.
it is.
Yeah. Need
Charge?
something more.
Something with
Starts with a
The
V.
V.
Smoke.
Gotta be an ability or something.
Yeah, it seems like it's drawing some kind of charging into the action somehow. Something with a V. It's not charge. It's not intercept.
Vision.
What else could it be?
Hard.
Is it vision?
Vanish.
Vanish.
Oh,
Oh, the daggers.
This is a different take.
This is your own artistic interpretation.
Paladin. No, how? What? Wow.
Yellow.
He vanished.
What is? Oh my gosh! Did what?
It was that or Ragnaros.
Like what?
Like I drew the wrong animal, but it worked out.
It came to my mind. I don't know why. It's
He
HOGGER.
was just
That's
thinking
crazy.
Warcraft, you know? Has to be.
Okay, it's a square.
8 letters, okay.
Some kind of leaf. Some kind of flower. Okay, is it like a herb?
Like an ability.
Yeah, maybe.
Rejuvenation.
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 Trying to count
I need to-
rejuvenation. Is that enough letters?
I think Rejuve is red, boys.
Oh, okay.
Oh, life
it's
bloom,
your
life bloom.
regrowth. Regrowth.
Oh my god.
Healthstone.
It's a regrowth,
These are
no?
not good endies. What?
Is it not regrowth?
Regrowth? Yeah, it's regrowth.
Yeah, regrowth.
Someone said life bloom.
Is
I
that
don't know
not
how to
bad.
say regrowth.
Okay. Maybe.
Maybe.
It's a hard one, dude.
Oh, you made it skinny.
I didn't mean to.
Wow, we're really getting some fine line work here in this one. A lot of detail.
Oh no.
Vanish.
That's not how the fill tool works. I don't know how to use it. Oh gosh.
It's because your line isn't full on
Is
the
it?
bottom.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
connected.
you gotta connect it all the way.
That's still not connected.
Where is it? Not, is it down here?
There's 2 other spots
There's
open.
just holes.
yeah.
You gotta fill the cracks.
I give up.
Hey,
Whatever.
there's an N at the end.
This thing's the same color. Oh, dude,
Okay.
this is all bad. This is so bad right now. No. I'm throwing off my game right
Yes.
now.
Okay,
Red.
restart. Take it from the top. Take it from the top.
It's like there's like a puddle underneath. Let's see if that works. Oh, now it works.
There's an
Okay.
H and an N.
And then
Wow.
there's
This looks ominous.
there's like a big, and then
Some kind of land mass above or in the middle of a puddle with a. Is warlock?
No.
It.
oh,
man,
I was so sorry.
dang.
No, it's the first one to fail. No.
It's 5 letters, guys. We got this.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be easy, right?
Hunter? No.
Is the druid?
Oh,
What?
wow, it's a
Druid.
Human?
What?
Is it actually druid? Oh my god.
I can feel it. I can feel
That's
it.
pretty simple. Pretty good.
Man, he's a druid player, man. Okay.
Right, Hosey.
This one is
Alright.
easy.
Uh-huh. I remember last time you said that.
Yeah, last time you said that, no one got it.
Okay, let's see. A book.
Trainer.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, it's how do you say? A trade or?
Trade.
trade?
Oh
No.
no, it's not crafting.
Scroll.
Oh, wait.
Hmm. It's not
Okay, let me-
enchant.
Wait, give me one sec. Okay.
This is easy, by the way.
Okay. Sorry for my drawing skills, boys.
No,
Nah.
you're good.
Sheep. Yeah, it's
A lot of sheep. Wait, what?
what? Shepherd. Chase. No. It's gotta be something. I don't know.
I don't know how to represent this, to be honest.
Like I would think. I
Onto
don't know.
someone. A push. Oh,
Rat.
thread.
What?
Holy.
What is
Oh.
this?
This is like a short essay. What? That is a spear.
The rocket ship. He's hanging on.
Is there a full name for Atish?
Oh yeah, great staff of the.
Oh, I almost got it. ATS. How do you? I don't know how to spell it.
Atish, great staff of the Guardian. That was really good.
Look at my spelling.
I got this.
Whoa! What is
What?
this? 610237.
We got this, boys.
Um.
And yours, of
Um,
course.
Okay, wait.
It's like
insane.
80ish.
Yeah.
What's the full name of the 80ish?
Oops.
80.
Seems like a legendary for sure, but I'm not. Mage with the 80ish.
What? I don't know the English name. It's like I don't know the English name.
Is it
Come on, guys.
great? Is it great stuff?
Great stuff.
80ish.
80ish.
80ish great stuff of the.
The Guardian.
Guardian?
Guardian.
That's it.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, we got it.
80ish. Great
Wait,
staff
but
of the Guardian.
Did it
But
work?
it's like Guardia. I don't know. It's like
Guardia.
Oh.
Oh,
but
because the
that
letter is
counts,
so
that counts.
long.
Welcome back to the WoW Variety Show, episode 3. You only live once. We got to witness a lot of deaths at the start of today as players took to the hardcore realm to try and be the first to kill Hogger, and we had Ampy take that kill. But it has been incredible so far. We've had some bounties go down. We've had the Wheel of Warcraft adding some unique buffs the devs made special for this event. And we have BLACKFATHOM Deeps ahead, which I know we're all very excited about. I mean, here's our rundown of the day. Sarth, do you want to really quickly just reiterate what we've been doing and what's coming up?
Yeah, of course. So today we have 3 events going on, all supporting Classic World of Warcraft, but the 2 different versions of Classic World of Warcraft. We have Hardcore as these numbers 1 and 3 here. The race to defeat Hogger is on a Hardcore realm, a Classic era Hardcore realm. So if any of those characters did go down, they have to restart and go again. Now, while those characters are still going to be leveling up for number 3 on the event list today, we do have the BLACKFATHOM Deeps race. This is on Season of Discovery, the new version of World of Warcraft that has come out recently, last Thursday, actually. And it is a complete reimagine of Classic WoW. And we also, BFD, if you remember, it is one of the raids or one of the dungeons around level 25 in Classic WoW. So in this race, the first place winners will be winning a 6 months game time subscription to World of Warcraft. And second place, the second place raid team, everyone will get 60 days of game time. So they will try to clear this entire raid as fast as possible, which they've only possibly been able to see maybe 3 times now since the game only launched about, 8 days or 9 days ago. So this will be a very unique experience. And if anyone hasn't seen Season of Discovery, we're going to see brand new things. We're going to have a Warlock main tank in one of these raid groups. We're also going to have mages as healers. We might also see a rogue tank. Who knows? Zaryu, what are you expecting from this? And then what is everyone going to be able to expect right after the BFD race?
So in pre-show, so going into this, I was like, I don't really know. I'm more of like a PvP guy. I have cleared BFD myself. I'm very proud to be able to say that. But before the show, you linked me the Warcraft logs for Classic and Classic Vanilla and SOD. And it's really interesting when you look into like the numbers of like everyone figuring out the best possible specs. And I was nerding out over the mage section because mages can, of course, play arcane and then heal and be effective as not only a DPS, but also help the healers. So we might see like an arcane mage healer doing both roles. I think you were mentioning, Sarth, that warriors are very, very powerful in Season of Discovery in PvE. I know a lot of PvPers might be like, wait, what are you talking about there? And then hunters are doing absolutely insane damage as well. So I'm expecting some of these groups to employ warriors, DPS, hunter DPS. I think priest healers have got to be up there on the healers. Ampy playing that warlock tank, Rookery. I know you were mentioning that before. I don't know if that's like the optimal thing that he's doing or if he's doing it more to be fun and different. I'm really curious how it's going to play out for him though. And Amphy, one of our like leaders going into this, clearing KT, killing Hogger first on hardcore, and now trying to clear BFD in record time. And we'll see how fast these groups can really get it done.
Speed's definitely going to be the name of the game. They've got 2 hours to do it, but of course we have some tie conditions and things like that. You know, we're going to see who can go the farthest, who can burn the bosses the lowest. But I mean, as we were even talking about before the break, this is a tough one. Like, this is not an easy one. And while all the players will be going in at level 25 and they will have been able to prepare their compositions like we've been talking about, I mean, like you both were saying, it's going to be a challenge. And I know that when we were talking to Ampy earlier, Ampy was mentioning that, you know, they're aiming for 13 pulls exactly. And so
just crazy.
The break did the math. No, I know. So now you can share. Go ahead. Let's get into this because we're going to be getting into the actual race, right? But Sarth, what is this all about? What's the math behind 13 pulls?
So I've thought about it and I've run the numbers of so there's 7 bosses within this entire raid. 7 of those have to be counted as those pulls technically. So he has to pretty much pull everything in between each of the bosses at one time and plan to be tanking it on a warlock tank, which if you haven't played Season of Discovery yet, this was actually just found out a few days ago. The warlock tanking rune was one of the very last ones that was discovered of any of these new runes. And warlock tanks are not the best for AoE threat. They cannot hold multiple targets at one time. So it's going to be curious to see what they pull off. But what you also really, really need to utilize is mages that play really well. They are the only class that can absolutely destroy AoE damage. And Ompi's group, as we're going to see it when we see all the group compositions, but I think they have 2 mages, which is the best way to deal with that because their single target damage is lower to very much compensate for them being able to do damage and heal at the same time. So they're one of the strongest healers because they're outputting most of the damage that everyone else does while also outputting all of the heals, which is something we see in a lot of the MDIs in Mythic Plus, where your healer needs to be doing a lot of damage on every pull to help you go faster. That's something we're going to see employed today. And I'm very curious if they're going to do the strategies, I think. But also, both of you guys are relatively new to the raid. What do you think is one of the harder fights? Like Zarya, you were able to do it recently. So what was your experience in this new BFD raid?
All right, so I purposefully wanted to have a really organic experience going into BFD. So I didn't watch any guides, any streams, or anything going into it. I wanted to go full natty, full blind into the raid. And we did that, right? So I picked viewers from the stream. We went blind, and I raid leaded it. And I was like, all right, guys, let's pull. I don't know what the strat is, but let's figure this out. And we actually did pretty well. I invited people that were pretty solid players. So maybe I was getting carried. But we one-shot a lot of the bosses. Now, that 6th boss, Kelris, he's not easy, right? There's multiple mechanics.
Easy.
Yeah,
no,
especially.
that's one way to say it, yeah.
Yeah, I was telling the Twitch chat, I was like, we're gonna one-shot this, and everyone in the Twitch is like, no, you're not, Czar. No, it doesn't matter how good you are, whatever. You have to know the mechanics, right? And one of those mechanics, you have to go down into the portals and kill a certain amount of mobs, then portal back up, right? And then in that 30% or less phase, if you're not ready for the amount of healing that needs to come out, if you don't spread and if you don't get dispels, your team is just going to wipe. So I'm curious to see how prepared these teams are specifically for Kelris. And that last boss is pretty tricky too. Rookery, have you had the chance to jump into BFD? Have you cleared some of these bosses? I thought they were pretty difficult for level 25 raid.
Yeah. No, I actually I killed all of them. I was world first. Yeah, that was me.
Oh,
so no,
okay.
Makes sense.
no, I have not.
I remember that.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I thought you would. It was all over the internet. Pretty much soloed it, and yeah, just had a super cool build. I did all the math, even more so than you start. No, I wish I could say that. I have not been in yet to BLACKFATHOM.
Okay, this will be fun to watch.
I know. I'm genuinely so excited because I have done a lot with the race to world firsts with actual with the retail side and things like that. And so getting to go back and now see how within the context of classic, where obviously this used to be a dungeon, but now they're re-envisioning it as something like a 10-man raid within classic, right? It's different than even the modern raid design. And so I'm so curious to see how the classes kind of shine and the unique Season of Discovery stuff plays into it, as well as these ridiculous strats Ampy's bringing to the table, but also all the other groups, right? We have a big range of skills, and how they kind of approach this is going to be really interesting to see. I think Palmby was saying on her stream recently, she was like, I heard it's pretty hard, right? And I was like, okay, no, you got this.
Yes.
You got it. But it'll be great. And Sarth, this raid has a lot of challenges. do you think that second to last boss is one of them? But what do you think are the biggest challenges of this raid itself?
I think there's actual damage checks within this raid, which is very unique to something that we see in classic World of Warcraft. It's not something you see so much in this current version of the game, but we also do see it a lot in something like the Burning Crusade or Wrath of the Lich King. So now you have the second to last boss, like we were mentioning earlier, that's going to be the one to watch for everybody. Is the one where if you don't burn him in his last phase fast enough, the entire room fills up with this dark void pool that will kill you no matter what. So you have to try to take him down within that time frame. And you can kind of give yourself more room by placing those pools in more optimal positions. But today, like, the raid has only been out again for like slightly over a week. And it's going to be unique, especially because everyone that's playing today, we have 4 teams and they don't all know each other. We have 2 teams, I believe, that are playing Alliance on North American realms, one that is playing from the EU realms and representing the EU, and one team that is playing on the Horde side on the NA realms. So everyone is playing with their actual characters. Some of these are brand new characters leveled up just for this event, including Ompi. Like we were saying, his Warlock just hit level 25 yesterday, which if you are just tuning in or haven't seen Season of Discovery, level 25 is the highest level right now. And it does create this brand new meta in these new level or 10-man raids. So it's exciting to see those meta changes as you have this level cap. And Zar, you were able to play the beta, right? And you were able to like, do some of the events at the highest level. And I think that's like one of the things that was such a fun thing to watch was, what can I do at these higher levels? So like, what do you think is something crazy you possibly could see coming out today?
The beta for Season of Discovery, Sarth? Or
yeah, no. Didn't you get to play the actual beta of Classic?
Oh, yes, the level 30 cap one.
Yeah, that was the reason why they decided to do this level cap.
Yes, okay, definitely. So I love that Blizzard's doing these tiered leveling experiences, right? Because, so like you mentioned, in 2019 on that beta, we had a level 30 cap, and there was a level 30 duel tournament that I got my butt kicked in, and I still remember. And there was a bunch of other fun, exciting events that the community kind of hosted, and it was really cool to be able to do that. So with Season of Discovery, like you mentioned, Sarth, we have that top level 25, and we get to just have fun at level 25. That means who's the best dueler at level 25, and world PvP and Ashenvale, and in this raid at level 25, and stuff like that. Man, I've done a lot of duels, Sarth. I hit 25 like a couple days ago. I've done hundreds of duels at level 25, and I'm having a blast. Actually, like hashtag shower thoughts. I'm thinking in the shower about like meta game, like how to duel as a mage versus a warlock, the ultimate spec build, positioning. Like I've even
the best dueler?
Yeah, well, that's nuts. But but like, dude, like, yeah, no, seriously, like it's so much fun. It throws me back to like OG WoW. I love dueling, so I can't wait for those MAK'GORA duels later. But with BLACKFATHOM Deeps, it's going to be really interesting just to see how fast these players can do it. And we've mentioned a few times, but I think it's worth outlining again. In this raid, we have celebrity contestants. Maybe we can show those on the stream that are going to be leading the raid, but they did not handpick their raid teams, meaning Ampy didn't like get to pick his favorite 9 players to help him clear BFD, right? He's funneled in a bunch of people that signed up for this race. So we're going to see how good Amphy is as a raid leader when it comes down to not having the team of your choice, right? I think same thing with Palm P, right? Like, it's just like, all right, we're just going to get a raid together and see how fast we can clear it with these, celebrity kind of leaders. So it's going to be really fun to see. Maybe they're not going to get like the world's best times, but we'll see how fast they can clear it, or if they can clear it at all. Because like we've been mentioning, some of these bosses are definitely not easy. And we've mentioned, but I want to mention again that all of this is happening on those live SOD realms. Any loot that these players acquire will be kept on their characters, which is pretty cool, on those level 25 characters. This is not like a PTR or a specific realm for this tournament. These are their live characters. And Sarth, you mentioned that Amphy just hit level 25 yesterday. That's wild. I actually didn't know that. So that's pretty overwhelming. He made it just in time
to be tanking now. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, just scooting in there at the last second. I'm sure that it had to be a relief, though, going like, okay, we're good. We're totally set. We got what we needed. And I mean, for anybody who doesn't know about these celebrity contestants, we've mentioned Ampy with these ridiculous strats with this Warlock tank. Annie Fuchsia is also going to be running in this race as well. And we have Savix, who I'm sure a few of you know, probably here or there. You might have heard of Savix. And then, of course, Palm B as well will be our celebrity contestants that are heading up these teams as they go into the deeps and try to see how far they can make it. It is fun, though. I love seeing when groups like this come together because, again, the variety show, it's a community event. We're all here together enjoying the game, no matter our skill level, whether we're a celebrity contestant or we're just a player that was super excited and signed up when there were the open signups. It's a way for us all to come together and enjoy this content that's been released and get to experience it. And we're going to be experiencing it for sure here as we turn over and the teams are getting ready to start running. So I know we've had a lot of discussion about some of the strategies, some of the tactics. So Sarth, I will let you take it away as we come into this. We're looking at the buzzers right now, but I mean, they're prepping, they're getting ready. How are they going to tackle this raid?
Well, this team actually looks like a pretty solid group composition. They have 3 paladins here, which is one of the most versatile classes. Paladins are one of the strongest tanks right now at level 25, and they also can be doing damage and healing at the same time. If anyone saw when we very first got to play Season of Discovery over at BlizzCon, S-Fan was the only person with a damage meter, and he was doing insane damage. We also have Savix's team also here with 3 paladins, where we're seeing 2 of them being Retribution Paladins and most likely one of them being a Holy Paladin. So the group compositions are going to be very intriguing to see how it helps out. Mages are the strongest AoE class here, so they are the only ones that will be able to do a ton of that damage, that will be able when they pull everything all at one time. And in one of the groups, we're probably going to see everything try to be grouped up very quickly and then blow them all down. And most of the other groups, I would anticipate everybody will be just trying to move quickly through the raid. So we see both these Horde teams here and Annie on this team with a double Warlock composition. You can see that on the right side, that Warlock tank that's in Metamorphosis form. That's a new thing. It is completely new to World of Warcraft Classic, and I think that's going to spice things up in such a fun way. What are you guys most excited to see? Look at that Metamorphosis room. I'll let you break this one down, Czar.
Yeah, so Metamorphosis transforms you into a demon and increases arm. Okay, I'm not just going to read it. Basically, you turn into a demon and you become a tank. And my chat app is actually telling me yesterday you get a charge very similar to a warrior charge that you can use out of combat. That's the demon charge on the right side of the screen. And even in PvP, a lot of players are already whining about this for being very powerful, although I think players have since found more powerful builds. It turns you into an absolute tank. Like if you're a rogue hitting into the Warlock Metamorphosis, like you're not doing much damage. And it's just so cool to see the flex between DPS and tank. And something that's really cool as a result from this is that it's much easier to find groups for dungeons while leveling. For example, you're looking for a group for BFD, or like when the level cap increases for Scarlet Monastery or for Nomergon and there's no warriors online, boom, let me get a Warlock to tank instead. So you can find tanks, healers, and DPS a lot easier because these flex classes. But one thing I do want to mention, Sarth, is the lack of warriors. Like, there's only 2 warriors amongst these 4 groups, and I can't believe it. I was on Warcraft logs this morning, and all the warriors were number 1 on the DPS charts. I cannot believe. Oh, looks like the race has begun.
Here's the start. So warriors are absolutely the strongest class in WoW Classic. It is like the season of every version of Classic is about warriors. But the thing is, they are very reliant on gear. And so they need to have an epic drop from the very last boss that makes them the strongest. If they don't have that weapon, then they're not nearly as strong as everyone else. So we're seeing actually Eldair on the bottom right here is the warrior that's doing damage, but it was also tanking. So we're seeing that go out, and as well we see paladin tanks. So right now on the left, actually on most screens, you can see that little elemental that people clicked. There is 3 separate kind of rocks within this first section that you have to click that will summon a water elemental, and you have to defeat all of the water elementals to be able to fight the first boss. The first boss is Baron Aquanus, which you used to have to defeat if you were a horde only. It was a quest mob within BFD. So you have to fight all of these elementals, which will actually preview all of the raid mechanics in here. So there is water balls or water droplets you can see in the water on the top right, that if anyone swims through them, they can have swim speed increase or all of their movement speed increase by 50%. And they also don't have to worry about any sort of breath mechanic, which is something in Classic. And past that, there's also those whirlpools that you can see some people swimming right by. And if you swim into those, they will just knock you down and towards the bottom into the depths of the water. So some of these bosses, Savix's team already kind of getting ready to pull the boss. And the same thing over there on the buzzers. The buzzers already moving towards the boss as well. So these two teams moving really quickly. And now we have a little bit of a jumping puzzle, something I'm notoriously phenomenal at, is making it all the way to the boss without falling. So we're going to see how this pans out. Yeah, go for it.
I was just gonna say, you just taught me so much, bro. Like, you just taught me. I've done this boss, and I was like, oh wait, all of these are previews for the boss to come in the lore behind the boss. And Baron looks like it's pulled here for the buzzers, and Baron just taking so much damage. Sarth, you mentioned you can get knocked down from this boss. There's a storm AoE you do not want to stand into, and it looks like Savix's Crusaders pulling shortly after. But man, the buzzer's doing so much damage. Buttadog, number one of the DPS is the Moonkin at 140 DPS, but same with Dragon at 150 DPS up on the Ret Paladin. This is really impressive.
Yeah, he's actually, so in the bottom left, you're seeing amped up, and you can see all of the casters are standing in the water, and that's actually a strategy. What it is there's a debuff that this boss puts out. If you've played World of Warcraft Classic and you've ever fought Molten Core, there's Baron in Molten Core, Baron Geddon, and he'll put a bomb on one of the targets. So this boss has gone down for 2 of the groups, but he'll put a bomb on one of the targets, and if you are near anyone else, you'll explode and everyone else will die. So the same mechanic is similar here, but someone will get the bomb and they need to jump into the water. And if they don't, they'll blow up, and everybody that's up top on one of these ledges will get knocked into the water and will get knocked back. So it's very similar, and I think it's very thematic for the same Baron. So we might see other Barons in later groups. But Savix's Destroyers are pumping so much, or Savix's Crusaders, where there's multiple Crusader strikes going out from these Retribution Paladins. You can see the Ret and the Warrior on top, just like we thought.
I had to double check the team names here because it looks like Ampy is not in the lead, which is like a world. Is that a world first for Ampy to not be world first? Like, that's insane to me. It looks like the Buzzers has a clear lead right now, and Crusaders is like right after them. And it seems like their lead is being created from the pure just DPS. We have Buttadog and Dragon. Dragon on Savix's team, Buzzers with Buttadog just absolutely pumping the meters, amped up. Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't want to count them out yet. All 4 teams have cleared the first boss. Baron is dead, but we have Buzzers, I would say, almost 60 seconds ahead here. Almost all of the ads slain, and Buzzers about to pull the second boss.
Yeah, Buzzer's already grabbing the second boss. If you notice all of these turtles here on this platform, if you grab the boss, every single one of those turtles pulls with the boss. So Buzzers and Savix's Crusaders all decided to grab all of those turtles and then deal with the boss. The boss does have a shield on him that takes 100 melee hits first for the shield to break, and then the boss will cast what you're seeing right now called Aqua Shell, which does a knockback and hits everyone near him for 700 damage. Then after the shield is broken, the boss can finally take physical DPS. But an interesting thing that most people might not know yet is if you're fighting the boss, he takes full magic damage while that shield is up. So if any of the hunters maybe have a scorpion pet you might be seeing notoriously around the world right now, that scorpion does full damage during the boss having a shield up. So that can help a lot of these groups actually potentially catch up. But it looks like the Buzzers are still way ahead. The Buzzers are pumping here, and Savix's Crusaders right behind them, amped up like quite a bit behind, and Fast and Fuchsia right behind them. But they're going to see these groups try to burn the boss before it puts up another shield, because you'll greatly lose the damage. These groups are very physical heavy. And I'm curious, Rook, what do you see this from the experience of someone that hasn't been playing the classic version of the game yet?
I mean, it's just amazing to see how they have actually taken all of these and then made even more out of this dungeon, right? When you're mentioning, oh yes, this used to be specifically, like the first boss, used to be specifically a horde sort of objective that you could do, and now they've elevated them to a full-on, position in the boss lineup here. And then kind of seeing how, like, each of these different bosses, I mean, they're going pretty quick. Obviously, it's one of those things where, just like in any raiding in WoW, the first few bosses aren't usually going to be your huge hurdles, but these kind of unique mechanics, like you're mentioning with the shield, with that know-how of, okay, what do we need for the boss lineup in this dungeon? Okay, well, we're going to have so many melee hits to break that, so we're going to need some melee. We're going to be able to, though, take advantage of that magic. We're going to be able to still do this. You can see how the puzzle pieces kind of come together, especially with that flexibility in Season of Discovery, where now you can kind of build out classes in different ways, or even like we were talking about earlier with that priest healers being so strong, right? But then mage healers being a thing where you can get the deeps and you can get the healing and you can have these hybrids. It's so interesting. And, I wanted to just say here that Savix had some pretty strong words about his feelings about how his team was going to do. So, on a final note here, Savix, they got to stay up there. They got to keep in the lead, because Savix did say, I will be joining too, and then in all caps, when I will give good content. So I mean, we're going to have to keep an eye on Savix's Crusaders here, because, so far competitive, so far really bringing it. But I know we're moving on even deeper in here. So, Zaryu, how are you feeling as we get deeper into the raid here? We watch a couple bosses down already for our two lead teams.
Yeah, so for everyone just tuning in, Buzzers seems to be in that clear first place, and they're doing so well. This is the team led by Palm B, I believe, and Tommy Salami, such a world-renowned known speed runner, speed leveler here, and they're already pulling the third boss, which is just so impressive. Lady Savaris here, and Savix's team right behind them. It's really neck and neck. Buzzers is close, but Savix's team is right behind them. And Savix's team clearing the last pack right before the third boss. Here's the thing, though, and you mentioned this just now, Rook, is if a team wipes on like the fifth boss or sixth boss, it looks like Fast and Fuchsia having a death, the first death of the speed clear on the first boss still, or second rather. But if a team wipes, say, on like the fifth or sixth boss, like Buzzers could be ahead theoretically, right, the whole time, but then wipe on the sixth boss, and Slow and Steady could really win this race. So we don't really know who's going to be, ahead deeper in the dungeon. But Buzzers clearing the third boss and that beautiful Mage Helm dropping. Savix's Crusaders right behind them, but Amped Up seems to actually be catching up, building momentum. Ampy's team is, and catching up to Buzzers. Savix might be falling behind to third place pretty shortly here.
Yeah, Amped Up actually really, really gaining an advantage here. And I think this is where they're going to start getting a lot faster, because they said they were going to do those big pulls. That third boss, Lady Saraves, has a couple mechanics that are intriguing. One of them is that there is that ad that you can see, and it does do a cleave and a stacking bleed on the tank. And originally we thought, this is the most classic thing of all time. Originally, you would like to down the ad first, and then as she summons more ads, you would deal with them. And instead, as we do in Classic, the entire strategy turns into just burn the boss. So instead, you actually kick her freezing mechanic and just down the boss, completely ignore the ad. And if she does get a freezing arrow off, which throws those frost traps you kind of saw on the ground. If that happens, you just need to move out of it. If you get stuck in there for a couple seconds, you will get frozen, and it is like a non-dispellable freeze for I think 5 to 6 seconds. It is a very long freeze, and you really don't want that on your pets also. We saw in the Amped Up side down on the bottom left, I Go to Church actually was doing almost 170 DPS on that boss, and that's mostly coming from the pet. As hunters right now don't need so much gear. Right now, it is a lot of damage coming from pets. Scorpion pets in particular are scaling really, really well right now. But all three groups are moving forward very quickly.
Buzzer's still in the lead, though. Man, I'm really curious what Palm B's strategy was going into this, because there's like a clear advantage here. Amped Up seems to be catching up in second place. Savage Crusaders right behind them, and Fast and Fuchsia getting things together, but you never know. With a wipe, everything could turn around. That slow and steady race might be the one who actually comes out on top. Man, Buzzer's damage still. The Butterdog, that Moonkin is it like a feral Moonkin build?
He's feral.
Yeah.
No, it's just because of Details hasn't figured it out yet, but he's fully feral. On that second boss, like I was mentioning, the turtle boss, you can actually, as a feral, to do more damage, you can actually spec into some Moonkin abilities where you'll use Sunfire while in feral. But he is a fully feral. Feral Druid's very strong. All of the melee classes, you actually will notice that all of these classes, as they're attacking, they have that kind of whirlpool or tornado around them. It's because Feral Druids bring the Wind Fury buff with a new rune called Wild Strikes, and it brings Wind Fury to the Alliance, which is quite literally the strongest single class buff for physical DPS in the entire game in Classic World of Warcraft. And that is purely the strength of the Horde usually, but now it is also here on the Alliance side. So we're going to see these big pulls here from Amped Up. This is what they were talking about. They want to see how much they can grab and then just have the mages do a ton of damage. Hunters also now, with a rework of their explosive shot ability, it is, instead of doing 400 damage in one ability, now it is an AoE, and you see those mages on top easily able to deal with that whole group. That's their plan for catching up, and it looks like they kind of have caught up. They're very, very close as the Buzzers are getting ready to pull this fourth boss, Gelahast.
I'm really curious if at any point we're going to see a full wipe. You know what I mean? If Buzzers is in the lead and full wipes, as a caster, as someone just watching this as a fan, it's I want the teams to do well, but secretly I'm sitting behind the scenes of are we gonna see a wipe? It's kind of the same reason why people watch hardcore, right? Are they gonna die? So they're pulling the third boss here, Gelahast, and man, Rocks just doing so much damage from Butterdog on top of the meters, fighting for #1 spot, and that Wind Fury giving so much effective DPS. But Sarth, what does this boss actually do? Break it down for us.
So this boss it'll seem like they're downing this boss really, really quickly. It looks like he's almost down, but that's actually not true. This boss has 3 phases, and now you're seeing the main mechanic, where a ton of Murlocs move across the room, and you just have to dodge them. But if you don't, it actually hits you for 400 of damage, and it AoEs everyone around you for 400 damage. Geek's Priest almost going down here. So this is the scariest part. If you can live through this, but you have to do this multiple times. Melanie also getting hit. This is the epitome of a retail mechanic in a very slow version of it, but it's just making sure that you completely dodge this. During this phase, the boss takes 99% less damage. Oh, Vose almost goes down.
Oh my gosh.
That was crazy. So now you have to beat the boss 2 more times. The boss's actual HP values are really low, but you have to defeat him 3 times. There's 3 of these phases where you have to do that dodging section twice. So we'll see it happen 1 more time. There is actually a secret location you can stand in that none of these Murlocs will ever go to.
Really?
I'm curious if they send a healer there. I know Amped Up's group would know of it, but everyone else might not know of it yet. Actually, where Dazer 2 is in the top right, is really close to it. The Warlock actually next to him is Mek'GORA. Yes. So where that Warlock is, to the right, is exactly in that safe spot. And no Murlocs ever get there. Yeah. So you can just stand there the whole time and you will not go down. So it's very, very easy. But
it's
again, on the bottom.
Phase. Sorry, I was gonna say it's a bullet hell phase, but Murloc hell. That's all. It's just
pretty
Murlocs
much
everywhere.
My first time doing this boss, just a few days ago, we pulled it, and like you said, Sarth, it has no life, and I was like, oh, this is so easy. And then he heals back to full, and I was like, oh my gosh! And then we kill him again. I'm like, oh, that wasn't too bad. And then he heals back to full again, and it's really one of those fights that you have to pace yourself in terms of mana. And am I seeing this correctly? Did Ampy's team kill Gelahast first? Ooh, that epic bag dropped for Buzzers. Savix's Crusader is now in 3rd place, but Amphy taking the lead on that 4th boss, that's really impressive, because Amphi was behind like a solid at least 60 seconds, maybe 90 seconds. How are they making up such insane ground here?
Yeah, they're really, really relying on those big pulls. The mages fall behind on bosses in particular, and in the first section of this raid, there's not a lot of places for the mages to do a lot of what they do best, which is that AoE damage, just pulling a lot of things and burning it all down. So on the bosses early on, it's inherent that that group kind of falls behind. They don't really have the damage that could sustain them. Although I would wager that paladins and warriors and rogues, even on this next boss, this next section, as we're seeing, is actually a gauntlet towards the next boss. So they can't actually get out of combat ever from now on until they defeat the next boss. So they're going to worry about mana, which is something that mages absolutely worry about. And they just need to consistently do damage, which is where warriors and paladins really, really shine. So we might see the Buzzers and Savix's Crusaders push ahead again here, as Amped Up did take the lead there. This is another section where their group composition is at its weakest. So they do have the boss. Lorgus Jet is pulled now. And so this boss, after you've dealt with the entire gauntlet, then you pull the boss himself. And what he does is he spawns 3 separate totems over a period of time. And it's scripted. It's always the same order, where it's a fire totem, a molten lava totem that will send as you can see in the bottom left here, a kind of like a fireball that chases the person that's the nearest to the fireball itself, but it moves really, really slowly. So you actually can completely ignore that totem for the best strategy. And then the second totem is a Wind Fury totem for the boss to hit the tank a lot harder. Another one that we will probably see all of these groups actually ignore, as Savix is destroying the damage here. And then the last one, though, is a Corrupted Lightning totem that actually lightning shields the boss. So every hit you do to the boss himself hits you back for lightning damage. That is the one that every group will turn to nuke down. And if you don't, it is very, very intimidating. And we're actually seeing it now. Lorgus Jet is getting pumped down very quickly. And I think it looks like Savix's group is catching up. And that was, again, I think because of just how strong Retribution Paladins are in this section.
This race is so incredibly close. Savix's group looks to be killing Lorgus first, though. 5% life, and Lorgus does go down. Savix's team taking number 1 here. Buzzers and Amped Up looks like they're about 10% left on the boss. So that's crazy. We had the Buzzers in the lead for a while, then Amped Up pass them up. Now Savix's team is in the lead. It's just neck and neck. But as I say that, Buzzers takes down Lorgus, and Amped Up about to take it any second. And that reminds me, we haven't seen a single death in Savix's, Buzzers, or Amphi's team. We've seen one in Fast and Fuchsia's team. But it's pretty impressive, right? To get this fast, to go this fast and not see a death yet. And that's one of the things that like hardcore taught us as well, is that it's one thing to do something. It's another thing to do it without dying. And it's another thing to do it very quickly without dying. And that's what these teams are trying to do right here. You go fast, great. But if you go too fast and wipe, not great.
And you know, we actually are coming in on like 25 minutes, just a quick interjection. I think it's been like 25-ish minutes and they're this far already. But I mean, I know that pushing through this, trying to get to the second to last boss, that's the big one, the big sticking point. But these teams are making such fast progress, and we weren't even sure, you know, oh, well, we have 2 hours. So technically they could take the full 2 hours if they needed. But at this pace, I feel like they aren't going to need it, Sarth, because I mean, unless this next boss really puts up a huge, huge hurdle for them, which it very well might, a lot of these teams seem on pace to get this done well before that 2 hours.
Yeah, I think actually, so the group in the lead we're seeing here is Savix's Crusaders and then the Buzzers. Savix's Crusaders actually ran past where they needed to turn to the right. As the Buzzers run up the stairs, they actually waste a little bit of time here. And this is always going to be something that, like, as you were saying, Zara, is like deaths in classic World of Warcraft. When you get into speedrunning, that was the inception before like hardcore. The whole reason is this thing called world buffs, and a lot of people either love or hate world buffs, but your character is a lot more powerful when you have those world buffs. And if you don't know, basically there's one going on the first week of every month. You can get 10% extra damage, but only if you don't die. And Amped Up's actually
look at
using
that
the
skip.
water skip here.
Yeah.
So Amped Up's whole group is actually going to be skipping most of the trash. They have to make this jump, which is a little bit intricate. You just jump forward and click forward once. So if everyone can make it, they should be good. That actually skips a ton of trash and fully catches them up. Instead of pulling big, they just dodged everything. One thing they do need to worry about is making sure that no one had their pets out, because if their hunter forgot to dismiss his pet, and there you're seeing people summon their pets now, then it actually would have ran around and pulled everything. So this is our first real major speedrunning strategy we've seen in this race, was for them to fully skip all of the trash there, which catches them up. They're actually now, it looks like, potentially ahead of everyone else, or at least tied up. So they've caught back up, which is a really, really fast. But the issue for this group, this boss in particular, this second to last one, is definitely a stopgap for especially caster groups, because the boss will send 2 people into what I like to call the Shadow Realm, where their characters models get slept and they are in a different plane of existence, and they have to defeat some Night Elf NPCs. But the Night Elf NPCs have, I don't even know what it is, some sort of ridiculous magic resistance. So casters actually really struggle to be able to deal with this. Whereas Savix's group has 2 Retribution Paladins, a warrior, 2 hunters, or 1 hunter, two rogues. They'll be able to actually deal with all of that themselves. It's a lot easier if you are melee DPS. So this is actually the scariest part of the raid for Amped Up. And the Buzzers and Savix's Crusaders also looking very strong. Savix's Crusaders now pulling Twilight Lord Kelris. This is the scariest boss in here, most likely. And Savix did get sent to the Shadow Realm, like it looks like it. But we can't see it actually from the view. So what's happening right now for Savix is that his character is having to fight against not random, but Night Elf NPCs that are in the Shadow Realm that have a random chance to drop a portal that brings you back to the normal section of the raid. And if you don't have that portal drop, you will just be locked out forever. And this boss will choose the 2 closest people to him to send down into there. So we can see the tank has actually been sent down as well over on the top right for Savix's Crusaders. The Buzzers are doing insane damage to the boss. So you're gonna have to burn the boss down while having 2 people overgone in the Shadow Realm. And it was smart of Savix's Crusaders. They sent one of their healers in early right there, which just meant one of the casters had to stand on top of the boss himself to be able to send them down, since it is a proximity-based thing. And in the background, we can also see those dark vortexes, those purple vortexes. The boss also sends out these void circles, these void crashes, that when they hit the ground, they will continue growing until the boss hits 35%. Technically, in the Shadow Realm, you can take down what we're seeing right here, those invading nightmares. If you kill the invading nightmares, that actually resets those void crashes in the normal realm. So you actually are fine. But instead, the strategy has become to just make sure you just get out of that realm as fast as you can and get back onto pumping the boss. And now we have the boss in phase 2 at 35%. Here you can see it. And Savix's Crusaders are doing really well on pumping this. And this is 2 casters, actually. This is a double tank kind of situation there.
Oh my god.
And there we have it.
Oh, hey.
They
have
one-shotted
it.
the hardest boss. That was really impressive. So like under 30%, they made it look easy, right? Like that's a hard phase to clear Kelris through. So many mechanics. You have to not only not stack, you have to get dispels instantly. Like if you don't get the dispels, that dot will just kill you. And you have to do a ton of raid healing. And you have to crush them in DPS. If you don't beat the timer, then you just wipe. And Savix Crusaders doing that really, really easily. Looks like Buzzers have 2 deaths, but they might kill Kelris. This is close. Is Buzzers going to do it? We have Palm B dead and Buttadog dead, but Kelris at 1% life. Kelris does look like he's gonna fall, but we have 4 deaths on the Buzzers, so we're gonna have to use time and resources and mana for resurrects. And Savix's Crusaders on their way to the last boss. Savix has an outstanding lead so far in this BFD race.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
not only
Savix
do they have-
actually- I was just sorry, I
Go
was just
for
going to
it,
jump in
Rook.
really quickly to say that Savix's team actually has a lot of experienced BFD raiders on it. As you know, I've been sort of listening and going through and looking over the rosters. Several key players that are very, very familiar with this, including Elenia, who is currently their paladin healer, who has done all kinds, has multiple level 25s, has done a ton of speed runs of BLACKFATHOM Deeps as part of the Hardcore All-Stars tournament, who has done a bunch of other raiding in low-level 10-man dungeons and hardcore, and really has come in. And they have a ton of other folks as well that are just very strong in speedrunning. So you can see that kind of coming together here with Savix's Crusaders, that experience really seems to be giving them that leg up of sorts, Sarth. And please go ahead, what you were going to say.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Elenia and some of the other players on that team are very experienced, especially when we did the hardcore all-star speedrunning tournament. She and some of the teams were able to go into these dungeons, the earlier versions of these dungeons on the classic era realms before we had the official hardcore realms, and they would be very underleveled right now to be able to fight these. I think Akumai is level 28. And I think we allowed them in at level 22. So they're very used to having to deal with this and being very underleveled and trying to figure it out. And this group also is multiple paladins. Again, it was pretty much a perfect group composition for that boss. That boss is very scary. And those deaths we saw on the boss are not only hurt for the resurrections, like you were saying, Zaryu, but also those groups all have world buffs. So they all definitely lost the 2 world buffs you can have right now, which is the boon of the BLACKFATHOM, a new one that gives you 20% movement speed, as well as 2% crit and 20 attack power, and the Dark Moon Fair, which is 20% damage. But now we see Savix's Crusaders, like we saw in the background, on the very last boss, Akumai, which will have a few mechanics. Mainly, it has a tank busting mechanic. You can see Fat Form has a debuff on his character model. He is kind of green right now. And what will happen is the boss will put a stacking poison on your tanks, and the tanks will eventually need to drop that poison. There are some elementals around the room called cleansing elementals, and if you stand near them, then you can drop the poison or debuff you have on you, and they will summon new small elementals for every single poison you dropped on that elemental. So he had 5 debuffs on him, which means they will have 5 of those elementals here. But they're probably, honestly, with their damage, which is phenomenal, is they're probably going to just ignore the elementals and try to burn the boss. Right now, they're dealing with this pretty much as a 1 tank fight situation. And as you get to this last phase of the boss, he's at 50%, he phases towards a void zone. And his debuff, instead of being a poison, actually reduces your max HP by 10% per each debuff. So what it will happen is the tank, after a certain amount of time, will have to die. And so the strategy, instead of dropping the debuffs, will be just have your tank just die. But it actually looks like they are dropping the debuffs, and they are doing a tank swap here. So we will see a new elemental spawn from the backside in a second, but the rest of the raid is just going to focus on DPSing the boss, who does a frontal cone and just kind of spits at people, but pretty much everyone is just going to try to kill it before the void elemental, which we're seeing is kind of juiced up. They're going to try to take the boss down before it takes them down, and I think they might have it here. Savix's Crusaders absolutely blasting this raid, one of the fastest raids we've seen in the world. Massive congratulations here.
That was really
Amazing.
impressive. Savix's Crusaders coming from behind because Buzzers had that early 60 or 90 second lead, and Ampy's team then came ahead, and Savix's Crusaders out of nowhere coming ahead and clearing the boss the quickest. That's so awesome to see. Even with that single solo tank, like you were saying at the end, I thought he was going to die too. Many times, very low HP, 5 poison stacks, decides to not die, get through it, and yeah, congrats. We're fighting for second place now, though. The Buzzers and Amped Up are neck and neck. Buzzers have that slight advantage. It's really going to come down to a DPS race. I go to Church the Hunter doing 170 DPS nearly. That is absolutely incredible. 171 DPS. And Kalaria going down on the Buzzers.
And the Buzzers, the Buzzers having this death, which is really intimidating for them. They're losing a lot of their damage. Any of the deaths, they've already lost a lot of people in that last or second to last boss, which means they lost a lot of their world buff DPS, which means it really gives Amped Up a chance to catch up. The issue is the Buzzers do have better single
Up, have a
target
death.
damage classes. Athune down for Amped Up. That is one of
Give
their,
the
that
B-res.
is their mage pumper. They do go with the battle res, does come out here. Hopefully he gets back up. Really, it's the hunter doing all of the damage on that side versus the Retribution Paladin and Rogues on the other side. So what can catch up? Because casters are really excelling in this raid on AoE damage, but in single target, it is a melee raid. It is melee classes doing the most. And we have I Go to Church really trying to help this team be able to catch up and win it. And it really is going to come down to the wire. Both these teams are very close. Another death on the side of Amped Up. Haywire going down. If they can play this clean, they can take it, but it's getting intimidating, and the mana reserves on their healers are very low. Who do you think has it?
I think Buzzers have it right here.
Buzzers.
Akumai is at 5% life here. Tommy, though, the tank almost going down for 4 poison stacks, 5 poison stacks, but Akumai surely is going to fall despite whatever happens there. Akumai, though, on Amped Up's team is also sub 10% life. The Buzzers claim second place. They are going to get that 6 months of game time, each of them 6 months of game time. The math on that is like, is that 600 months between all of them? It's a lot of many months. And Amped Up, the main tank dies once again, but Akamai, 1% life, does fall. Amped Up. Ooh, the deadly strike of the Hydra does drop. Congrats to whoever receives that loot.
They don't even have a warrior. That's the item I was talking about.
Sorry.
That's the item that, like, that changes the whole game. Warriors become the top class, the top DPS, and huge grats to all of the teams that have already taken it. Fast and Furious still going in and pumping, but the top 2 teams do win the prizes here. These 6 months game time for every single player on Savix's Crusaders, half of a year worth of game time for all of them, and 60 days play time for everyone on the team of the Buzzers. So each team member coming out with a huge prize here. Amped Up actually coming in 3rd, and Fast and Fuchsia in 4th. How did you like that? How did that pan out like you expected, Rook?
Oh my gosh. I just pretty much held on my butt. I just held on to my butt the whole time. You both just going through it. The amazing breakdowns of the bosses. I mean, so cool to see this sort of first glimpse that I've had, at least, at something like the, endgame with this raiding content that we've had come in, and that they've been re-envisioning from the old dungeons. I mean, it went fast here, but as chat was even saying, that doesn't mean that it's easy, right? This just means that they've practiced, they've got those strats down, and you can see how cleanly it came together overall. And it was amazing to witness that, honestly. And also just so cool because a lot of the raiders themselves, even when they were sharing words, and, Athune, who we were talking about there towards the end with Amped Up with some of the poll, who unfortunately went down, so sorry, friend, but was talking about just how excited they were about Season of Discovery, and that they've really been wanting something like this since Classic was announced. And it's great to just see players actually getting in there and trying it out, let alone to know that, Classic content doesn't just have to mean one thing. And with these kinds of seasons or these new possibilities that they open up, there's so much content that they can experiment with, bring back, re-envision, but that's still fun, and that, people who like raiding over on retail might want to come over and give some of these a try themselves. I mean, Sarth, I know you've fallen in love with all of the speedrunning and the raiding in Classic, right?
Yeah, it's the perfect time to come over if you haven't played World of Warcraft Classic. If you've thought it was too easy or too simple, now there's a lot more to do. Now every one of the classes has more abilities. Something that was missing in Classic World of Warcraft generally was the ability to have a difference in what you're doing. A lot of the classes used to have a 1-button rotation, which is partially magical, but also it misses out on the glory of having something new or being able to experiment. And that's something we're seeing with Season of Discovery, is that all of these classes can do something completely different, like we saw with the Warlock tank. Now, we did see the winners looked like they were running a Warrior, and like Paladin tanks are very strong, but Paladins also in Classic WoW didn't even have a taunt. Now they can finally actually tank things. They were kind of for lack of a better word, they're kind of a meme, and now they get to actually play the game. So I'm really excited to see how everyone gets to experience this and the high stakes of if they can kill it fast enough without dying, similar to hardcore, then they can actually win these speedrun races. Sorry, what did you think? What were some of your expectations and how did it kind of compare?
Honestly, I was an Ampy believer. I'm a big Ampy fan, if you guys couldn't tell. And I can't believe it came third. Ampy, what happened, man? Unbelievable. I'm also a Savix fan, and to see him win, I was really impressed. It's so cool. I just love Savix. I'm a huge fan of his stream, and it's cool to see him come out on top. So that was pretty cool, especially not being first the whole time. Like he came from behind and took it all. I did double check the numbers on the months. I ran the numbers again on my calculator. It is indeed 600 months. I believe that is the correct math. Twitch chat had it a little backwards, so you gotta recheck that on your end, guys. I'm definitely right on this one. But yeah, no, I'm really impressed all around. But up next, I've been waiting personally all day for this, Sarth. We got the MAK'GORA madness. So everyone we saw leveling from the HOGGER kills earlier, we're still leveling during that entire BFD race. And we're about to see and we're about to witness a MAK'GORA madness event here, guys. We're going to see anywhere from level, I don't know, maybe level 10, level 12, depending on how high level these guys are. And we're going to see them duel to the death. All right. Now, all these characters, when you lose, you're gone. If you win, actually, there's no ears to level 19, so no ears quite yet, but it's still going to be pretty awesome to see. And I can't wait to jump into it.
This is going to be great. I mean, I know you've been waiting all day, Zaryu. We've been waiting right there with you. You know, it's been in the background. We knew that they were leveling even during the raiding. We knew that it was going to be keep going on. So, I mean, this is something where I am also super excited to see how it all pans out. And obviously, we have some really fierce contenders. Now, we'll have to take, what do you all think your guesses are? In chat, we'll toss this to you too, about what our highest levels are. We'll say them real quick. I see some 10s here. Mine's going to say 13. I'm just going big. Sarth, how about you?
Ooh, in this amount of time, I think even if they have like another 10, maybe 12. 12 is like a break point for some classes. I don't even know which abilities you can get at level 12, but we used to do this with the hardcore all-stars. We used to do these tournaments where you would do the leveling and then try to clear dead mines. And it's just, if you can get to any sort of break point where you get really big abilities, that will win it for you. So seeing the level 10s, I'm hoping we see some level 12s in this that might have a little bit of an advantage instead of other classes, like Zaryu was saying earlier, might go for, Blorby.
I think level
what
11.
do you think's gonna happen?
I think level 11. I think level 11 personally. I did the math once again.
After it comes up on the screen. Yeah.
No, that was a coincidence. I was already for sure you're gonna say 11 because I ran the numbers on my end, and it turns out, yeah, level 11 is what it is. Blorby and C-Danks, though, I don't know exactly like the moment in time we're going to cut this off, but Blorby and C-Dank might hit 12, and 12 is a big break point, right? Because you get more talents every even level. You get new talents at 10, 12, 14, 16, right? And if these paladins can hit level 12, that might be a big deal over a level 11. Sarth, by memory, do you know if Pally's get anything big at 12?
That's what I'm trying to remember. If they get something like freedom would be like the biggest thing. So I'm not 100% sure, and I'm trying to go back and check because that's like the break point, right? Is level 12 is if they get another rank of mages might get a new rank of Fire Blast or getting like one thing that could completely change how the PvP goes. And paladins, like we were saying earlier, are the strongest at this lower level, the strongest levelers at this lower levels.
Oh, we're gonna hear
Zico
right now. Zico himself. Yes, hello. You've been brought in to our live stream.
Oh shit! Okay, what's up? What's going on, guys?
How's it going?
Yeah, a little stressed out right now, but yeah, you know, I'm hanging in there.
Good. I mean, Zico, you're obviously prepping. We've got MAK'GORA coming up soon. So what's kind of your strategy right now as you're thinking, okay, we finished up BFD, we got to get in there, and we're going to be doing these 1v1s. What are you working on here in these final bits of time?
I just barely made it to this one vendor here in the tower that's selling the healing pots. I managed to snag all of them, all of the scrolls. I bought every single one of them. I bought all the scrolls. I bought, and now I'm leveling my bandages as well. managed to get to level 10. My strategy was I need to get to level 10. That's when I get Frost Nova. That's when I have my Sheep as well at level 8. So I just wanted to make sure that I get those 2 spells right there. And then after that, whatever happens, happens. And I feel like I'm ready.
What would you say is your biggest competition? Like, what class would you be the most intimidated to go up against in this duel tournament as a mage at level 10?
Ooh, I feel like against the Paladin, you definitely kind of have to play the long game. So I think that Paladins could be tough, especially because Paladins are really fast at leveling. So I think every Paladin that I go against is going to have a leveling advantage against me. So that's going to be tough to deal with. Other mages, I feel like those duels could last quite a while. Yeah, I would say probably Paladin Mage. I don't know if there's any Priest. That could be tough as well.
No, Hosey went with the mage also, so I don't know how many priests we're gonna end up having. Go for it, Czar.
Yeah, I was just curious if you had time to get things like first aid, engineering, or if it's just really been, let me try to hit level 10 so I can get as many, abilities and HP and mana as possible.
I didn't have time to get any engineering, but I did manage to level up my first aid a little bit. I mean, I'm not gonna have like the heavy, wool bandage or something like that, but I got something at least. I managed to get 27 bandages, like the level 1 ones, so it should do something at least when I sheep people.
Have you been blessed with a fire wand yet?
I do have a wand. Yeah. We do have the wand, so that's big. That's definitely big. And I got what else did I get? I managed to kill Hogger as well. I wanted to get the staff from Hogger for the extra stamina. We got a couple of things going.
Wow, that's
so you're
really
actually
big.
like a level 10 twink.
I wouldn't go that far.
Like pretty geared out and ready to go for this tournament. I love that. That's really exciting. I'm curious what if you had the chance, if you had more time, what would be the things you would go for to be able to be more prepared for this? Or do you think it's like now at this point it's up to the wind, like it's a whim, who can take it?
I mean, engineering would be nice, but I did a quest that gives you those like explosive rockets. So I will have some rockets, but it's not going to be like the stun grenades that you have. And just in general, I think leveling, if you can get to level 12, maybe even to 13 and get like the enchanting wand, that's like your big power spikes early on like this. So if I had more time, I would probably try to get level 13 and get the greater wand from enchanting. That would be sweet.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
I think you were in the OTK MAK'GORA tournament, right, Zico?
Yes, I was.
Right? And you made it to the grand finals, which was amazing. So, are you taking anything away from that as you come into this new competition, this slightly different kind of parameter for it? Anything that you are bringing from that fight into this one?
Well, I'm not gonna stack any shadow resist, so yeah, that's one thing I learned. The OTK did actually do a tournament like this before the level 61, and it was a little bit different, but we won that one. So I feel like I have a pretty decent idea of what to do. Yeah, in general, you got to get good matchups and just play good, and then whatever happens, happens. I'm pretty content with my prep so far.
Zico, before we let you go, I just want to say, mage to mage, I really respect that you stick to your guns and play mage no matter what. Like, I know in that OTK tournament before, everyone like fought Emerald Paladin, because it was like, oh, Pallies will be the most OP. And you just stick to your guns on mage. And I just got to say, I respect it, man. I respect it.
Thank you, man. I do appreciate that. We got to talk about mages sometimes, about SOD mages. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, we do. Actually, one more thing before we let you go. I saw Firestar leveling, my man. Firestar is out there somewhere coming for you.
Yeah, the star is shining brightly once again. Maybe we'll get the rematch. We'll see. Maybe one of the other mages can take care of him for me this time.
I would love to see that, man. But yo, thanks for taking the time to chat. I'm sure you have a lot of final preparations to get to, but I can't wait to watch these games, dude. I really can't.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It's honestly great to get these moments to chat, to kind of hear the inside perspective of how the players, whether there are celebrity guests or, even getting some of the tidbits and quotes and things that we got from the community members that are participating, to just get everybody's perspective on that side of it, because we're just over here, having a good time, doing the commentary, providing insights. But you have to remember, everybody is taking a different journey through this, and it was great to hear Zico's thoughts on it. And of course, we do have 4 celebrity guests specifically that are coming in with the MAK'GORA. We've got Josito Jones, we've got Luxia, we've got Sony and Zico, and then of course many others as well that are going to be in here, like we were talking about with the Star and the rivalry. I mean, there's going to be some good matchups. So I was curious, what are we kind of expecting from all of this? And, with the players that we have in the mix, and of course, for anybody who missed this earlier as we were talking, there is a random seed that's going to be kind of happening here with this. And we will have to see who actually gets their characters the highest, because only the characters that are that have the highest current levels will be selected into it, other than those celebrities that are going to be joining in. But all of that to say, knowing about, kind of the landscape, who we've seen running around, these rivalries and things, who are you thinking is going to show up in this? And what do you think we're going to see from some of these players? Anybody we should really be keeping an eye out for?
All right, so we've talked about Zico. Zico's a clear favorite. He's super good. He's experienced. He's ready to game. He's ready to play. C-Dank, though, we didn't call it out, but he hit level 12. He might be one of the only level 12s in the MAK'GORA tournament, which is like having that leg up. I did actually Google it. At level 12, you get Blessing of Might, which is pretty nice. And you also get redemption, so resurrection, and that's not going to be very useful, as this is a MAK'GORA tournament. You only have 1 life. Blorby is the only other level 12, so they will have that leg up. Sony D, normally playing the warrior, is level 11 on the mage, so Sony actually out leveling Zico on the mage. It's pretty impressive. And then of course Luxia at level 11 as well. And here we have the pricing for the MAK'GORA Madness. That first place, you get that Survivor pin, the Hardcore t-shirt, and an entire year of in-game time. And that second place, we got the Hardcore shirt, 6 months of game time, and then 60 days of game time for that third place, 30 for the fourth, and 30 as well for that 5th to 32nd place, for showing up, playing, and having a good time. And on top of that, we have bounties. These bounties are pretty cool. So we have those celebrity contestants Rookery was just talking about. And if you beat a celebrity contestant in the MAK'GORA Madness, you get a big Blizzard Bear. And I can't speak highly enough of this mount. I've been playing WoW since the start, guys, since 2004. And every time I see this mount, I'm like, oh, that is cool. So you get a big Blizzard Bear if you beat a celebrity contestant. And whoever gets celebrity contestants the lowest, so even if you get them, half HP and that happens to be the lowest, you get that Murloc costume as well from the OG BlizzCon, which is pretty exciting. So those are the prizing bounties for the MAK'GORA Madness.
A lot of good rewards to take away. And I mean, we've had so many today with, the Blizz Bears. They're just, what more do you want than a gigantic Blizzard Bear? I mean, just come on. All of them have been great that we've seen. But game time as well. It's nice, just have a little game time on Blizzard. The t-shirts, all of the other kind of range of prizes that we've seen. So great to see. And, as we've had these bounties and other things, we didn't want it to just be something where only the person that took home the big prize was the one that really got anything for the time, for the fun. And especially because those players that have been going since HOGGER this morning are still pretty much going now in preparation for this MAK'GORA tournament. So even while we had our raid break, they were playing the whole day, and it's great to see so many of them take home some of these bounties and additional rewards, and to look ahead for the other ones that'll be coming up with MAK'GORA. I mean, it's going to be a little bit dicey for anybody to take down these celebrity guests, I think. But, Sarth, you think they're going to do it? You think we're going to see some of the community members make these celebrities kneel?
I think one of the people that actually, Zara, you mentioned, C-Dank, who got ahead right now on the leveling. C-Dank and Blorby both participated in the level 25 MAK'GORA tournament that we held earlier this year. But on top of that, C-Dank died on his level 60 character last night in the OnlyFans run. So I think he really wants a win right now. He's ready to go for it. And Paladins right now just have this huge advantage specifically because they have that 1 hour full health regen with Lay on Hands. So I think if you have a good seed, like Zika was saying, if you have a really good competition that you just randomly get lucky and don't have to fight something that's intimidating for you, they absolutely could take it. I'm hoping to see somebody come in and take everybody down that are the celebrity contestants, but I'm also excited to see Sony come in on the mage, something we don't always see him playing as one of the world's best warrior PvP players. So it's going to be really intriguing to see what they put up. Sorry, what about you? How are you feeling about it all?
I mean, I'm a Zico fan at heart, so I want to see him take the whole thing, but he's level 10. So 2 levels behind is like, it's kind of a big deal, man. Even Sony is level 11 on the mage. So Zika will be fighting an uphill battle, and we'll see if his expertise on the mage will come into play more than an entire level or 2 levels of experience that other players have to bring to the table.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a difference there. And for anybody who doesn't know, maybe you haven't played hardcore, maybe you haven't done a lot of PvP. The big high intensity thing here is that with this particular showdown and with this, honorable fight to the death, the 1v1 from traditional Orcish culture that we have with the MAK'GORA, it doesn't sink. So whatever level you are is the level you go in. The gear you have, even as we were just hearing with Zico, the abilities, the other stuff that he picked up, the healing, all those things, right? The gearing, trying to make sure that you have everything you can to go into it. And this is a permanent 1v1 to the death. Of course, this makes much higher stakes for players in hardcore, but you're really risking it all. It's not just, oh yeah, sure, whatever, I guess I'll fight you, come at me, bro. It's like, if you do this, your character's gone if you lose. So they're dead. They're done on hardcore, which is a huge stake. And of course, for today, everybody leveling up just for the fun of it and coming in. It's not going to be anything too wild here. People know the characters might die, but I think it's still going to be a really fierce competition, and it's a great type of PvP. Zaryu, do you think, really quick before we start to transition into the next activity, do you think folks should give these duels a go on hardcore? You think they should try them? You think it's a thrill unlike any other?
Absolutely. I if you watch my stream or YouTube channel at all, I always say for the glory. And what that means is like, I mean, you could just play the game and play real safe. And there's nothing wrong with that either. But if you go in for the glory and you come out on top, it just feels so darn good. So I would say hop in and give it a go. And, you take a couple L's first. That's fine, because you can get that redemption W and it tastes sweeter than ever. So absolutely.
And our competitors here in the competition are going to be trying to get that sweet taste of victory themselves as we come in for MAK'GORA Madness next. But before that, we will have a brief break, and everybody in the chat, get yourselves ready, because I saw you all putting your answers in with the last one, because we have another fast draw duel coming up. So stick around, keep an eye out, see if you can guess what many of us failed to or succeeded to, and we'll be back shortly with MAK'GORA Madness.
Oh wow.
Okay. It's some kind of hunter.
Yeah,
it
some
sounds
kind
like
of
a hunter.
hunter. Is that long hair?
Oh, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Oh.
Please. Oh yeah.
I'm
Oh
insane.
wow. That is insane.
I always have the strong openers. Yeah, that's a pretty good one to use.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
All right, 3 words.
Looks like a foot.
Oh no. Don't tell me that.
Or a hand.
Okay, it's definitely a hand.
Is it?
What am I doing, man?
What is it? What?
I have no idea. Wait.
Oh, son of a Rugal.
Oh, please.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
insane.
insane.
You're insane.
See, that's the one I
back.
was considering to draw for the Civil Pine Forest one, and I was like, it's gonna look like another bear. I can't do it.
Yeah, this is. There's no way I could draw this. Like,
I
there's
think it's
no
This
way.
is great.
I would just take the L on that one. I think. I think we can all agree I'm the worst drawer. I feel like
I
I've
think
had
I am,
the
bro.
most amount of zeros.
No, you've done well. You've done good today.
This is gonna be really hard, so bear with me.
The something.
A pterodactyl.
Close. That didn't actually help doing that.
Is it actually a thing? Is it? He's
What
got
is
little
going on?
arms. Is that a wing or is that a hand?
In my head, this was way better.
Son of a
okay?
car.
Oh,
Oh,
no, that's not
No?
it. But
Son of something.
Um.
What?
Oh no.
You.
I'm trying to think of a better way of conveying this. No idea.
Words. Use words.
It was like pterodactyl. That's all I had.
It's got to be son of something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that,
Yeah,
but,
but what has a U in it?
Son of.
yeah.
I don't.
Oops.
That's a Morgan?
Yeah, I didn't. In my head, it's so funny. I could see the way I was gonna draw it so easily, and then none of that came out.
Okay, let's see.
It's a weapon.
Okay. Staff of Jordan.
Yeah, stuff of.
I was like still drawing the face and stuff. But you got it. Good job.
Yeah.
Here we go for the
Nice.
we'll go for the mage for Zico. I was gonna do
Why
warlock first.
mage?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Get-
That's a
Why-
mage weapon.
Oh boy.
Suspense again.
I had to think about this one.
Purple spider.
Purple spy. Another staff.
Oh god, I don't know if this is right.
Of something. Something of.
Yeah, something of something.
A weapon name, but which one? Maybe.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a mage.
It could be
using-
staff of something.
Staff. Yeah, staff of Medivh?
Maybe. Oh, maybe.
No, probably not. Staff of.
Elements. Is that one?
Yeah, probably.
Jordan. Staff of Jordan.
Oh, staff of Jordan.
Yeah. Good job.
Nice.
Hey.
Does he ride?
It's the boss fight.
I think they were just trying to hint that it's like Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh.
It's something of something. Presence of mind. Okay. Little pepper.
Where's? No,
Okay, an idea. A light bulb. The moon. Light of a loon.
Light of the
Yeah.
moon, yeah.
Light of a loon? Yeah.
Light of a loon.
Nice.
Whoa.
Whoa, how
That's a
did
good
you
one.
guess that? What?
Here we go.
That.
Those are crosses. Wait, how do I? Can I make this smaller? Okay, all right, and then we're gonna go.
I spelled that wrong.
Hmm.
Okay.
Wait, I'm trying to set it up, okay?
Health is odd.
Oh,
Oh, that's savage.
Alfie's dead.
Yeah, it's killed this one.
Oh my god, that's so savage.
Oh,
That's so funny.
Dude, nice.
Oh, what? Wait, what? I'm drawing it. Okay, I don't even know how to draw this. Like, just take the L on this, guys. Just take the L on this. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Is that a place?
Okay.
Maybe.
Little clue,
maybe
and then
Stratholm? No.
um.
I think it's an area in Eastern Kingdom. Maybe. Hmm.
Seems like a good donut to me.
I think you're hungry, bro.
Is it like?
A trap?
Oh wow.
A dungeon?
It's so hard.
Ooh.
There's gotta be a dungeon or something, no? I'm not sure.
It's so hard. Looks like, come on, bro.
Pointing to the small
I'm
thing.
sorry, bro. I feel so bad for you.
Hmm. Probably an instance. Oh. Oh, that's so hard.
This is on a lot of letters.
like a.
Definitely an entrance.
Yeah, it's an entryway to something.
Nope, not what I said.
They have like 2 windows up top.
Tombstones. Maybe.
Oh, Scarlet Monastery?
No,
Like-
that's not. Is it got a king and queen?
Oh, this is Black.
Oh,
Black
it's a
Rock.
throne.
Emperor
no.
Thaurissan.
Yeah, Emperor. Yeah.
Oh,
Thaurissan.
you're right.
How did I spell that? What?
How in the world do you spell his name?
What?
I don't know. I blacked out and started typing.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck with drawing whatever this is, Jose.
I don't even know how he looks like, to be honest. Okay. Okay, I'll bless him his. Gonna make it simple.
Ends with a D. Lord something.
Lord, yeah. Lord what?
Hmm.
Oh, Lord, it's like a Defias guy, maybe?
Yeah, what's he saying? Yeah, for sure it is, or?
What's his name? Lord? No, he's got
Um,
Edward Van Cleef. No, that can't be it.
starts with an F.
Or maybe in
Yeah.
Stockades. I don't know.
Oh, what's his name?
The mini bosses in Stockades.
Lord Falcon Crest.
Falcon Crest. Okay, this is really hard.
Okay. This. Okay. We got this.
Yeah, I don't
That
even
is
know
pretty
how. There's no way I would have ever drawn. Yeah, no.
Okay. What does this person look like again? I.
Is that a mask?
He's angry.
Edwin.
Khadgar?
Is it? It seems like it could be a Van Cleef, but it's not Edwin.
Yeah, I think it. Van. I don't think there's enough letters for Van Cleef.
Oh, you're right.
It's got a parrot. Dead. Something dead mines. Right? Or the stockades?
Is it the parrot?
Wow, these are hard.
Wow. Oh, it's the Ravenhold guy.
That's the shield, no?
What?
I should.
It
I
might
should
be
draw
shield.
the
I think he was
shields.
just like trying to draw what the word means.
Yeah, they're.
Kinda. Which is
Yeah,
pretty
the
smart to be
word.
honest.
Yeah, I should have just drawn the shields. My bad.
Is Ragnaros for sure.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Happy Ragnaros.
Right.
Gotta be.
Hmm.
Right. I have a better idea. How do I erase?
You could undo if it's not too many. Oh, it's sad now.
Okay. Come on, guys.
A bolt, firebolt.
Did you-
He died.
Majordome.
Majordome Executus. Oh my god.
That would
my
have been
gosh.
just too obnoxious to guess.
Oh no. What does this look like? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. We're just gonna try something.
Is it a demon? Sure. Oh, sure.
It fits perfectly. John Gabar.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it!
That's really good. Wow.
All in reverse, that it's really big and purple.
Yeah, no, the icon in the top right was solid.
Welcome back to the WoW Variety Show, Episode 3, You Only Live Once. The WoW Variety Show, for those of you who maybe have never seen before, is a compilation of community-friendly and fun activities intended to present something new from WoW esports. That's just a good way to celebrate fun stuff happening in the game and connect creators, celebrities, if you will, our celebrity guests, and the community all together for a fun event for your viewing pleasure. So it's been so much fun today hanging out with Sarth and Zaryu, and I know we're coming up on Zaryu's favorite point of the day, but we did have a lot of other events that happened today. We had our race to defeat HOGGER, which was a speedy race indeed, and continued all the way through to this point, as those are the same characters that will now be competing in the MAK'GORA. We also had the race for BLACKFATHOM Deeps, which is the new re-envisioned raid content in Season of Discovery. And now we're coming up on MAK'GORA Madness. Zaryu, are you ready for this? Or do you think maybe we should just end it now and just like not do the rest of the event? What do you...
I'm definitely ready for this. I mean, I've been having fun all day long. I really have. It's been a blast, but this is my favorite part. I'm a PvP guy, and this is just fun to me, so it's going to be fantastic to see all these competitors go head-to-head. Just a reminder for everybody viewing from home, we do have some prizing, some really fun stuff here. We have a Survivor pin, a hardcore shirt, and a 1-year game time for that first place finisher, and of course, that second, third, fourth. Similar stuff here, shirts, game times, a lot of fun stuff for everybody competing in the MAK'GORA Madness today. And I was just, in our break, I was looking up all of the different spells that every class has at level 10, 11, 12-ish, right? Because that's really what matters when it comes to forming a metagame, right? At level 30, at level 40, you see a different metagame start to evolve. Maybe rogues start taking off. But at level 12, or at level 10 rather, rogues don't even have kick yet. Like, rogues don't get kicked till level 12. Sarth was just telling me in the break. And I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, so rogues not having kick is a massive deal. A mage can just sheep you. I mean, you have that gouge, but you don't have like that hard interrupt, right? And paladins at level 10 or 12 have Hammer of Justice, Purify, Bubble, and Lay on Hands, that 1 hour cooldown that tops you off. And it's just like, oh my gosh, you have that much of a toolkit from a Paladin at such a low level. And that's why a lot of these contestants seem to be playing Paladins. A lot of the celebrity guests, though, like Zico, Sony, and Josito, are all playing mages. And mages at level 10 already have access to Polymorph, Frost Nova, Frostbolt, Fire Blast. A lot of these core abilities that make mages are already unlocked as well. And maybe that's why we're seeing a lot of players opt for mage. Sarth, if you had to pick a favorite class for a level, 11, 12, 10-ish tournament here, what class do you think wins it today?
Yeah, I think you really nailed it on the head, and you are one of the most like experienced PvP players in the world. It's like the thing that Paladin has as a class advantage is two separate things. You can go immune with your bubble, and then you can full heal yourself in only one of these tournaments or one of these duels with the Lay on Hands. And we don't have cooldowns resetting after your first MAK'GORA, so you are actually just limited to using that only one time. Now, it doesn't lean itself to being the highest skill gap playstyle, I would say, just for the sense that your toolkit is like one major ability, and that really then you try to hit with your auto attacks as much as like something like the mage or the rogue, which is why I think we've seen some of the celebrity contestants, some of the best PvPers in the world go with mage, where they think they can outplay kind of a class imbalance. I think at this lower level, Paladin is looking really good. If rogues would have been able to hit level 12 and get that kick, it could have been a major save for them. But rogues right now, the biggest thing they have is that sprint, that gap closer. They do have gouge to be able to close the space. And if they can bandage, they can take it that way. But those are the three classes, I think, unless we see some shocks from warlocks, that come in and really take this. Rook, as someone from more of the retail perspective, which classes do you think, even in those worlds, the lower levels would be able to win a fight against each other?
Oh, I mean, it's tough, right? Because a lot of these players is, as we were even just talking to Zico, right? Always plays mage. So of course, if you're really good at a class and you really are feeling it and you have your strategy, I think you have a really strong fighting chance. Of course, we have seen paladins be so prevalent, and when you hear that kit, when you hear those bubbles, when you hear everything else, and you're going, yeah, that would be really daunting having to go up against them for sure. I'm sure there are many other people that are feeling the same. And of course, as you can see here on our screen with the prizing bounties, these matchups in particular going to make a big difference for our community contestants who have the chance to take home these bonus rewards if their matchup just ends up being very good and their play ends up being excellent and they take down a celebrity contestant or get them to the lowest point in health. They'll either take home the BlizzCon Murloc costume or the big Blizzard Bear. So lots of goodies as well, in addition to the actual sort of main rewards that you all got to see there. But I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to go with Zaryu on this, and I'm gonna put my energy on Mage because I love seeing Mage. I love seeing its flexibility in Season of Discovery. And I want to see it just come out swinging and absolutely unleash with the arcane fury upon its enemies. So I think I'm going to lean that way, even though, of course, we're on the hardcore realm at this point. I've just been feeling mages myself a lot recently. But I mean, Zaryu, what do you think is going to be the big dominant one? Or do you think it's really a matter of just which classes are, better or worse against each other?
I would probably say Mage as well. I think in that OTK event that Zico was mentioning from a few months ago, Mages actually did quite well. The thing is, you have to take your time. So a Mage versus a Paladin duel, it can really, really, really draw out. Like, it takes a long time for that Mage to win, but the Mage can win. And one of the rules that I actually love that this tournament is doing, and there's not many rules. I guess we could cover them. There's like 2 rules. One, if you're a stealth class, you can't sit in stealth for more than 60 seconds. All right. And that is just for our viewing pleasure, so that we don't see someone just AFK for 10 minutes. Okay. That's the first rule. That's basically not even a rule. That's just like, so we can watch. Yeah. The second rule, and I love this one, the duels expire at 10 minutes. If no one kills each other after 10 minutes, both competitors lose. They are both eliminated from the tournament. Now, what does this do? This forces the competitors to play very aggressive to score a kill, or they both lose anyway, and the next seed just gets a bye. So you have to play aggressively, and if you play too passive, meaning you just run and run and run and run and run and run and run, guess what? You both lose anyway. And I actually might steal this rule for future tournaments that we run, because it's brilliant. It's like, all right, cool. We're going to see a finish because they don't want to just let it time out, right? And it's not going to be a reduel. It's just like both of them lose. So we'll see some aggressive play hopefully come out because of this rule, so that we don't see duels just never end, right? Having said that, that Mage versus Paladin matchup is one of those that could go quite a while, especially like a Zico versus C-Dank situation where both players have a lot of expertise. The Mage doesn't have a massive mana pool at this level. It's going to be hard to burst down the Paladin with no counterspell, without big burst options, right? At level 10 or 11. And then that Pally is just kind of slowly working down that Mage's mana and running them down. And once again, Paladin doesn't have a lot of mobility. So I would still say Mage, but it's not easy, I think, for Mage. I mean, that's the Mage life, right? They're hard to play. They're very difficult, right? What are you laughing about, Sarth?
If anyone's gonna pull it off, it's literally Zico too. And you're saying it earlier, but like the one that he will do that 9-minute and 57-second duel and win it.
Yeah.
Patience is a virtue, and that's why I never leveled a hardcore mage, because I just couldn't hold myself back. And watching you when you were first doing your hardcore journey, doing the elite quest in Hinterlands, you would be inside of a cave being able to take on like 3 elites at one time, whereas if they were hitting you for more than 3 seconds, you would go down. I think that skill gap is something we're really, really going to see, and we're seeing now the actual seed here. Do you want to break down the bracket for us, Rookie? What are you seeing? Rookery.
Yeah. I mean, you can all see that obviously we had a lot of people even off screen competing. So you got to see our leaderboards, you got to see who was currently at the top. But again, we have all of our top, most highly leveled participants, as we've been kind of assuming. And as we saw with the leaderboards, probably between 10 to 12 in their sort of level ranking. We as well have some of our celebrity contestants that are facing off throughout this. So if we just take a quick look down the left-hand side here. I mean, you can see Luxia is going to be facing off against Celian. We're going to have Bruzy facing off with Broody, Corbus, and Ferbussen. That's what I'm going to get for real bussin'. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the correct way. We've got FLX TV, Tiny Towel facing off. Zico, there's that mage coming in, going up against Nordak. So no immediate right off the bat like rematch with Firestar, but you know, we'll get there. Solstice with N-Wolf, Blorby versus Luna, and Infestors versus Bitpace. Now, Zaryu, do you want to take us down the right-hand side of our bracket?
Yeah, we have Sony versus Koloth, the Paladin. That's going to be one of those more like drawn out matches. We'll see if Sony will be able to close that out, or Koloth just, you know, dunking them. And then we have Warlock versus Rogue. After that, we have Weirdle versus Lom, Holy versus Fothros. That's Pally versus Priest, and that one could be a bit longer too. I don't know if I have too much like expertise there, but both classes can of course heal, and they don't have a lot of bursts, so it could be one of those situations where it's like, who is going to play more aggressive, and then whoever goes first is going to be at a disadvantage. And we have Rogue versus Warlock next, with Alex versus Nemez, and Hosey up against Pug, and Mage versus Warlock. Zico is against Nordak, and Hosey's versus against Pug. That's a hard matchup, I think. I mean, in theory, Warlocks have the fear. They're that mage counter. But Hosey and Zico, I mean, have so much experience that maybe they'll be able to overcome it. Firestar on the other side of the bracket, Pally versus Rogue with Bandor. I'm a little sad to see Firestar so far away from Zico, but who knows? Maybe they'll fight off in the grand finals. That would be incredible to see. And we have C-Dank in that Paladin mirror matchup against Drobits, and Death versus Aru. This is going to be fun to hop into.
It's funny because Zico was mentioning earlier that his biggest fear was mostly to go up against a Paladin, and he doesn't have a Paladin until like pretty much like his first two matches he can get by. So
yeah,
and depending on if one of the Paladins wins that first match, then he might go all the way until the end and not face Paladin. Something that he saw in the OTK MAK'GORA tournament, a very nice seed. And Zico's got this seeding luck as well as the most skill. He's like insane at the game and then insane RNG. So let's see how this all pans out for him.
Yeah, there's a lot here that I think is going to put up a good fight. I mean, looking at the spread of all the different classes, is this about what you expected? I mean, obviously we talked about that Paladin, we talked about the Mage, but, you know, is this something, the Rogues, of course, because they don't have that kick, because they're not going to be at the point where they're really going to have some of their most effective, but they will have that stealth, they'll have some other things. So, I mean, there's a lot here to work with, but Zaryu, you think this is about what you were expecting? Nothing fully out of left field, a really strange one that just caught you off guard?
This is exactly, I think, what we were expecting. Since this was the continuation from the HOGGER, Race to Kill HOGGER, all of these are humans, right? Which means we're not seeing any Night Elves, we're not seeing Druids, we're not seeing Hunters, because you can't be a human hunter. We're not seeing, you know, some of these other classes. Obviously, we're not seeing Shamans, because it's Alliance, right? So Pally, Mage, Warlock, Rogue, Priest is pretty much exactly what we are expecting. Those are the classes I took my notes on. Because yeah, I mean that for an Elwyn Forest starting zone to kill HOGGER, I think these are the classes. Honestly, I'm surprised we're seeing this many mages. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mages. I guess that's not that many. Paladin seems to be the clear favorite because of the PvE advantage they get. They level very quickly, and in PvP they have a lot for reasons that we've, you know, discussed a lot. I'm honestly surprised that Sony went mage and Josito went mage, because maybe I'm like a biased mage caster here, but it seems like they wouldn't be like that insane. They would like only kind of be good if you had the expertise to like know exactly what you're doing. But they wouldn't be like inherently strong. Oh, look at that. We have the contestants outside in Dunmore. Are we up by the I'm trying to remember. Oh, this is the big frozen lake. Okay, I thought we were up by like the air park here,
airfield.
Yeah. It kind of looks
Yeah.
like that. As a big frozen
Now-
lake.
This is going to sound like a very basic question, and I realize that it is, but because I know we have many folks who, again, maybe have never gone into hardcore, maybe have never done anything like this, or maybe have never tried PvP or even PvP realms. But Zarya, I was curious. So obviously we are just out here in the world. With these duels, how do you initiate a duel? Like, what's the duel protocol in World of Warcraft? And particularly in hardcore, is there anything that's kind of different about that as you look at something like this, where you are fighting to the death and where you could lose a character if you're doing this out in the wilds?
Yeah, so you can do it in two ways. You can target your opponent, right click on their name, and then just click MAK'GORA, and that will be a duel to the death. Actually, I think it literally says duel to the death. Or you can do it in a command /MAK'GORA. You can type it out. But before the duel starts, you have to agree. It's like you're like signing a permission slip. It's like, are you sure you want to risk your character? If you lose, you will die. Like, it makes it very clear, and you have to literally type out, I agree. So both players are ready, willing and able to fight, right? And they're like, all right, let's do it. So then it's a 3, 2, 1 countdown, like a normal duel. The duel flag, though, is a little fancier than the normal duel flag we might typically see in a duel. It's a MAK'GORA flag. Looks absolutely beautiful. And then from there, anything goes. The duel radius on a MAK'GORA is a bit larger than the duel radius of a normal duel. The duel radius of a normal duel is actually 3 times smaller. So the MAK'GORA is going to be, you can like really kite out a bit more, which is going to advantage things like a mage. So maybe that's why we see a couple mage picks. But man, looking at the class spread here, it's a lot of like paladins, rogues, warlocks. There are a few mages sprinkled in here or there. I'm really curious to see how Warlock's going to perform, because mentally, like in my head, Warlocks seem like, okay, you have Fear at this level, you have Health Stone at this level, you have Imp, and if you had the time to hit level 10 and do the quest, you could even unlock the Voidwalker, which I don't necessarily know if it would be best, but Warlocks are very strong at this level. I remember back in 2004, I was playing my mage and I dueled a Warlock, and I was like, what is this ability? I can't move. And it was just like constant. And that's kind of been the bane of mage existence ever since. But I love this dual
there's
location.
no way out. Right? At this level, there's no way out of the fear. No one has, other than like a paladin bubble, there's no undeads which have the racial that breaks the fear with Will of the Forsaken. Nobody has a PvP trinket at this level. Everyone has just been leveling on this hardcore realm, racing to hit a high enough level to be inside of this tournament. So all of their attention has been there. So if a strong fear goes out, it could be the sleeper pick is just have a fear go out and have your dots just truck someone down while you run away, because as you're mentioning, the radius is 3 times larger than a normal duel here on the MAK'GORAs, and that's mostly because with a normal duel you do feel very limited, and eventually you hit this wall very easily, especially as a class that wants to kite, that you need to run back into position. Now with the larger radius and longer time limit, it allows you to really do everything in your power to win this duel, because it will sacrifice your character. This is for everything, basically, and these are one and done chances. I was curious, how does the punishment from running away or losing it, not even losing, but the punishment on these duels, really, do you think it deters people from like getting away or running, Zaryu?
So yeah, if you outrange the duel and there's a 10-second countdown, and if that countdown hits 0, you get a debuff. It's called Coward. Coward will literally make your character weaker. It's I believe 20% reduction in everything. So it's just like you're weaker, and it lasts 3 days. And you might be like, oh, 3 days, I'll just go out of town for the weekend. No, it's 3 days of in-game time. So you like, if you get the debuff, you can't just log out for 3 days. It's 3 days of /played, like playing your character. If you're logged out, that timer does not tick. It's crazy. Yeah. So if you're brutal. It is brutal. I actually like it. The reason I like it is because if you run away in a duel, I mean, you kind of are a coward, right? And like let's just be honest. Like if you're running away, you should have the rest of the world should know exactly what happened. And you know, for 3 days, and that's fine. I was dueling another streamer a couple months ago, and that's exactly what he did, and he had to live with that 3-day debuff. Eventually, he died anyway from other reasons, but you know, it's just how things go. But yeah, no, I think that players will have that in the back of their minds, especially in a tournament setting of like, okay, I want to be wary of the boundaries here. Having said that, like you mentioned, the duel area is 3 times larger, right? 3 times larger than normal. So it's not like players would have to really work to get out of bounds, but like a mage player kiting and then getting feared, like we could see it happen, but I don't necessarily think we will. What gets me really excited about a scenario like this is it's a MAK'GORA tournament, right? Meaning there's no like rules set into place of like, oh, you can use this item or you can't use that item, and you can use this item. It's like whatever these players did to this point, these last many hours leveling their tunes is allowed. Like you can bring whatever you want. And one of the things that we talked to Zico about is him buying scrolls from the Tower of Azora and Elwyn Forest. And they have potions, health potions, mana potions, scrolls of intellect, spirit, stamina, that like classes can buy. And then you can use those scrolls to gain that little bit of advantage. And that's a game knowledge thing, right? It's like, if you didn't know that tower was there, now you're behind 5% or 10%. If you do know it's there, those are the advantages that contestants are looking to gain. Here again, we have a look at the bracket and some familiar faces here. We have Luxia, Zico, Sony, and Hosey as some familiar maybe streamers that you guys might watch. We also have C-Dank here. We have the legendary Firestar as well on the right-hand side of the bracket. And yeah, I think we're getting into final comms with the players so we can see, you know, get everyone caught up on the rules, what they're coming to expect here in these upcoming duels, and then we'll be off.
Can I just say that this has nothing to do specifically with the PvP, but Sony recently tweeted about how apparently the community decided that he looks just like Simba, but in human form, and I laughed so incredibly hard because once you see it, you cannot unsee it, and it's truly incredible. So Sony, I'm sorry, I'm sorry that you've become known for this. In addition to all of the incredible content that you create, and of course being a huge part, doing a lot of MAK'GORA, even doing that OTK tournament that we were talking about, Warrior in that one though. So interesting again that we haven't seen much of that Warrior here, but of course with our unique situation and setup for this particular tournament, that's led to some other considerations. But yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, go check out Sony's tweet because yeah, it's great, it's amazing, it's so good to look at.
I don't think he said he was offended by he's like, oh, come on, guys. I think it's a compliment. He's looking great. Oh, speaking of, the first duel to the death flag has dropped and Sony is still looking great. All right. We have Luxia versus Cillian here in the first duel. Now, Luxia is level 11, Cillian level 9. And like 2-level advantage is going to be absolutely massive. And the duel actually starts. Curse of Agony coming out, Immolate being casted, Hammer of Justice to interrupt. Luxia looking strong here in the opener, actually comboing a grenade to really burst him down. Fear coming out. Cillian's going to use that health potion. He still, I think, has the Hell Stone. And Cillian looking to buy himself some time and some space with those big fears.
Yeah, this fear, the second fear is going to be DR'd, so there's going to be a little bit less, but he still does have that health stone. We did see it in his hand. His character's model showed that he did use the potion. This is the third fear here, so he doesn't really have that many more. And one thing, his pet isn't even attacking right now. Luxia is using a one-hander, which means that's the best weapon he got instead of a two-hander. But he also does have Lay on Hands, so it's looking really solid. There's the health potion from Luxia, and Cillian goes down. Luxia didn't have to use bubble or Lay on Hands.
So it looked kind of close, but Sarth, as you just mentioned, bubble was in Luxia's back pocket, and so was Lay on Hands. But here's the kicker. if you use lay on hands when you don't need it, you won't have it for your next matchup. You just won't have it. It'll be on cooldown. And, you know, it's a 1 hour cooldown. And then a tournament like this, when you use lay on hands, you better need lay on hands. You don't want to waste anything that you don't need in that exact moment. So congrats to Luxy on getting that first win. I think our next matchup, we'll see Rogue versus Mage, Brucey versus Broody. And that'll be a fun one to watch. I'm really curious to see how Rogue's going to perform. You have Sprint, Gouge, of course, Sinister Strike, but no kick until level 12. So I think it's going to be tough for that Rogue to actually interrupt the gap closers from the Mage, like that Polymorph and running away or the Frost Nova.
The Rogue is going to try to probably burn it down, hope to get a resist on that Frost Nova, and try to gouge, like save your energy and try to gouge on the sheep. But if the Mage gets a sheep and regains distance, there's almost nothing a Rogue can do at this level. You don't have a gap closer and you don't have that kick like you're saying. So the Mage just needs to get the reset, right?
Yeah, and that's that's one of my favorite parts about mages. Like since back in 04, man, the reality is, as a mage, if you can skate away with even one life in a dream, you can mana shield, bandage back up a little bit, and boom, go for a big frostbolt cone of cold, or obviously not this level, but you can go for big one shots and you can turn it around. And plays like that are what made me fall in love with Mage since day one. They're just so much fun. So yeah, exactly, man. Like we'll try to just get away, build the distance, and even if it's looking poorly for the Mage, they can turn it around. One of the things that I thought was interesting early on in the tournament is Luxia using a one-hander and a shield instead of the two-hander. Like that blew my mind, Sarth. I don't know. Maybe he found a really good green shield and he wanted to use it. Maybe he found a really good one-hander. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe he was going for like attack speed for the knockback, but I was very curious about that as well. I think the Rogue it does look like the Rogue is dagger, so the MAK'GORA tournament flag is down. Brucey versus Broody, and this is going to be, the Rogue is going to go for a big damage dealing opener. You don't have cheap shot to open, not until level 24. So Rogues or maybe even 26. Rogues are struggling here. You're going to go for, which he also shouldn't have ambush, I believe, right now. It's going to be a backstab. He's just going to be pretty much be making sure that he goes for it. And Brucey's going to try to find him. He does have perception, hasn't used it, but this looks like the opener is going to happen very soon. Brucey running around trying to detect Broody.
Yeah, and there's no rule here to guarantee the Rogue opener, but he does look like he gets the backstab. Really quickly answered here from Bruce with that Frost Nova. Throws coming in. Health potion used from Bruce. Big Frostbolt Fire Blast combo. Kites coming out from Brucey. Well played. Sinister Strike lands. Brody's at half HP already, though. There's the Frostbolt. Oh, cancels the Frostbolt. Tries to build the distance. Gouge coming out. Bruce in a world of hurt. Broody, I think, can secure the deal here with one more backstabber. Eviscerate. It lands. Brucey's very low. That's a throwing knife to the face, and Bruce falls. Broody making Rogue look pretty strong here in the second round. We haven't talked too much about Rogues, but that looked like some absolutely dangerous bursts there from that Eviscerate, the throwing knife. Of course, you get the backstab opener, the Sinister Strikes. Maybe Rogues will be the dark horse that no one's really talking about.
Maybe. It was interesting that the Mage, like we were talking about, can't always just go for the reset, and that would be like they just set the entire pace of the duel. Brucey just got the actual Frost Nova out and decided, I'm going to keep pumping you right now. So he did just instantly go for Frostbolts, where Brody's did use his sprint. And that's the thing. If you can stay on top of the Mage during that sprint, that's the only possibility you really have. And then he gets the Gouge out, waited for the energy to be able to backstab into an Eviscerate, and then Brucey almost built enough space right there, but did not have enough HP to live past that throwing knife. Brooke, what do you think of these so far as someone who hasn't seen so many of these duels and these MAK'GORAs? Because these characters are deleted now.
They're gone. They are out. I mean, of course, these are the same characters that were started earlier today when the variety show began. as everybody raced to try and kill Hogger first, right? So with that in mind, they are all humans. They are all the classes that you would expect, as we talked about a little while ago, that were in that. And there is a range of different levels. I see a lot of questions in chat about this. So with all of that, everybody was allowed to level as far as they could, and they brought what they got to the table here in these. And I have to say, getting to see them right away, you don't want to get CC'd right off the bat, but you know, immediately seeing these actually go and seeing them start, that 1v1 element is so much more intense, so much more direct, even than something like Arena with the team play. It's just so tightly knit. Now, go ahead, Zaryu. I know you're watching this one, keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, so that's the health pot from the Paladin and the evasion from the Rogue. For real, Bustin lost her pants for some reason. No pants on at all, but doing well with those sinister strikes. But Corb still has the bubble and the lay on hands. I don't think it's going to be a struggle at all for the Paladin to finish. Two-hander equipped. 11 versus a level 9, so a 2-level difference here for the advantage of the Paladin. Bustin, though, getting dangerously low with no big defensive cooldowns. Corb, though, forced to bubble. That's a 5-minute cooldown, so it'll be up by the next duel. Bustin, though, going for a re-stealth and maybe food before that, so Bustin can maybe turn it around. That's actually pretty impressive. 60 seconds on the clock while the nade misses from Corbus, so it's another 60-second cooldown, I believe. Not going to be able to AoE besides that. Not what Corbus is looking for here. Now, the rules state that you can sit in stealth for 60 seconds, and Bustin doing a really good play here. He's eating right next to Corbus, but he doesn't see him.
Snack time.
That's a full reset, but the Pally has no bubble. Bustin pulling out some great plays here, going with the re-stealth, no pants on, getting dangerously close here to Corbus. No perception yet, still on cooldown. Bandage on cooldown as well. Bustin's going to open up with a big backstab, maybe a big Avis to follow. There's the Justice, the Seal of Command there from Corbus, or the Judgment rather from Corbus. Bustin 30% life, big Avis rate to follow. This is close. We're both 30% life, a little bandage coming out, but matching it with a Holy Light. Nice nade from Bustin. But the big heal lands right before the gouge. Corbus, 66% life. Another big backstab. The Rogue, Bustin's playing well, but it might not be enough. Looks like Corbus is going to fall. Bustin, nope, falls first. Corbus taking him out. Man, I've got to say, Bustin played that well. Level 9 versus a level 11. If Bustin had another level or two, Corbus might have went down there.
Yeah, if he got a crit on that eviscerate, there's a big eviscerate. Also got really unlucky with a parry on the gouge. So it looked like he went for a gouge so that he could gain some energy and go for a backstab on that second opener. And it looked like it was parried. So unfortunate for Bustin there. And that's one of the things that's very RNG, like the random luck you have in these duels, where if you get a resist or a parry or a dodge, it could mean death of your character. And that's like one of the magical aspects of the MAK'GORAs.
I will say that timing, though, with that like re-stealth and being able to eat all of that food and be able to recover leading back into it was so well timed. And I mean, yeah, they played as well as they could with a lot of that, really trying to keep some of that distance, really trying to get those ideal strikes and recovering where they could. But I mean, when you've got that huge level gap and everything else against you, you know, it's hard. It's so difficult. And you can see how that like plays out when they actually directly clash with each other, Zaryu.
Yeah, that was a lot closer than I thought. I thought the Pally might just run in and win, but it didn't really seem like it. Next duel underway, level 11 Paladin versus the 10 Warlock, and the fear lands before Flex could even get any auto attacks onto Tiny here, and that fear just so brutal, man. It reminds me of back in 2004 fighting a Warlock for the first time, and those fears will just continue to come out, 3 of them until they're fully diminished. And Flex, half HP, interrupts the next fear with the Hammer of Justice, and trying to even out the playing field with that second fear lands, and this is gonna be a bubble. Warlock looking strong.
Doesn't bubble, and you might notice Flex actually has, I think, a green mace. He got lucky and found a green mace. So this fear goes out. That's the bubble one, and he's just gonna go for it. Gonna heal back up, probably bandage. Tiny also gonna bandage most likely as he's running away. No, he uses a health pot, and a way more powerful of a health pot than we've seen from anyone else. Actually, he has a higher rank health pot. That must have gotten really lucky, or he found also the same person that Zico ran to over in the tower to actually get those HP pots. But this might be a full DR fear. Oh, it's a fresh fear. It does break on Imp. There it is. And the lay on hands gets to save himself after winning.
Oh man, I don't know. Flex gets the win, but is that really a win? He wasted the lay on hands after the Warlock died, which means he will not have that against later contestants. That is really, really scary. Oh man. Still though, well played. Flex taken out Tiny Towel. And yep, there we have. And next up we have Zico versus Zico gets a bye. We're hearing from production. Nordak did not want to fight Zico, it sounds like. And Zico instantly going to round 2. I mean, Nordak, bro, I don't blame you, my guy. I don't blame you. Zico's an absolute monster. So we're going to see Zico later on today. Next up, we'll have Solstice versus N-Wolf here. And that's the Priest versus Rogue matchup. The first, I believe, the first Priest that we're going to see come out today. Now, Priests do not have that Psychic Scream ability yet at such a low level. So Priests are really reliant on Shield and Shadow Word Pain. And the big question here for the Priest today is, did they have time to farm a wand? And there's 2 ways you can get a wand this early on. One, you can craft it, right? From enchanting and tailoring. Usually you'll make greens, disenchant them, get the mats, build the wand, or you can get really lucky and get a fire wand from a mob, usually a kobold in the Elwyn Forest starting zone. And if you get one or the other, it's going to be a massive, massive, massive advantage for the Priest. If not, you're going to have to kill without the wand, which means Shadow Word Pain and Smite. So good luck. And that's really going to be the deal breakers here for the Priest. Do they have the wand or not? Now, a class like the Mage, if you have a wand, it's amazing. If you don't have the wand, you can still kind of get by, especially like a Warlock too. Like you can still kind of get by, but the Priest needs that wand because you don't really have many other DPS options at this level. You're not just going to win by standing there and smiting, Sarth.
Yeah, it's almost impossible for a Priest. Priests are like the quintessential leveling class of put up a dot, put up a shield, and wand, right? So we're going to see if he got lucky enough to get this. It'll be huge. Solstice level 11, which is one of the highest rogues we've seen. 2 things that are good from this. It means he does have a very strong green dagger, most likely from the rogue quest. Perception out from N-Wolf so that he'll see Solstice very quickly. Actually doesn't get an opener. That'll be strong, but he doesn't have a fear, and there is no kick. Solstice healing up, does use the nade. Oh my god!
Wow. It was actually well played from N-Wolf. He threw out the marbles from the quest in Goldshire so to reduce the chance he was hit, but Solstice didn't care about the marbles. He got the big abyss, paired it with a grenade, also from the Goldshire quest, and just one-shot the Priest. So Rogues looking very, very solid today. N-Wolf goes down. Honestly, that did not even look close. Really well played from Solstice. Level 11, as you mentioned, Sarth, that's an advantage. And we didn't really mention N-Wolf got that opener. Perception, Shadow or Pain. Solstice didn't even have like the duel he wanted, and it went Solstice way. So that's pretty impressive. Next up, Mage versus Pally.
Yeah, Rogues really want to try to get the opener here, but the big fear is everyone is human. That is a massive wins. Increases the range at which you can see rogues like so much. It's like a 3 times the distance, especially if they're in front of you. So if you're a rogue, you can never get the opener if they have perception and they're facing in your direction, especially at the lower levels where you have a slower movement speed for your stealth skill. Since you don't have higher ranks of stealth and you don't have talents that can increase your stealth movement speed. So that's something that's definitely going to set them back a little bit as we move into the Mage Paladin. Blorby versus Luna here. Luna level 9, though, missing out on that Frost Nova. So Blorby not having Blessing and Freedom, it doesn't hurt too much because we don't have that Frost Nova.
So this is our first Mage versus Pally we get to witness. And look at all those dead bodies on the floor. That's one fun side note from a MAK'GORA tournament is you just see that. Luna 3 levels under. I mean, I'm going to have to say Blorby has quite the advantage going into this. No Frost Nova from Luna. Kiting with just the Frostbolt Fire Blast. But guess what? Look at Luna's mana. 58% marbles being used. But Blorby can just heal up. Look at that. Boom, heal up to almost full. Look at the mana difference, 83% for Blorby. Now down to 69, nice. Luna down to 37. Instantly has to go for a poly reset. No blink, of course, for the Hammer of Justice. And yeah, so it's going to be a poly, right? Oh, he cancels the poly to go for the heal. Another poly being casted. Big combo there. Could just be a bubble.
Ooh.
Honestly, Blorby could have just bubbled aggressively and killed him. But here's the problem.
Yeah.
Luna can eat and drink all Luna wants. What's like, but it becomes problematic because how are you ever going to build an advantage? Blorby hasn't used bubble. Blorby's going to be full mana. Like, so how do you ever actually build an advantage as the mage without the wand? Now, if you have the wand, you can kite with rank 1 Frostbolt and wand forever and build a slow advantage over many minutes. But without the wand, level 9, it's going to be tough for Luna.
Honestly, I was
love
kind of
Blorby.
shocked that we didn't see the bubble come out because I think you could have bubbled and cancel aura'd it just for one melee attack to get the win, right? At the end.
Yeah.
So Luna is really hoping to win this long game, which is the real advantage of a mage. But again, like you were saying, not having the wand really hurts that long game. Blorby just needs to connect. Each one of these hits does so much damage. Look at that, 30% damage per hit.
Oh.
Blorby's approach was slow and relentless. The constant walk approach was so intimidating. Just like as you watch Luna racing away, kiting out as far as they could possibly go, and Blorby's just standing there, like weapon in hand, walking across the ice. It was very ominous. But I mean, you could see that all that Blorby needed was that opportunity to get in there and to actually really be able to whittle away after, you know, mana and other resources have been just completely depleted, which of course will take our next winner into the bracket. So you'll see that Blorby there. We're almost through our first set of our matches here, and Blorby's new opponent is soon to be determined with this last one with Infestors and Bit Paste. But I mean, Zaryu, how are you feeling about these matches so far? That last one, when it was over, it was swift and definitive.
So Blorby is one of the highest levels in the entire tournament. He made it to level 12, right? The second highest level, C-Dank, is also level 12, but most other players are level 11 or under. So I'm scared for who has to fight Blorby, because that's a pretty big advantage. You get another level of Blessing of Might, and of course, just the HP and health and mana advantage that you get as well. Bit Paste versus Infestor, Pally versus Lot coming up right here. We have the full Fear, life tap, big damage coming out, but the Fear RNG just out of range there on the big damage. Looks like Warlocks are owning and chewing up these Paladins. I don't know where the Imp is at. I'm looking for the Imp. Maybe I'm blind. Big Holy Light coming out to heal back up here from Infestor, but so much damage connecting as well. Looks like Infestor is just not healing as much as you might expect. Of course, Bubble and Lay in Hands still in Infestor's back pocket. Life tap into the first aid coming out from Bit Pace. Big kites, really well done. Curse of Agony lands. I think Bit is waiting for that next Fear Diminishing Return to expire.
There was a dodge there, which was actually pretty big for Bit. That was going to be a lot of damage for Infestors. Infestors is going to have to bubble here very soon, or else he's going to go down. But Infestors also hasn't really used his Hand of Justice. So Infestors actually does live out that fear and then just goes for a full heal and starts drinking. Can actually get full mana up. And BitPace now summoning the Imp. So it looks like the Imp just wasn't around and he didn't notice. Goes for the fear, but this is going to be a DR fear. Doesn't even get it off because that Hodgin just so much damage instantly within there.
Health Pot and Health Stone used at the same time. They have separate cooldowns, topping off Bit Pace back to 100%, but Infestor's damage is crazy. Almost took him back to 45% instantly. Big Shadow Bolt lands. Positioning is huge here. First aid coming out from Bit Paste. We're going to need more spacing. If that Pally connects, it's not going to be fun, and he does. Marbles lands. It probably won't be enough. Full Fear connects. Fear's only up for another second or two. Bit Paste, what's your plan? Looks like he's going to try to go to full distance here and try to eat with the server ticks, and decides to just eat and go for that Corruption Agony cast. Infestor is still half HP, has mana to work with. And another fear coming out. It's probably going to be over right there, but no! Another fear lands.
Wow.
That might actually be a full one. If Bit Pace, oh no, it's quarter diminished, and Bit Pace is really in a world of hurt. Infestor, though, going to be forced to play defensive with those Holy Lights, top himself back off a little bit. One or two more hits, and Bit Pace will be dead. 3-second Hammer of Justice comes out, and boom! Infestor takes out Bit.
That was a really
incredible
good duel.
fears. Yeah, that was so good. I like how we sit here for a second, just in silence afterwards, like silently saluting the fallen. I mean, yeah, bit paste, absolutely some great timings there on that. Those like 3% every time, like 3% health, barely alive, getting that fear so well timed, but I mean, obviously unable to just land the additional damage to finish it off when they were bleeding out so much on that. I mean, Sarth, what were your thoughts about that match?
I think Paladins have been playing it relatively cool. We haven't seen any Paladin use an aggressive bubble. They've all been saving it in case they need to use Lay on Hands or a bubble later. So they're playing really well. A lot of these major CDs are held. There's only one Pally that's used it. And everybody, as you can see, the prizing bounties, you can also, everyone who gets one of the celebrity contestants to the lowest amount of HP, if you are that person, you win a BlizzCon Murloc costume. And if you beat one of the celebrity contestants, you win a big Blizzard Bear. Now, one of the people actually backed away from fighting against Zico because Zico is an intimidating opponent. But Sony now, the Mage versus Paladin duel, which is one of the ones we have not seen a Mage win yet, but he does have 2 levels on this Paladin, and he is outputting insane damage.
Colo going into bubble right away. And now this is exactly what Sony wants to see. From Sony's perspective, you can just go for a reset here and then kill him with that bubble. Or Colo didn't heal. You can just kill him, and Sony's going to do that. Take him out. That was a very, very one-sided duel here for Sony D. Looking like an expert on the mage. I think we kind of missed the start of that duel, but it looks something like max range, fireball into a frostbolt, fire blast, bubble was forced. After the bubble, the heals didn't come out. Frostbolt, fire blast to finish with a grenade.
With the nade, yeah. That was that's the thing we've seen in so many of these lower level MAK'GORA tournaments is just when mages get the chance, they delete you with a big combo with the Frostbolt or Fireball into a Fire Blast and a nade, and it's like 70% of the opponent's HP. And if you have to use the bubble to try to close the gap, that is one of the worst things you could possibly have to do. And mages really have to just play it safe, use that sheep and build the space like we were talking about earlier, which is something we didn't see in some of the earlier duels. But really, if you just play it slow and steady, mages have this advantage where you can just stay away from and kite Paladin forever, hopefully. So next up, we have Warlock versus Rogue, another one where the Rogue is going to try to do as much damage quickly, but if the Warlock gets off some good fears, the Warlock can be in a good position. The Rogue just needs to burn down the Warlock and also try to get that gouge off. The Rogue is actually using a sword or a mace, something we haven't seen yet. We've only seen backstab rogues so far. It looks like we have a mace, and I would anticipate a dagger in the offhand. Yes, it looks like a dagger in the offhand. So he's going to do a lot of damage, but he doesn't realize that the perception just sees him from Narnia. Sprints
2 sinister strikes
into the
landing.
fear. So he is going to be feared so far. That is the worst time to sprint.
That
And now it's
sprint
gonna
is
be
doing
gone.
negative work there, man. He's just sprinting infinitely far away, and that's not the direction Lom wanted to go, unfortunately. Gouge coming out to interrupt that immolate, but the agony slowly ticking Lom's down. Weird going in for another fear. Barely lands, but man, fear is just so strong at this level. What are you going to do if your Loms, you have the dots ticking? Weird is kind of just staring at him, just looking like, all right, you're going to die, Lom. Good night. Oh, but the health pot comes out. Imagine Lom turns it around. Let's see a big crit on an Abyss or something, but Weird's going to have the Hellstone of his own, topping him back off to at least 75%. Corruption landing. Evasion's not going to do much, but hey, why not? If you're going to die anyway, big Abyss! No way! Lom might finish it. It's close. Big nade coming out. Oh my god, the life tap almost killed him after as well. Weird takes him out.
That was so
But
good.
Lom actually came back there. I feel a little bad counting him out too soon. I'm like, oh, he's dead. But like the HP pot, the big Abyss crit, it almost went the other way. So I have to apologize to Lom on that one. That was a pretty close duel.
Yeah, if Lom would have saved that sprint for after the first fear, he could have closed the gap faster, and like one extra melee attack would have been the difference in winning that duel, especially that big Abyss crit. He actually really did a great job of coming back there. Weird L that was intimidating, so everything needed to pop off. Next up, we have Holy Sax Boy and Father. This is our first Paladin Priest duel in our second of only 2 priests in the bracket. I think Fatherus is going to have to just run away as much as possible. What?
Okay, so we haven't seen Pally Priest yet, and this is one of the matchups. They can both heal, right? Like, this is one of them that will and probably will go pretty long. So just to underline the rule once again with time limits on these duels, for our viewing pleasure, a really cool duel rule has been added. In these duels, if the duel goes longer than 10 minutes, both players forfeit, both players lose, nobody moves on. So what does that mean? That means that one or the other player has to play aggro, right? Because if you don't, you're going to lose anyway. Instead of just turtling defensive forever, we have the duel underway, and it looks like Holy Sax Boy is doing very well early on. Fatherus just dying. There's the potion. Of course, the priest has a lot of heals, but there's no way the priest is going to have the mana to support anything offensive anytime soon. Lesser heal coming out, and man, I might just eat my words. This is not going to be a very long duel at all. Holy Sax Boy making this look one-sided. So much damage connects. Father goes down. Holy Sax Boy is taking a very convincing W.
And the salute. What did you think of that one, Rook?
Oh, I love, you know what, add a little flair. You know what I mean? In real duels, you'd usually have some kind of sword salute that you would do beforehand, or that was indicative of you or your school. I know this because I might be a secret big sword nerd, but might as well in a game as well. We have emotes. Get in there, leave your little stamp on it, you know, go for it. I mean, that was over so fast. And of course, like you were talking about, Zaryu, there was the possibility that both of them just have a lot of sustain. They have a lot of throughput. They have a lot of healing. But that aggression and as well, that kind of knowledge of, hey, one of us has to push this or we will lose, that 10-minute marker, just like you were bringing up, absolutely puts this pressure on. And if you can come in fast in a match that otherwise looks like it could be a really long battle of attrition, and then really swiftly press the offensive, it can catch your opponent off guard, and it absolutely did. And now, while this next match is going to be a pretty fun one here. We've got this Warlock versus the Rogue. A little reminder, too, that in the match following this, there will be another opportunity for our bounties. So we have 2 bounties that are currently active during the MAK'GORA tournament for whoever is able to get a celebrity guest the lowest hit point wise, or for whoever is able to kill a celebrity guest. So as we have our next celebrity guest after this match coming up, keep an eye out because there are prizes on the line. I'll turn it back over for the rest of this match, Zaryu, but it looks like it might be over here in just an instant as that damage goes out and Alex falls. You want to give us the breakdown of what just happened?
So
Pain.
Nim is a human, and Nim decided to use perception, which is a very good choice. And Alec got found in that perception, dotted up, and never could close the gap. So Alec basically never even touched the Warlock, got kited out. The dots did some work, and it was GG before it even started. But yeah, like you were saying,
rogues are really gonna need to hide because rogues are 2 levels lower. Sorry for interrupting, but he was 2 levels lower, and perception. He's gonna see you forever ago. But go for it, Zar.
Yeah, I was just saying Josito versus Pug up next, and we have those bounties. So if Pug beats Josito, Pug gets a BlizzCon Blizzard Bear, like big Blizzard Bear, like which is one of my personal favorite mounts like ever. So that is really, really, really cool. But whoever gets the celebrity contestants the lowest, and the celebs in this tournament are Josito Jones, Sony, Zico, and Luxia. If you even get them the lowest, you get a BlizzCon Murloc costume. So say Pug gets Josito to like 30% and then loses, you still might come out a winner here, Pug. So try your absolute hardest. And who knows, the Mage versus Warlock duel so far, Warlocks have been showing up. Fear's been powerful. The dots have been ticking down. Josito could go down the first duel. I mean, I'm not doubting Hosey here, but I'm saying it could happen. So this should be a pretty exciting one, Sarth.
Savage. Thinking Hosey's going to go down, guys. Mark that on the record. Zar thinks Hosey will go down in his first duel here on the MAK'GORA tournament.
Right.
And that we've all heard it here today. Yeah, the mage versus the warlock. Hosey's gonna probably go for a lot of damage quickly before he ends up having to deal with that fear. You can't really do a full reset here because you're gonna get whittled down from the dots if you don't, right? So I mean, technically you could, but you'd have to deal with the imp. And at these lower levels, I don't know if it's worth it to not try to just go for as much damage. And if you're feared very far away, you just sit down and drink. But this is actually one of the scarier duels I would anticipate for a mage at this level, mainly because of that fear and the inability to really deal with it. What would be the strategy you would play if you were in the mage in this matchup?
Okay, so fear has a shorter range than Frostbolt, right? So fear has a 20-yard range, I believe, in Classic WoW. Okay, so the strategy the mage wants to come out with is to outrange the fear. Since you don't have any pillars to work around, what you want to do is just play further than 20 yards and, of course, closer than like 30 so you can attack. So there's like this 10-yard distance that you're trying to hover in, and the warlock won't be able to ever cast a fear. So if you're the mage, you want to kite out far. If you go close to the warlock and you get feared, it's not going to be a good look. Of course, there's no counter spell. There's no way to really stop those fears. And I think Josito will definitely know this, right? Going into the duel, that the name of the game is to stop those fears with the positioning. And that's what the best of the best do almost in their sleep, right? Without even thinking about it. All right, let me try to either range this or line of sight this, right? And not let my opponent use their most effective spell in the first place. Like, what's the best player on fear? Don't let them fear, right? And I think that's what he's going to be going for if I had to guess, Sarth.
Josito heard you, sort of theorizing his downfall and has appeared in the chat. Just so you know, just so you're both aware over here, Josito, I think you're gonna win. I think you're gonna take the whole thing. Don't listen to these two, but it's anybody's game in this. But Josito, I really believe in you, and even though they were forecasting otherwise, I think you're gonna do great. Now we're obviously hopping in it. So, Sarth, if you'd like to take it away on this.
Yeah, Hosey does open with the sheep. Actually, the sheep has a shorter cast than the fear. Gets the sheep and then kills the pet. That actually gives him the advantage of being able to do the resets later. Even with the sheep gonna break in 2 seconds, he'll maybe go for another sheep really quickly to then start doing the range. There it is. Yeah, it goes for the second polymorph. Now he's gonna go for the big damage. Double fireball into a third fireball, which has incredible range. Pug is just whittling down. There's no chance you have 10 seconds to cast another summon of an imp. These rank 1 fireballs, there is the mana pot or the health potion, throwing up dots but not being able to get in range to get that fear. Like you were saying, Hosey is staying at max range and he's just going to whittle him down, and Pug needs to try to eat now, where Hosey's going to eat every time he drops combat, and Pug doesn't have actually something like a pet in combat to keep Hosey there. So he actually does get the full resets. I'll let you finish this one, Czar.
Yeah, I think it was really smart from Josito to kill the pet. Imagine if the pet wasn't dead right now, right? Like, it would be tough. Hosey killing the pet was just really smart. I think Hosey did get down to about 60% life, and that's the lowest a celebrity contestant has been down to, I think. So at this point in the tournament, Pug would be getting that BlizzCon Murloc costume, but we'll have to get admin's confirmation on that. We have that Curse of Agony coming in. Big fireballs landing. Pug returning fire.
Oh,
Corruption's
huge
ticking
damage
down as well, but yeah, Hosey might be able to finish him off here. Big Frostbolt being casted. Healthstone might be available still. Hosey sitting down to eat and drink. Really well played. I think Pug used the health pot. Might still have the health stone in his back pocket. Corruption, Agony combo being casted. Pug trying to kite him out. No fear range. Of course, Hosey taking him out. And Hosey looks like he's about 35% or so from Pug there. So we'll have to keep that number in mind. That was pretty well played. Hosey did have a 1 level advantage on Pug as well. And now those types of things come into play. And yeah, like I said, before this duel, I have full confidence in Josito to win the duel. I didn't doubt him for a second, and I knew he was going to come out on top. And I was like, yeah, just pretty confident in Josito's ability to PvP here today and show up. And it really wasn't even close.
Yeah, you're right. And I really didn't know if Hosey was going to be able to pull it out. I was a little bit nervous for him, you know, as a BlizzCon competitor in multi-rank 1. I was like, maybe he doesn't know the strategies, but it looks like he pulled it off. This unknown Hosey guy, random celebrity of ours, it actually crushed that one. Great job with the range. And yeah, the killing of the imp, like you were saying early on, really allowed him to do multiple resets on that, playing that really well. And it's actually a class we do not see Josito play all that often, at least in the classic versions of World of Warcraft. He's usually playing a priest in a lot of these duel tournaments. So going mage seems like a really solid choice, and he's playing it really well. What do you think we're going to see with these last few duels, Rook?
I mean, we've got some good ones ahead of us. Of course, we know that Firestar, all the way across the bracket, has a huge arch nemesis in Zico, in that they've been up against each other before. They've gone head to head, and Zico's got something to prove. So, of course, we want to see if Firestar is going to make it through here. But just like we talked about earlier, there is a chance here that Firestar goes down. And even though we've seen Paladins being so strong, particularly at these level thresholds, and with what's available to them, with the unique nature of this tournament, which for those of you who are just tuning in, because I've seen some faces coming into the chat asking questions. We did start this event earlier today. So hours ago, we started this, and the characters you're seeing played right now are all human and alliance, because we began the day with a race to kill Hogger. So that's why the classes are the way they are, and also why there's a discrepancy in levels. All players had the same amount of time to get their levels as high as they could, and then finally come meet here on the MAK'GORA battleground. Now we're going into it, so we're gonna have to see, but Firestar has to stay in here if he's gonna face off again, Sarth.
Yeah, Bandarevs actually uses his bag of marbles. He's using slice and dice, so he's keeping up slice and dice. He does get broken out of stealth on the opener, which is something that we always expected that was going to happen. It looks like a resist on the Hand of Justice. This is actually a dice advantage for Bando, but there was a big health potion from Firestarves. And we also I saw Bandarevs did have a potion of defense on himself, giving a little bit. Oh my God, Paladins just hit so hard. Firestarves did like 40% HP with one hit right there. And that's the big fear as a rogue, is just face tanking any of the damage from the Paladin. Firestar really on that hunt. He's got to make it all the way through to the end to take Zico down if Zico keeps winning. So we're going to see how that goes. He's got a vendetta.
I think there's a reason why the competitors chose to play Pally today. Like you can see how strong they are at this level. Like it's really, really one-sided, especially against like Pally versus Rogue. Now, we saw Sony take out Koloth, Mage versus Paladin, and it looked really one-sided the other way. So as the Paladins move up the bracket and fight harder and harder opponents, we'll be able to see how they face off against mages and warlocks, etc. Next up we have Seedank versus Jobis, which is a Paladin mirror, which will be great to see. Seedank has that level advantage, of course. But in the second round, we're also going to see Hosey fight Firestar. And I believe Zico and Hosey are pretty good friends. That'll be kind of cool. Maybe Hosey can avenge him if Zico doesn't get to fight him. Oh man, I feel bad for Jobits here. I mean, it's not that the duel's over, but Seedank has a 3-level advantage. And like 3 levels when you're only level 12. I mean, that's tough. Hammer of Justice coming out from Seedank first. Jobith, Hammer of Justice to follow Seedank. Bubble aggressively insta-cancels it. The aggro play. Bubble as a trinket. Jobith, you're in trouble. Pot and Bubble combined. Tops him back off. Seedank going for the heal himself. The aggressive pressure from Seedank being Cassidy's faking a Holy Light from something. Doesn't quite get the Holy Light off. Jobith holding his own for the time being. Of course, both Paladins still have Lay on Hands in the back pocket. Jobith, you better use it before you fall, my friend. Oh, there it is. Come on, Lay on Hands, Lay on Hands, Lay on Hands. It's got to be. Nade might have resisted there, or else he would have been dead. Jobith going back up to half-life. That resist kept Jobith alive. No Lay on Hands. Man, if Jobith Lay on Hands.
No, because he had the debuff, the Paladin debuff. So you can choose to go with the bubble, or you can choose to go with the Lay on Hands. Seedank, though, the first one of the aggressive bubbles we've seen this entire tournament, instantly bubbled right as he got hodged. And so right as he got stunned, he bubbled and cancel aura'd the bubble, because you cannot melee attack while you have the immunity from the bubble. So he just used it aggressively like a PvP trinket. So that was a big play there, but it could have been, yeah. So that's the trick. Are you going to choose to use your bubble? If you do, I think you have to wait a minute before you can use lay on hands. So it's like, what is going to work for you? But Jobith actually resisting that nade at the end, he could have gotten like one big crit on C-Dank. That actually was a lot closer than it looked even. So that was a good duel, especially with the 3-level disadvantage on a Paladin mirror match. That is actually one of the largest disadvantages you could have. That, or like the same would be like a Rogue versus Paladin, where a lot of your damage is just that head-to-head hump.
Yeah. Next up, we have the Warlock versus Rogue matchup, and that'll be fun to see. We're getting some feedback here that lay on hands does not work, or you can lay on hands with Forbearance in Classic, but in Wrath, I think is when they made it so you can't.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, I believe you can. But the chat is also saying, man, chat is never wrong. Twitch chat, you guys are on one. Lay on hands is level 10 anyway, so he's level 9. So he had no lay on hands at all because he's level 9.
No.
So he didn't we're double wrong there. But Twitch chat is right once again. Casters 0, Twitch chat 1. We have Death versus Aru coming up next in the Rogue versus Warlock. Warlock's just doing so well today. But we have seen big bursts come out from Rogues. So like there's the Perception. Man, Aru's getting found early on, gouged to interrupt or pseudo interrupt the fear. Well played, another fear being casted. No way to stop that one though, Aru's. And if I'm Deaths, I'm just trying to get far. But the fear breaks early. It's exactly what Aru's is looking for. Potion, I'm sure, going to be used here any second to keep up the aggressive assault here from Aru's. There's another gouge coming out. It's DR to Aru's. Just nope, no pot. Oh, the big abyss almost does a counter kill here on the Death, but Death cheats Death, survives, and Aru's falls.
That actually was really close. Aruvs didn't end up using a potion. Could have taken it there. There was that big eviscerate, so like it looked like a lot of damage output from Aru, who could have taken the win, but Death did get it. There was too early. One of the Warlocks earlier actually didn't end up using their pet's damage at all the entire time. So they didn't want to break any of the fears, but it looked like the pet did break both of those fears almost instantly, which gave Aru the chance to win it. But still, Death's the level 11 versus level 9 matchup, taking it there with the level advantage. That does conclude the first round. How was that for you, Rook? How did you like this?
It's great. It was awesome. Honestly, it is so fun. PvP is one of those things where I think a lot of times folks just assume if they are, more PvE oriented, or they think, maybe I'm more a casual player, so there's no way I would like PvP. But when you see the back and forth, it's literally just this like conversation almost where both of the classes, you're throwing everything out, you're responding to it, you're using what you have, and it's so dynamic and it's so in the moment, and seeing how players can get clever about it, especially in unique circumstances, like with this MAK'GORA tournament, MAK'GORA, excuse me, I'll say it with the correct pronunciation. It's so cool to see how even in just the fastest exchanges, you can have this sequence of events, the back and forth, what you're trying to do to combat it. It's what makes PvP so fun and what makes it so much more dynamic than any other game mode, because you never know what a person's going to do. You have an idea, you can get experience, but it's different than just knowing exactly what happens in a fight or what those boss mechanics are, which is amazing. And we do have a little report here as we get into our next round that so far the lowest of our celebrity guests, the lowest amount of health they've gotten to is 31% on Luxia, but this is also per celebrity guest. So there will be 4 of these bounties and these bonus bounty prizes going out for whoever gets each of those 4 the lowest. So Luxia currently the lowest at 31%, but each of those will have a winner as well. And I'll turn it over to you, Sarth, as we get into the first of our next round.
Yeah, this is actually a major advantage for Broody. Broody does want to full reset. He's going to sprint away and actually get a full reset. So we've already seen the perception being used from Luxia's side, which means Broody probably will be able to get an actual opener here. Luxia down to 38% mana. And one of the things that Luxia did was open with a Hand of Justice when he saw him in stealth, which gave Broody the advantage of being able to actually use evasion and not get stunned through evasion. So he had full evasion. Now, usually having a shield and a one-hander would be a massive advantage for the Paladin, but I think it's going to be a little bit less of an advantage at this level because of how low the shield is doing. But Luxia actually does there use the health potion, getting Broody very low. Oh, and blows him up with that nade from the actual quests over in Elwyn Forest. That was a lot of damage there. The health pot for the win.
So congrats to Luxia. That looked great. That was really well played. I'm curious when Luxia eventually has to fight another Paladin, and actually definitely now looking at the bracket in this next round, whether it's Corvix or FLX, will the one-hander and shield be a net positive or a net negative? So of course you're going to do a little less damage, but you're going to be a little tankier. So are you going to take, since you're taking a little less damage, but dealing a little less, is that going to be a net positive or a net negative? Time will tell. You know, it's probably close. I don't know. My gut is telling me that the two-hander is probably better at this level, but we'll have to wait and see. Next up, we have Corbus versus FLX, and the Paladins have been absolutely slaying, and we'll see which Paladin comes out on top here. I believe both of these contestants had two-handers equipped, and we'll see that in just a second as Corbus is role play walking. I do not believe this was a role play server, but Corbus does not care. The slash bow is coming out, the RP walking coming out, and I respect it. Looks like FLX though has a bit more buffs on his side. Yeah, the priest, stamina, the mage int, the shield, and the two potions from FLX. FLX looks really prepared here. However, both Paladins are sitting at level 11.
Scroll for some extra armor also there. FLX is the one Paladin I saw that I mentioned, I think has like a level 6 BOE green two-handed mace. So he does have an advantage there, and a lot of the Paladin duel is a head-to-head. And Corbus getting a huge advantage here, which starts off strong. There is the bag of marbles on the side of FLX being used. And now he's kind of catching up. Doesn't actually damage him during the Hodge. One thing that happens when you are stunned is that you cannot dodge or parry. So you can guarantee some big hits, or you can go for the heals. And it looks like they both decided to go for the heals. The bubble here on the side of Corbus, FLX still has bubble and does have lay on hands. And like you were saying earlier, I guess you can use both in Classic. I'm a Paladin noob in Classic. And FLX's health potion doesn't heal him too much, actually. So we're going to see FLX getting really low, kind of needing to run away. Doesn't actually use any of those things.
Oh my gosh. FLX getting kind of cheesed there with a lot of bursts. That's never how you want to go out. And it's crazy too, because FLX had like that the power word fortitude, the arcane intellect, the scrolls, the buffs, and Corbus just takes him out regardless. Man, that is never how you want to go out if you're FLX.
Yeah, massive advantage. Doesn't end up using bubble. Didn't end up using lay on hands either. I think FLX actually used lay on. I think FLX might have been the one who had to use lay on hands right at the end of the duel as he was winning the first duel. So didn't end up using bubble here. Just getting Corbus got a lot of crits and a lot more damage, even against the buffs, the extra stamina and armor and strength that FLX had with all of those consumables. It was that was a huge win for Corbus. I think that was a big W. That was so far one of my matches of the day.
Speaking of exciting matches for the day, we have Zico up next versus Solstice, and we're getting word from production that the first person to even hit Zico is going to get him to the lowest life total so far and get that BlizzCon Murloc bounty costume, which is kind of funny because Nordak didn't show, and so we'll see if Solstice can even get Zico down to 99% and get some type of victory here. And dual flag is down. We have El Goblo, aka Zico, versus Solstice. Solstice actually has that level advantage and sharpening blade too, and food buff, blessing of might. Solstice looking like he's coming prepared here, so we'll see if El Goblo can take him out. Zico, though, of course, super prepared, has that Frost Nova. Since he is level 10, will be able to kite out Solstice quite well. I can't wait for this one. It looks like Solstice might have a green dagger there. Looks like he does.
Like Blade of Cunning. It looks like the the quest dagger, so which is like 6.4 DPS, maybe it's 6.2, but that thing is going to hit really hard. Zico's going to play this the long way. He's not going to go head to head and try to DPS him through like backstabs. Zico's just going to reset him and then end up kiting him forever. That's like most likely going to be the strategy. Solstice, if he's playing smart, is going to really want to try to wait out that perception. The perception is the strongest thing that everyone has here against rogues. Zico uses it instantly. Solstice is actually moving in as far as he can, and he actually a good advantage. If you're behind the person using perception, it doesn't help you nearly as much as in front of you. So Solstice is playing far back, waiting out that perception, which is going to be a huge play. I think this is like one of the biggest chess matches that we're going to see is going to be the Mage Rogue. Oh.
So that was well played from Solstice. Like you mentioned, Sarth, yeah, waiting out the perception is like what probably every rogue should be doing. You just max range, wait it out, and then come in. And the sap comes out to guarantee this big backstab. Okay, big damage coming out. I love the early use of the nade. Maybe you'll wait for the cooldown for the second one. Frost Nova, distance, polymorph, bandage. Perfect play here from Zico to stall out the duel. Looks like Zico's going to get some distance. He's going to eat and shrink up. But that poly could break at any moment on the heartbeat. Looks like there's 7 seconds remaining. Re-polymorph. 9 seconds left now. Fireball max distance into a rank 1 Frostbolt. Massive damage coming out and the slow. Here's the sprint. The big aggressive assault here from Solstice. But another Frost Nova to answer. Throws coming out. He's not Gnome, so he's going to sit that Frost Nova full. And Zico, looking like the pro he is. I don't know how Solstice is going to close the gap. Big health pot, bringing Solstice up higher life. Zico might have to sheep and reset this out, but no. Another Frostbolt lands. Shoot. Oh, a wand from Zico. And that's one of the things we are talking about. Having that wand. Resist on the rank 1 Frostbolt. Solstice is going to be able to get close. Zico's completely out of mana. Here's the throws coming out. Wand versus throw, though. This wand. If Zico didn't have this wand, I don't know what he would do right now. But with that wand, he's going to be able to take out Solstice. Big pot to full just to guarantee it. And good thing he did, because if he didn't, that nade might have taken him out. Good foresight from Zico. Solstice falls. Man, if Zico didn't pop there and was kind of like overconfident, the early nade from Solstice means there was a second nade after 60 seconds, and that nade would have taken out Zico if he didn't pot right when he did. So that was actually a very, very well thought out potion from Zico. Like that was critical to use that. And if Zico didn't have the wand, it would have been an entire different story. I think that was really well played from Solstice, of course, really well played from Zico. But the preparation with the potion, the strategy, and the wand ultimately had Zico coming out ahead.
Yeah, and one resist on a Frost Nova would have been the difference on that as well. It was such a close duel. That was the best duel we've seen from Rogue against a Mage. And that was the first time we've seen a Rogue actually wait out that perception. What were you saying, Rook?
Oh, I was going to say, and that does mean that even though Solstice lost that particular matchup, Solstice is going to be currently in the lead for that bonus bounty prize, having at least landed a hit on Zico. So bonus bounty at least in your back pocket, even if you couldn't take victory with you. And I mean, this has been incredible. And so that everybody knows, everyone had equal opportunity, just as a heads up. So again, everyone had about 3 hours today to level. They could gather buffs, they could get items, they could look for various gear. Everybody was available and open to being able to do that. It's a fun community tournament and has been a fun day of events celebrating Season of Discovery. So rules were fairly lax. I'll toss it over. I hear the wincing. Sarth, take it away.
So on this side, one of the crazy things we're seeing, we just saw the lay on hands from Blorby. Blorby is at 0 mana, which is really going to set him back a little bit. Infestors is actually looking really, really solid. He's going to stop here. The one thing that Infestors was doing early on in this duel, and I don't know if anyone noticed it, he was switching between a one-handed and a shield and a two-hander. But the issue was he wasn't allowing the weapon swing to go out, and not allowing that to go out. When you switch weapons in Classic, it actually completely resets your weapon swing. So that did set him out in a disadvantage, but he gets a huge stun here and uses the lay on hands. Infestors takes it for the win. That was a very close duel between the two paladins and was able to take it back. Blorby had to use that lay on hands really early, and having that mana disadvantage in the re-engage definitely set him behind. Look at those buffs, Czar.
Infestor coming prepared, but Blorby was the highest level in the tournament, level 12, I believe. Infestor down 1 level, but came prepared with the buff. So it's like, what would you rather be? Level 12 with improved Blessing of Might, or level 11, but you had maybe better gear, more buffs, right? And like you guys just mentioned, it's how you partition your time. Everybody had the same couple of hours today to prepare for this MAK'GORA Madness tournament, and whoever prepared, better with that same allotted time is going to come out ahead here. And it looks like Infestors did just that. Moving on to the other side of the bracket, though, we have Sony versus Weird Ellie. This is Mage versus Warlock, and this can be a close duel either way. Duel flag down, and we're in it right away. Polymorph being casted, and the pet being killed. Taking a book out of Hosey's page here. Sony also has a wand. That is really, really, really impressive to get a wand that fast, either a drop or from tailoring and enchanting. It can be made that quickly. Polymorph will probably break any second here. Another Polymorph being casted. It breaks instantly. Repolyed. Well played there from Sony. Sony's going to max distance. Knows there's no hurry here. Wants to eat back to full. And Weird Ellie just trying to slowly push in and get some aggression going. Curse of Agony lands. Fear being casted. And oh no, the Fear lands. Sony does not max range that Fear. But the Fear actually goes out of range, so no damage continues. And Sony looks like he's probably in the lead even after a big Fear coming out. Bandage being used there. Just a tick or two. Immolate lands. Corruption lands. Shadow Bolt being casted. Sony's in a world of hurt here. Weird Ellie has some big dots up onto Sony. Big Hellstone from Weird Al. Sony's going to have to reset this out. Uses a potion, though. Maybe not. Weird Al, do you have a potion of your own? Looks like you do. This is neck and neck. Big Frostbolt. Sony playing aggressive here. Big Shadow Bolt to land. Another Fear, though, onto Sony. Curse of Agony taking him down. Sony's max distance here. 6% mana onto Sony. Weird Al in hot pursuit, trying to finish it off, creating another Hellstone. Don't know if it's off cooldown yet, but you want to finish Sony before he gets mana back. If Sony gets to eat and drink, it's going to be terrible. Weird. Oh no. Massive blunder. I think Sony was done for, but decides to eat back up and play the long game. Sony back to full health and full mana.
Yeah, this is actually one of the biggest things you could, like, one of the biggest letdowns for you. He had the advantage, massive advantage, just needed to kind of pursue and win it. But now the full reset for Sony, now he can range that Fear and he can stay out of range of that Fear. There is no pet for him to deal with. He can range any other abilities he needs to, and he does have that wand, so if he ever runs low on mana, but he's not going to. A health potion might be coming back up soon, but I don't even think so. Yeah, Sony was the damage. Delete. Weird Ellie had that one.
Yeah, Weird Ellie had it and decided to go for the reset. Didn't push in. And then Sony was really well played. He played just at max distance after eating and drinking to full. Goes for the full reset. Max distance takes him out. So Sony moving on. Next matchup, we have Holy Saxboy, who did very well in the first round against Fatheros, up against Nimmies. That's going to be Paladin versus Warlock. And Holy Saxboy, I believe, had one of the best gear and preparation for this tournament. I think he got scrolls from the vendor and Elwyn from the Tower of Azora. And if I was Nimmies, I'd be shaking right now because Holy Saxboy knows how to pump.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of damage. The name of the game for Nimmies is going to be to kite him out and like not ever be in melee range. If you do get in melee range, you got to get that Fear and keep running, allow your pet to do some damage. Holy Saxboy might end up having to kill the imp, but like really Nimmies is going to have to not face tank him, or else Holy Saxboy will truck him down. And we're in the match already. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, Fear being casted
already attack.
Holy Sorry. Take it away, Sarth.
Holy Saxboy already on top of Nimmies. Does get the Fear, did bubble the first Fear. The full duration Fear got full bubbled, and then he actually canceled aura'd that. So now the name of the game from Nimmies is going to be to run away, keep running. The pet is nuked just like I thought would happen, and that is going to be a big, massively DR'd Fear. I think you might have one DR Fear left. All 3 dots actually up on Holy Saxboy. Holy Saxboy is no longer able to bubble, does still have lay on hands, is going to end up healing, tries to close the gap, he's going to wait for his Hand of Justice most likely, and Nimmy's is going to go for a full fear once that comes back up, and that's going to give him a big advantage. If he does have something like a wand, that also will help him not break it. Immolate could potentially break the fear. Still looking very, very solid. The mana here on Holy Saxboy's end is high, but Nimmy's is going to just try to kite him out as much as possible, and Holy Saxboy's only real chance to really close this gap is going to be that Hand of Justice, so he's going to keep trying to get there, where Nimmy's is going to keep trying to fear him.
I really like the positioning here from Nimmy. Like, just not letting the Pally ever get close. Having the wand. Might use one wand every now and then, but just running in a straight line. Hammer of Justice, though, connects. As I say that, definitely not what Nimmy wants. Fear being casted. Maybe another health pot in his back pocket up at this time. Holy Saxboy with no bubbles, looking pretty scared. Can't remember with the lay on hands, Sarth, if you mentioned that.
I don't think he used it. Holy Saxboy, I think he has it. We're going to find out, but I think he has it. Both of them are probably getting a health potion up soon, too, because that's the 2-minute CD. So, really, Nimmy's is trying to kite it out. He's low on mana, and if this keeps going longer, Holy Saxboy is going to get an advantage. Nimmy's is trying to wait for a DR of a full fear, most likely, and there it is. Literally, that is exactly what he was hoping for, is getting a full fear. Immolate to hit. Immolate actually gets ranged by the fear itself. If I was him, I would even start drinking right there during that fear as the damage take down on Holy Saxboys. But he does have a wand, and he instantly starts running away. He's just going to use this range to his advantage. There's nothing a Paladin can do to increase their speed right now, especially at this level. There's the big Hodge. Here's where all the damage might go out. There's the health potion.
Lay on hands.
And the
it
lay
is
on
available.
hands.
Yeah, lay on hands available and used. Holy Saxboy completely tapped now. No lay on hands or bubble. Nimmy, if I were you, I would literally just full reset this, because now the Pally has no bubble, no lay on hands, and if you go back to full, theoretically, at the start of the duel, then you'll win, right? Because you have more of an advantage than you did, and you won't have any cooldowns to actually force. Having said that, the Paladin's bubble is on a 5-minute cooldown. We're getting closer and closer, inching towards that. Nimmy, though, I can't stress this positioning enough. Very well played, running in a straight line, not allowing Holy Saxboy to close the gap, with no mobility at level 11. No, actually, you're a Ret Pally in Classic. No mobility at any level. Not going to be able to
Pursuit of Justice is like all you can get.
Not going to be able to catch Nimmy here, but Hammer of Justice burst windows are scary. Nimmy uses the bag of marbles, trying to prevent some of that damage coming in the Hammer of Justice. Hammer of Justice not used quite yet. Nimmy expertly running, wanding, in between those global cooldowns. Doesn't cost any mana to wand, and the mana per 5 starts ticking him back up. Hammer of Justice comes out to interrupt the fear. Big burst here from Holy Sax. Nimmy's down to 50% life in just 2 swings. Fear being casted into a corruption. Maybe another agony. There's a wand shoot. Looks like Nimmy is playing this nice and slow. Might be able to finish it off. Another health pot, topping Holy Saxboy back off, though. Nimmy's running further and further. There's another nade that connects. Nimmy's dangerously low. I'm sure there's another Hellstone or Health Pot available very soon for Nimmy, but I mean, it has to be like now, because if Nimmy, you're gonna have to eventually turn. That's a dead end, Nimmy. You're gonna have to do something here. You're gonna have to cast a fear. That's a dead end, Nimmy. Oh, fear being casted. Oh, there it goes. There's the fear on the Holy Sax Nimmy, and not sure if there's a bandage, not sure if there's a pot, not sure if there's anything here, but if there is, now's the time to bring it out. A little bit of food and water. Oh, these ticks are precious. Holy Saxboy getting back in range. Fear on the 20-yard range being casted. Oh, 2 knockbacks on the cast. A little unlucky there. Big corruption lands. Maybe more damage to follow. Immolate being casted. Holy Sax at 50%. Dots might take him down. This is dangerously close, but Hammer Justice connects. Nimmy falls. Holy Saxboy, really well played. Wow, that was a long duel. I really thought Nimmy was going to take it, but Holy Sax patiently taking down Nimmy, Rook.
I am a mess. That was I'm on the edge of my seat. You could hear me in the background like, oh no, like the whole time. Incredible from both of them. I mean, this was the first one that I think we've actually seen draw out, right? We saw those resets one after another. And the wand as well. You know, you've brought it up several times, what a big difference at this level threshold in this kind of speed leveling tournament. what a difference those wands could make. And I think this was the first of the matches that we really got to see at any great length just how that comes into play with mana conservation, with, you know, the attacks that you can do with it. It was so good to just actually see that full strategy played out. And I really thought, with all of the clever timings and going back into that corner and casting the fear, then turning around, I thought Nimi might just have the sense of timing that would outpace even the crushing might of the paladins that we've seen so much today. But it was still a fantastic matchup from both of them. And I mean, I'm curious, are you, when you talk about things like the wand, was there anything more about that you want to elaborate on for folks who don't know all the details of like why that's so powerful, or why certain weapons might be really crucial in early hardcore or early classic experience?
Yeah, so the wand doesn't cost any mana, but the way mana works in WoW is that you'll regen mana after 5 seconds of not casting an ability. Wand is not an ability, it's a weapon. So it's a weapon that goes on your wand like sheath. It's not a two-hander, it's not like you can have a staff and a wand equipped at the same time. And that wand is one of the only ways to deal damage while regenerating mana, right? So if you want to slow play, right, as a mage, as a warlock, what you can do is like rank 1 frostbolt and then wand and wand. And not only are you building up damage, but you're regenning mana for your next burst attempt. And that wand is going to make all the difference in like a long game. And next up, we have Firestar versus Josito. Firestar made himself famous, or should I say infamous, in the duel against Zico early on in Stranglethorn Vale. I'm assuming this is the same Firestar as Zico dueled. And Hosey, being friends with Zico, is looking for revenge here today. Mage versus Paladin is one of those matchups that we want to utilize the wand. We want to utilize the mana ticking up, because if not, the Paladin's going to build that advantage over time. So I think Josito did get a wand, either had the foresight to craft one or had one drop, and is going to be able to use that wand against Firestar. Firestar looking to slowly march at Josito, take him out when he's out of mana on those big Hammer of Justice burst windows. But one way or another, this should be a fun one to watch, Sarth.
Yeah, the thing for the paladins, as you see them chasing after you, they're slow and you're like, oh, I can kite you around forever. But the second they connect, it's half of your HP. They're taken down so quickly. So they definitely can do a ton of damage if they can actually get on top of you. So the name of the game, again, is always going to be reset and fight them until their mana and cooldowns are gone. Paladins at this level have 2 of the most powerful cooldowns that are available to anyone in the MAK'GORA tournament. And if you were just tuning in and you missed anything earlier, this all started with a hardcore race to HOGGER. So all of these players started their characters a couple hours ago, almost 3 hours ago now, maybe a little more. And they all started leveling these characters a couple of hours ago. There was a cutoff time when we started the MAK'GORA tournament itself, so they have no more time to get a higher level. Having that advantage of being level 10 on a Paladin does give you that lay on hands, and you can only use it in one of these duels because of how long the cooldown is. This is 1 hour cooldown in Classic. So maybe if you have that chance, use everything you can to win this, because it's 1 elimination. You lose the duel, your character is deleted here in the MAK'GORA. What are you hoping to see, Rook? What do you think we could happen in this duel? Because I know Zaryu doesn't think Hosey can win another duel.
I mean, I know. Zaryu has just been so just down on Hosey this whole time. But, you know, we'll be over here chewing Josito on for sure. And, you know, it's tough on this one because Josito is a total powerhouse, one of our celebrity guests, and as we've talked about, incredibly skilled at MAK'GORA as well as PvP, has a real strategy and really knows how to come into this and what he wants to do. But of course, we want this matchup again to possibly happen with Firestar down the way with Zico. So it's one of those things where, I mean, either one of them is going to be an incredible competitor, but if Firestar does take this, they will also get the bounty for defeating one of our celebrity guests. So there's a lot on the line here, not just honor, not just a rematch down the way, but also some extra prizes. And I mean, I think maybe I'm just feeling a little bit, you know, a little spoiled after we got such a good drawn out match last time, but I think this one's going to go a little while. I think we're going to see them both kind of, keep away for a bit. We're going to see a bit of that kiting. We're going to see a bit of that attack. And then when it's go time, we will really see it hit hard. I mean, of course, Polymorph immediately kicking things off here, which is great. But I will turn it over to you, Sarth.
Yeah, I think Hosey's starting this off the perfect way he wanted to. Getting the sheep, has full range, does get a fireball on. It puts the little dot, does get a slow with a rank 1 frostbolt. Another fireball just for some extra damage. Hosey down to 60% mana, and there's the first connection. This is where we're going to see a lot of damage. Actually, so little damage went out. Josito actually got away with that with only taking 15% damage. That was the Hodge. That was the big gap closer from Firestars. And Firestar now doesn't have anything. Hosey looks like he's going to do a full reset. He's going to run away. Oh, and there's the bubble, the offensive bubble. Zara, you want to finish this one out?
Yeah, I like the offensive plays here from Firestar. Judgment connects. Hosey goes with the Frost Nova into the Polymorph to reset this out, which is really well played. I think for the mage perspective, Josito knows what he wants to get done. He wants to go for this stall. Now Firestar has no bubble. It's like, okay, now I'm dueling a Pally without bubble. What Josito is doing right now is drinking with the server ticks. What that means is there's a server tick every couple seconds, and he has an add-on to track that server tick, and he's going to sit down and eat and drink every time that server tick comes through to be able to essentially move while eating and drinking. And top-level players know this, have that add-on, and are very familiar with that. And that's what Josito did there to get the full health and full mana. Firestar heals himself back up, and he's still about 82% life. The frames haven't quite updated here, but now they have. Josito's at 65% mana, and this is what gets dangerous, right? The mage mana versus the Pally mana. Looks like the Pally has more mana than the mage, surprisingly enough. Firestar opting to heal instead of doing damage in that Hammer of Justice. I don't know if that was the right move, because you could heal at any time, but you can only deal damage during those Hammer of Justices. But Polymorph comes out, and Josito looking to eat and drink back to full. Once again, Firestar, though, is still full health, full mana. So it's like, it's one of those things. It's like, okay, from the Mage Pov, how do you eventually take out this Paladin, right? It's like, I only have a finite amount of mana, and the Pally's heals are so strong. How do I take out the Pally before I go right? Josito having the wand might come into play. Goes for the big burst with the missiles, but it's going to make him pretty fast there. Firestar and Hot Pursuit. And just a quick reminder, these duels have a 10-minute limitation. If the duel goes to 10 minutes, both players are disqualified, meaning there should be an end here before 10 minutes. The rule kind of prevents players from playing overly defensive. It means the player should search for an ending to the duel before 10 minutes. And I think only about 2 or 3 minutes has elapsed. That bubble probably is almost halfway off of cooldown already, though, and to Firestar's advantage, that's looking pretty nice. Lay on Hands, I believe, is off cooldown for Firestar as well, which is also nice. Josito trying to put together the puzzle to kill this Paladin before he goes and I really think the way to do it is to use your most mana-efficient spells and combo it with the grenade and the wand, because both of the grenade and the wand don't cost any mana. And if you don't combo it well, you're going to go out of mana. That Pally will eventually run down the mage, and that's exactly what Firestar is looking to do here, Rook.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, this is drawing out just as I hoped it would, but these two, like you're saying, are coming up on this time limit, and we have that CC going out, but Josito's able to break away, get a bit of that distance, has that ice locked down there, trying to get some of those fireballs out, just trying to get some damage, but Fire continues to relentlessly pursue. You can see that mana is starting to get lower, but Josito's doing what they can to try and replenish their resources and health. Not going to have much of a chance as Fire comes in and closes, but gets sheeped at the last second. The Polymorph sort of interrupting the assault there, Sarth.
Yeah, the mage duel, it really is this long con, and now the difference is it mana? Does Hosey have the advantage? Firestar's probably honestly gonna have that bubble back very soon, so having that advantage with that offensive bubble that Firestar did really early was helping Josito, but now it's getting towards like more of a scary section. Firestar's actually just trying to kite this out. I'm curious why he's going to go for so much of this range, because then it gives Hosey the advantage of being able to go the other direction forever with the dual range. So the dual radius, Firestar's getting towards the end of the dual radius in that far direction. Hosey is going to get a Frostbolt out, and now he's just going to keep running away. Firestar does need to get in range and use a Hand of Justice, which will probably happen right there. There it is, resisted. And Josito does get the actual Frost Nova out. So resist on the Hand of Justice. That is the big DPS dealer, or the big chance to go for it for Firestar. So Firestar's never can close the gap anymore. He's probably going to get a bubble again soon. And I think he has land hands. But this is a long duel, and this is something that has to happen in a lot of mage duels. Mage duels, if you want to win, it is a long, drawn-out thing where you have to do a lot of resets. It's basically winning against the mana percentage of the other team and winning against the other players' cooldowns, which I think Josito is looking in a very solid position. Firestars will have another Hand of Justice soon. Hosey using the wands to his advantage. And Firestar's relatively low on mana. Hosey really doesn't want to have to reset this again. Does use the nade that you get from the quest in Elwyn Forest, and he doesn't have any really big instant cast abilities you can use at this range. Fire Blast is something you can use, but it has a very short range. And Firestar, we'll see with the Hand of Justice again in 1 second. There's the Fire Blast and the mana issues. Can he go for a burn? That's what he really wants, to get him low enough to hit him really quick. Firestars.
And there's the burst we're looking for in the Hammer of Justice. Firestar, after many minutes, finally gets to do it. Bubble aggressively cancels the bubble. Hosey's getting very low. Hosey kiting with the Fire Blast, almost completely here. Uses the wand. Firestar has the lay on hands and maybe a potion. He might use it. Potion aggressively. Firestar doesn't want to lay on hands too early because it uses all your mana. Doesn't want to go completely won't have mana for Judgment or that next Hammer of Justice. Josito, though, uses that Frost Nova, interrupts the first aid with the wand, and then casts the big Fireball. Damage connects. Firestar healing up. Barely gets it. It was 6% life there. This is so dangerously close. Health Stone being used from Josito. He's to much higher life now. Firestar getting very close. Another Hammer of Justice up very soon. And I believe the Lay on Hands. There's the Lay on Hands being used. That's the big final cooldown from Firestar. I would love from the admins to give me a time check on this duel. It's probably dangerously close to 10 minutes, that being the second bubble. If it does reach 10 minutes, that will be a disqualification for both contestants. Josito, you are dangerously close to being eliminated here via the rules. You have to kill Firestar ASAP. Oh, man. Firestar still running. Maybe gonna try to line of sight on the tree, but that's not line of sight. Josito playing well with the wands because the wands don't cost any mana. And I like that. I think the way to win this from the Mage Pov is to just wand, save all your mana for like some burst opportunities or a Frost Nova, and just kind of stay at range and wand him down. And then when he gets low, then use your mana to finish him off, right? And that it looks exactly like what Josito's doing here. I'm just really nervous. Oh, big Hammer of Justice comes out. Firestone's praying for a crit. Frost Nova comes out. Holy Lights being casted. Boom, back up to 72%, 50% mana. And we're still waiting on that time check. It's probably dangerously close here to 10 minutes for the DQ. Firestar's running, max distance, 50% life, 70% mana.
Hosey has another grenade. Then he can go for it with one Fireball, Fire Blast grenade. And actually, when Firestar hit 6% HP, I don't know if you saw it, but Firestar actually did have a resist, and I don't know if the resist was on one of like a Fire Blast or anything, but that resist probably saved his life. But Firestar very high on HP, doesn't have bubble or lay on hands anymore, but it is just getting really long on this duel, so we're going to see how it ends up. Hosey looks like an advantage, but we're probably going to have the... Was that a Hodge resisted? Oh, there it is. There's the Hodge.
Oh no, there's big burst from Firestar. Oh, another pot used from Josito. Another pot from Firestar. He's in hot pursuit. This is very close. The Hammer of Justice almost finished it off completely. The duel started at 2:30, 2:26. So there's 2 minutes left on this duel. It looks like 2 minutes left for either player to finish it off. And Firestar almost finished it off. Hosey's almost finishing off. It's very close either way. But like we keep mentioning, it's hard for either side to really close out the duel, right? Like if Josito pushes too hard, he's going to lose. Firestar will just kill him. But if Firestar runs in, Firestar can't really, there's no mobility for him to catch up to Josito. So it's just one of those things. Firestar running, trying to build some type of mana advantage here onto Josito. Fireballs, frost bolts being casted. Firestar's running it out. Maybe turtling for another bubble. Maybe turtling for another big grenade push with Hammer of Justice. Maybe turtling for another cooldown. He's turning back around now towards the end of the duel area. It looks like Juan's being casted from Josito. Firestar's getting low. And this one, I don't know if it's going to end. There's another Frost Nova coming out. Juan's connecting. Holy Lights to top up Firestar. Firestar running in, looking for one big burst window onto Josito. One more opportunity to finish it out, to close it out here. Josito doing a brilliant job of kiting with the wands, just jumping and shooting and jumping and shooting. Firestar looking to land the Hammer of Justice, and he does. More damage connecting. Frost Nova, though, defensively. Another big fireball. Josito standing his ground this time. Big burst connects. Firestar getting dangerously low. Holy Light coming out. Holy Light putting Firestar to about 40%. Firestar on the run once again. Bubbles probably coming up pretty soon here. Another health pot might be coming up soon as well. If he has it, I do believe maybe we can get an admin check. I think that might be that 10-minute mark.
Last seconds. They're right at it. They're right at it. We're about to turn over.
Double forfeit
That's
confirmed from the admins. Unfortunately, it's just one of those duels that will take a long time. You know, we don't want to fault either player here. It's just those are the rules. 10 minutes, both players forfeit, and we will move on to the next duel. No one is victorious in this situation. Really, it could have gone either way. I think if Firestar got a big burst in the Hammer of Justice, or, eventually Hosi goes Zoom, but that's a hard one to end.
Hosey heard it and he's like, I don't care. I'm taking him down.
I know. Hosey's like, I'm still
delete
gonna
his
do this. I'm
character.
gonna
It's
hunt
still
him.
a MAK'GORA. Let's see.
The GM's ported him. He bubbled. Wait, Firestar got ported, and he bubbled the fall damage. Did Firestar just outplay the GM?
Oh my
God. If you outplay the gods of the universe.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
Incredible.
That is wild.
I mean, it's unfortunate
Did the
that we had
GMs
to
just do it again?
It's unfortunate that we had to see a draw there, especially when really you could see the back and forth. You could see that both of them were so incredibly well matched. And obviously we're playing very well, but that does take out two major powerhouses in the tournament that we were keeping an eye on. Now, I also assume that this does not count in the celebrity bonus as well as getting a celebrity kill, because the kill was not actually done. The GMs did that. So I guess the GM is the one that probably gets the prize. I'm just kidding. But in this case, because they did exceed that 10-minute limit, both of them have lost and suffered a defeat in this. So neither will be moving ahead. We do, however, have up on screen right now the continuation of our earlier HOGGER challenge. So we have our first warrior of the day that is about to hit level 10, and there it is, level 10. Congratulations.
Nice.
Well done. So our first warrior to level 10 will be taking home, appropriately, a warrior shirt. Yes. Oh, and emoted up. I love it. Absolutely. Great character design. Well done. And just a reminder with that yes, even while the MAK'GORA has been going, we have still had community members who have been leveling and continuing to work over the course of the event to reach some of those goals and pick up those bonus bounties. So again, a good community day spent together with a variety of different things that we've been doing in our events to showcase Season of Discovery as well as WoW Classic Hardcore, all in good fun with some good prizes along the way and great matches, even the ones that end up in those dual draws. But I mean, you were saying, Zaryu, that, if there had just been a breakthrough, if they had just been able to really follow up on some of that burst, we might have seen that one shift. But now with both of these two out, what do you think we're looking at as we start narrowing down to our final contenders?
I don't know. Mage versus Pally is going to be one of those just really tricky, difficult duels for either side to close it out, right? And we have a lot of Pallies left and we have a lot of mages left. So we're going to have to see if someone innovates here, a way to finish off the duel within those 10-minute constraints. We do have a Pally versus Pally matchup now, and I'm really excited to watch this one in particular because Luxia opting for the one-hander and shield. Luxia seems to be the only paladin here today of the streamer contestants that is going with the tankier paladin build. And I'm curious if it's going to pan out for him, if it's actually going to be a net negative. Corbus barely getting off the bubble at 1%. And Luxia's plan seems to be working so far. The first to bubble is Corbus. Having said that, Luxia did use the potion. This might be close one way or another. The judge coming out to increase the attack speed, and Luxia getting in some big swings here on the Corbus.
Yeah, Luxia is actually outputting more damage, it looks like, than Corbus, even with the one-hander. That's why I'm curious if this was like a green one-hander that Luxia had dropped. There's the lay on hands from Corbus's side. Both of them have used potions. There's the first bubble from Luxia's side. Luxia's going to use Holy Light, and I might be able to bandage up, actually, if bandage is available. But now back to just a normal melee duel where both of them are very low on mana. And we did actually see the bag of marbles used, which just ended, but reducing that melee hit chance by 15% is a big one. Now Luxia does get stunned. Corbus goes for a heal. They're both starting to get mana back. Luxia has a little bit for damage, but Luxia also should have lay on hands available. So Luxia seems to be at an advantage here. Just trickling down, and there it is. Corbus goes down. Luxia looking very strong on that one-handed. I don't think he used it.
Someone can correct me in the chat. Duel? Yeah, I don't remember either, Sarth. I'm not sure. But Luxia, yeah, you're right, man. Looking good with the one-hander and shield. My gut told me that the two-hander would probably be better, but I guess I'm wrong. Luxia made that look super one-sided. And it looks like our next duel is Zico versus Infestors. And this duel, I'm very, very excited to watch because we'll get to see if Zico has something up his trick up his sleeve rather to kill a Pally, right? Within 10 minutes. How do you kill a Pally in 10 minutes without a counter spell, without we're going to need big bursts, maybe a lot more wand usage. Maybe Zico learned something from the Josito Jones duel that we just saw. Something like that might have to come out. And just to clarify, guys, on why this 10-minute rule is in play, and it's actually a rule that I really like and fully support. And the reason why I like it is because if you can't score a kill and it's getting close to 10 minutes, it makes you play more aggressive. It means, okay, less resetting, less kiting, and just kill. It forces a kill within 10 minutes. And if you don't, then both players get DQ'd. And for our viewing pleasure as casters and as viewers for the tournament, it's exciting to see an end to a duel, not just watch a 30, 40 minute, 1 hour duel. And that's kind of why that rule is in place for 10 minutes to kind of force some type of conclusion after 10 minutes. And Zico starting it off with a ton of burst here onto Infestors, getting him down to 50% life and 50% mana almost immediately here.
Yeah, Zico did a lot of damage there. Does, though, have to use the health potion. Does get the resist on the Nova. So Infestors actually looking pretty strong. Infestors hasn't bubbled or lay on hands, at least in this match. There's the health potion. Now Zico's going to go for the reset. A lot of damage here. And there's the offensive bubble, but doesn't have a cancel aura. Does get it off, though.
Zico falls.
Oh. Well, why even continue when Firestar had been eliminated? Wow.
Oh my
God. That was so
God.
quick. That turn there with Infestor. Absolutely well played, well timed to just get that damage and get that kill in a swift follow-up. Really shifting the pacing of that match in 1 second, Zario. We do have here as well, though. I'm so sorry to continue on really quickly. A confirmation that Infestors wins a bounty as a result. So yes, we have Infestors also winning a bounty because of that kill. Congratulations. Sorry, continue, Zario.
Yeah, congrats to Infestors. He gets that big Blizzard Bear, I believe, for killing Zico, which is wild. I can't believe. I was really expecting Zico to win everything, man. I'm a big Zico fan. I can't believe he fell. It just goes to show, though, how strong Paladins really are. We have Infestors making it to the grand finals with Luxia. It's going to be a Luxia versus Infestor Palymir up next, but we have semis still to play out. We have Sony versus Nimmies. Nimmies, really, really well played in a duel versus Holy Sax earlier. Oh, okay. Clarification. Holy Sax, used some items he was told not to use. So Nimi did advance. Holy Sacks did not advance. He was warned many times. Nimi is going to advance because of those reasons. And now Nimi is up against Sony. This is a mage versus warlock, and we're actually already in this duel. Sony learned a lot from dueling a warlock earlier today, and looking like he is max ranging those fears already early on. But Sony's dangerously low. The Curse of Agony is coming in. Nimi playing very well to his win condition, getting that gap closed, and a fear being casted. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it, but more dots slowly ticking Sony down. Nimi's playing this well. Immolate's being casted. Sony at 18% mana. Another imp being summoned if Sony doesn't stop this. Polymorph to pseudo interrupt the summon imp from Nimi. That was a really well play there. If Sony didn't stop that imp, that would have been really, really tough. Now Sony's going to have to reset his health and mana here, but Nimi is looking like he's in the driver's seat, Sarth.
Yeah, Sony kind of got backed into a corner there by entering kind of the exit range of the duel. If Nemes had pushed forward, he absolutely could have gotten a fear off, but Sony being able to reset there does put him back in a nice advantage. He's actually doing a ton of damage. If he has one of those grenades, he might get it off, and that Frostbolt might actually be the finisher. He's going to go for a wand here. That wand takes him down. Sony, the king of comebacks, actually in this duel tournament so far, had a few times where he was low and on the back burner, especially against warlocks, and being able to bring it back.
Yeah, big comebacks there. And I mean, we've seen a lot of our celebrities fall. We've seen some rise and continue to rise up the rankings. And, I love to see that against the two paladins that have made it as well to this final four, we at least have this mage. We've got Sony standing up here. And as a current update for everyone, with our other bounty that is available, the bounty regarding who gets the celebrity contestants the lowest, this is eligible for all 4 of the contestants that we had participating, although of course the kill a celebrity contestant has been claimed as of just recently. But we have seen that Lexia has been brought down to 25% by Corbus, who is currently in the lead running for that. Zico obviously was felled by Infestors, which also took that award for Infestors to kill the first celebrity contestant. Sony has been brought down to 25% by Weird L, excuse me. And Josito has been brought down to 20% by Firestar. So we have plenty of damage that's gone out on our celebrity contestants. Some of them are still hanging in there, and at least one, poor Zico, is out. But we'll keep moving forward through the rankings as we look ahead to our next matchup. I mean, it's going to be a good one. What do you think we have in store for this, Zaryu?
All right, so C-Dank looks like he gets a bye because Josito and Firestar are both, that 10-minute duel went out. So C-Dank gets a bye, which means I think we have our not our grand finals, but our semifinals. We have Luxia versus Infestors. We have our top 4, and then Sony versus C-Dank. Yep, there we go. So next, we're going to see, I believe, the left-hand side of the bracket, Luxia versus Infestors. Luxia using the one-hander and shield option. Infestors took down Zico. So, the duel is already underway. I don't know who to put in favor here. Infestors, with so much burst taking down Zico, I don't want to count him out, but Luxia, of course. Oh my gosh, he's getting so low. Potion being used, marbles being used. Infestors doing so much damage, it doesn't even look close right now. Bubble from Luxia, I believe that was the first bubble because Infestor doesn't have forbearance, meaning Luxia is definitely behind right now. Infestor might have what it takes to take down Luxia and to secure himself a second big Blizzard Bear? I don't know. So maybe something on Luxia! Lay on hands! Infestor is dominating him! This isn't even close! Infestor has the bubble and lay on hands still in his back pocket. Luxia completely tapped. It looks like the one-hander strategy for Luxia may not be paying off here in these semifinals. Luxia at 50% life. Infestor still has every big defensive cooldown. Luxia wants to make sure, Infestor want to make sure to use them, but Luxia might just fall before he needs. Infestor, really impressive play here. I don't know if that's a two-handed difference, if there was some type of game knowledge, if the scrolls from the vendor are adding up. I'm not too sure. Really well played, though, from Infestor. The first player to take down not one, but 2 of the streamer contestants, and the first contestant to finalize himself a spot in the grand finals today.
Amazing
Infestor
job.
on a massive run.
Yes. Yeah, running away with it, honestly, and running away with all of the bounty prizes. Not only that big blizzard bear, but also taking home the Murloc costume for getting, you know, yet another one down, the lowest, technically, although it's 2 kills here, which is wild. But Sarth, go ahead. I mean, that was just an incredible sort of momentum that we have seen built with Infestors so far.
Yeah, Infestor's taking down 2 of the biggest competitors in this tournament so far and directly into the grand finals. So Infestors will have a good chance to actually win the entire thing. Now it's just Sony and C-Danks on the other side in the semifinals to go up against each other. But look at that. Infestors was able to take down Zico and Luxia. So definitely winning both of those prizes and now getting the second place at least prize. Infestors looking like they're in a very, very solid position now. C-Dank versus Sony. I'm very curious to see who can win it. We have seen mages win this matchup, and we have seen mages lose this matchup. And we've also seen this matchup just go on for 10 minutes. And Sony's definitely someone who will win at all costs. So he might have to wait that time. But Sony also is someone who will go a little bit aggressive, and so is C-Dank. I think C-Dank will actually go for it. So I don't think this is a duel we see going the entire 10-minute duration. But if it doesn't, who do you think will take this one, Czar?
I don't know. C-Dang 12. And so there's like a little bit even more HP on the side of the Pally here. And C-Dank has a lot of experience on that Paladin. I don't want to count out Sony. I mean, look at it. He has great hair, man. I don't want to see Sony lose this one, but like, I don't know. I think C-Dank at level 12 might be able to chase him down, especially with that 10-minute rule in play. The dual flag has been down. Sony's trying to get some distance. Oh my gosh! Immediately at 50% life, potion being used, but the Nova on the Hammer of Justice worked out in Sony's favor. C-Dank bubbles the Poly instantly, which I don't know if that was smart or not. Using it as just like a pseudo interrupt. Another nade coming out. Sony with the half DR polymorph, already trying to kite this out. Sony at 50% life, uses the first aid. Really smart to level up the first aid. But C-Dank 62% mana and no bubble is actually like a pretty good spot for Sony to just like to use everything and try to burst down C-Dank. C-Dank of course has that lay on hands and a health pot, I'm sure. Sony, though, kiting it out. No way to interrupt this holy light. Sony is kind of running towards a dead end here. He's going to have to turn around at some point. He keeps running further and further to that tree line. C-Dank kind of trying to pin him back. There it is. There he is. Sony turns around now, and but is completely boom. Sony is going to have to poly out C-Dank. And this is the conundrum once again. How does a mage secure the kill before going we haven't really seen... Actually, we saw Sony take out a mage in round 1. I think Sony is the only mage to kill a Pally. I don't know if that's actually correct. Maybe there was another. But so Sony, knows how to do it. But C-Dank is 3 levels higher than the Pally that Sony killed. And that's just a different story. Sony's not full mana yet, but so like C-Dank isn't either. And it's just going to come down to a burst one way or another for these contestants. Rook.
Yeah, they're going to have to find some way to break through. I mean, we saw this earlier, right, with the other match. If they just keep constantly dragging it out, we'll be at that 10-minute marker again. And while C-Dank is trying to move as much as a Paladin can, not able to completely close the distance as Sony just continues to go around the edges of the arena to try and pull him down one end, then down the other to have the distance to run back. But mana is getting low over on Sony, and this could provide the opportunity as C-Dank gets in close, starts wailing, laying in there, dropping that hammer. Sony gets away, manages to get that ice out so that C-Dank is currently hindered. That polymorph as well, following it up to give a little bit more space. But I mean, once again, running down, we're going to see another one of those 10 minutes if somebody doesn't make that breakthrough, Sarth.
Yeah, this match is just going to continue going for as long as it really has to. C-Danks does not have a bubble anymore, but I think he has a lay on hands. Sony is drink walking, and like Zaryu was saying earlier, the way that mana works in Classic World of Warcraft is it works on a ticking system. So every, I think, other second or 2 seconds, mana hits. And then if you drink the second that the mana is going to be regened, then at the same time, you actually do get the double mana from drinking. A ton of damage out here from Sony. Does go for the reset. Actually uses the sheep as the interrupt.
That was really smart play there from Sony. Polymorphs and then instantly cancels with Fire Blast to stop the heal from going through. Now the issue is C-Dank just pops himself with a potion. Now Sony zoom. But hey, C-Dank is down a potion. That's a big win for Sony in the long duel, right? You don't have potions forever. They only had a few hours to level. So if C-Dank, say, has 3 potions, he might have already used 2 of them so far in this duel. It's just been a couple minutes here. Bubble has been used for C-Dank once. There's a 5-minute cooldown to use it again. And C-Dank still has that lay on hands. Sony building distance with the drink walks, like Sarth mentioned. Very well played here from Sony. And it's just a matter of time before one can burst down the other. Now, C-Dank's win condition, of course, is to land the Hammer of Justice, get a crit on that 2-hander, a crit on the Judgment, and use the grenade and just basically blow up the mage. And that's exactly what we saw happen to Zico. I mean, Zico just got blown up by the pally. You let him get too close for just a second, and it's just all over. C-Dank getting dangerously close, lands the Hammer of Justice. Let's see if damage can connect. Sony gets to 50% life, kites it out. There's a Fire Blast, another Frost Nova. Polymorph to pseudo interrupt the heal. Beautifully played. Lay on hands. Oh my gosh. So Sony lay on hands and bubbles. Or forces land hands and bubble from C-Dank. This is really well played from Sony. I think Sony might be able to take him out eventually. Oh, Polymorph resisted! Polymorph resisted! Sony won't have enough mana to go for another Polymorph for a second. He needs to kite it out. If he stops running for the Polymorph, C-Dank might just kill him. There's the health pot, tops him back off. And we're going to see a longer duel. That's what C-Dank needs. He needs a Polymorph resist once or twice for Sony to actually die. And that was one of them, and that was super close. C-Dank, very low on mana, and probably has that bubble coming back really soon here, Rook.
Probably, but you know, we're trying to see if he can get that. I mean, we're coming up. We must be at least a couple minutes into it now. Of course, we can perhaps get a timer update on this, but this is where that offensive really has to be pushed. I mean, the Polymorph, again, just going to put a little bit of a halt to C-Dank's progress. But if we can see that Polymorph resist as the fireballs come in, as Frostbolt follows up from Sony, trying to make sure that they can lay down this damage, just they've baited other big cooldowns out of C-Dank, but C-Dank is going to have a lot to retaliate with if they're not careful, locking up with that ice again, just trying to get a bit of that distance. But it's going to be something where one or the other is going to have to lay that damage down. C-Dank popping the potion here, getting a bit more health as well, recuperating, but C-Dank is leaping in, Sarth.
Oh.
This is his chance. C-Dank is going for it. Does use the grenade, goes for all of the damage, but doesn't have a way out of this sheep. This is going to be a full sheep right now. Did just use his second bubble and used it as an offensive again. C-Dank has used every single bubble we've seen in the tournament from C-Dank has been used offensively. Sony is going to go for the all-in on this next one. This one has been taking a lot of time, but it means that Sony kind of now is set up perfectly. He's gotten both bubbles out. He's gotten the lay on hands out. He's recently gotten the grenade and the potion out. This means that Sony should be able to take this. And I think everyone watching also, we want to remind everyone that these duels, everyone started leveling these earlier today. So this is a competition from a lot of celebrity participants, including Sony here, but everyone else was invited. So anyone could have played. It was whoever could reach this level on the hardcore realms while the leveling tournament was going on. And here it is.
Sony takes him out. Oh my gosh, so Sony using really, really smart tech here, sheeping C-Dank on the heal and fire blasting to cancel the sheep. It's like a pseudo interrupt. Sony, honestly, the only mage to discover this tech and actually use this tech to take out a pally. Really well played there from Sony. C-Dank falls. There was only a few minutes remaining there. I was like, no way we're gonna get an end, but man, really well played to Sony. C-Dank, I don't think had anything left. He might have canceled a heal there at the end. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, well played to Sony. That means Sony versus Infestors in the grand finals, guys, of Paladin versus Mage. And no one's taken out Sony yet. So if Infestors takes out Sony, that means he would have killed Zico, Luxia, and Sony, and winning himself 3 big Blizzard Bears. That would be crazy. Maybe he could hook up some of his friends or something. That would be absolutely nuts. Sony, though, looking to kill a 3rd Paladin. Sony taking out Koloth in round 1. Sony taking out C-Dank in round 2. And I'm quickly scanning the brackets to see he might be one of the only mages to take out a Paladin in this entire tournament. I
Twice.
can't see. Not only once, but twice. You're right. Sony's the only mage to kill a Pally in this entire tournament. Zico couldn't, Hosey couldn't. Sony's doing what they couldn't, and it looks like we might be going to the grand finals right now. Sony looking strong, got some buffs up. Infestors, likewise, this is going to be a good one. And we'll see if Sony can take out a third Paladin and claim #1 place here in the MAK'GORA Madness, or if Infestors can take out his third streamer opponent here and get his third Blizzard Bear for the day. Rook.
You know, just starting a zoo of Blizzard Bears pretty much here. Just gonna ride them in like a grand caravan across the game, you know, incredible. And so everybody knows there is no time limit on this, our grand final. So as things kick off here, and we already see that first polymorph coming out from Sony, we have a real chance here for Infestor's roll to be slowed or halted, even though he has worked through all of this. That damage going out huge here, but of course Infestor still has a lot to work with this early on. That polymorph's gonna do that interrupt though. Huge damage coming in, manages to get a bit of a heal. I mean, this is getting wild, Zaryu.
I love how Sony's playing this. Like, the Poly Fire Blast pseudo interrupt, he's already forced out a heal health pot from Infestors here. Sony's like already forcing Infestors on the back foot, and it's only been 60 seconds. Like, if Sony keeps up this type of pressure, I don't know how Infestor is going to stand. Having said that, Infestor still has bubble, and Infestor still has land hands. So it's not like Infestor is, out of cooldowns by any means, but Sony's kiting really well with the drink ticks. Goes for another polymorph and building distance, and I think Sony might set up for another big burst. Having said that, Sony needs those grenades to kill. I believe you get 10 of them for completing the quest in Goldshire. The what are they called? Something rockets. Sarth, you might know better than me. And and I think Sony, I mean, by count, I think he used like 1 this duel so far. I know he used at least 2 or 3 last duel, and he might have used like 1 in that first duel. Like, he might be down to his last couple nades, and he just used another right there. 60-second cooldown. If Sony runs completely out of grenades, I don't know how he's going to win. And Infestor back up to almost full and still has the bubble and lay on hands. So this is still dangerously close.
Yeah, right now, Sony has been trying to force one of the big CDs out of Infestors. Infestors still hasn't used them. He's been saving those. And yeah, Sony must be getting low on usages of those grenades. So he's just going to continue trying to win this. It's like, if he could get some big crits, he could win in any of those burst windows. But if not, it's like you just need to force the big CDs. You need to force the bubble, then you need to force the lay on hands. If Infestor still has that, then you need to force the second bubble, and then you can go for a win in between that time before a third bubble comes up. But there's Infestors with a good Hodge, finally connecting, doesn't get too much damage out, actually 32% damage. Okay, does it again. Sony does it again. But the big HP pot, we still haven't seen a bubble come out on Infestor's side. So Sony's going to go for a full reset. There's the bubble. The offensive bubble does cancel it. Yeah, cancel Aura's the bubble. This is the chase now. Go for it, Zar.
I was just gonna say, I think those she persists after the offensive bubble. I think those offensive bubbles are the ticket for the Pally to win, right? You have to get the mage really low, the mage resets to the Poly, then you bubble it for the kill. But you don't want to waste the bubble, right? It has to be for the kill. And obviously that wasn't the kill. I think it was some good intentions there from the side of Infestor. Sony looking for another reset. Man, it was so close, like from either side. And Infestor is getting Sony low, Sony's getting Infestor low. My one worry for Sony is once those 10 explosive rockets, I believe they're called, once those 10 explosive rockets are off cooldown, I don't know how Sony's gonna have the burst, because like those explosive rockets seem to be the ticket for enough burst to take the win. But there's only 10. I think, I mean, I maybe I'm losing count, but I think I
just checked. You get 15 from the quest, so at least he should 15, have a few more, but still you can easily run out of them. So like Sony's definitely is playing that aggressive playstyle we haven't seen from any other mage going against the Paladins, and it seems to be working as he's taken 2 Paladins out so far, getting the interrupt with that sheep and then instantly breaking it. It looks like that cast is going to go off, and you see that he actually decided to gain some distance. But we still I don't think we've seen the lay on hands from Infestors. So Infestors has been playing it pretty safe, which is pretty big. And this is really the Paladin versus Mage at this low level is just who can play the long game, if you can get the connection and if you can blow them up before their CDs are back up. What do you think, Rook?
I mean, it's exactly what you're saying. You're both completely right. I mean, they have their strategies, their tactics. Of course, we saw huge damage at the beginning on Infestors as Sony went in hard, but now we are in this long game. We have the leap and the hammer goes down. Sony takes some big damage here, but it gets that polymorph, manages to get that heal, is stabilizing. Mana looking pretty good, where Infestors is sitting at a little bit of a lower here, but of course, Sony's going to try and just get a little bit of extra here, grabbing that drink and falling back to launch this fireball. A little bit of distance, but again, they're at a bit of a standstill until one of them makes a breakthrough, Czar.
Fester's doing a good job of kiting it out. I mean, like Sarth mentioned, a lot of defensive cooldowns waiting to be used, and Sony has these burst windows really figured out. You know, he knows how to end it. It just has to be the right RNG, meaning crits, meaning no resists. And Infestor's getting low here. There's the Frost Nova. Frost Nova resisted, so might not be exactly what Sony wants. Infestor's just marching on in. Another big heal. Polymorph to interrupt it. Infestor's waiting maybe a bit too low. There's another rocket coming out. Infestor's 14%! Oh, he gets the big heal off. Oh, that was close. So Sony goes for a sheep, but it was either immune or resist, and Sony is dangerously low on mana. Infestor is putting on a one-hander and shield, maybe a bit more stamina. Obviously, the armor isn't going to do much against Sony, but the one-hander and shield might. I'm curious as to why Sony hasn't wanded. Maybe I thought I saw him use a wand earlier today, but what he could try is like wand. Yeah, that's what I thought. Two-hander being equipped, but like you mentioned, Sarth, that time it takes to equip that, he actually got like no damage off in the Hammer of Justice. So swapping weapons, although clever, might not be the move here. You know, because you're only gaining that HP temporarily, and then you swap back to the two-hander, and you're kind of just losing time when you finally do connect. But Infestors is like 50% mana. This is maybe Sony's opening. He has a nade off of cooldown, I believe. Fireball, Frostbolt. Infestors is running, but he must be getting close to the edge of the duel area, so he's gonna have to turn around real soon here. Big heal. As long as Infestors heals early, I think it's looking good for him. I think if Infestor using line of sight. This is not against the rules. Very clever use of terrain here from Infestor. It's not against the rules to use your terrain as the first player to actually find some terrain with line of sight. Trees are not line of sight, of course, but Sony decides to kite him back in the open of the frozen lake. Hammer of Justice resists. Oh no. And that's the opening Sony might be looking for. No Hammer of Justice up. Full mana from Sony. Infestor at 70% mana. Big Fireball lands. Frostbolt to connect afterwards. Another Frostbolt. Infestor's running here. Maybe one more Frostbolt. Trying to get him low. And then maybe a pseudo interrupt here with the poly. Boom, there it is. Into the nade to instantly break it before he gets any health back. But another Holy Light instantly. And Infestor's almost back to full mana and beating Sony in the mana game now.
Big damage here. Sony actually used the mana potion to increase the damage he's doing. He's using all of his mana. He hasn't been wanding like you were saying earlier. Infestor's fully here, but should have lay on hands. So it was good of him to waste all of his mana. And there it is. Yeah, there's the wand. Needs to do something to interrupt that. Heal does get the Frost Nova out. Frostbolt going out. He's really wants to get this kill here. It's so low.
There's another grenade. Oh! Oh, that was close.
We've heard that apparently every time Sony lobs Frostbolt, he's yelling in the background, crit! Crit! Every single time. He's hoping for it. He's hoping to get that extra damage. He can get that extra burst that he needs. That doesn't quite connect as he tries to get it. Oh, but the damage coming in over from Infestors, are you? This is
there another bubble? There was a bubble right there.
There
is! There is!
There it is.
How is Sony gonna get away? He's jumping up the tree. Oh, the juke's coming out from Sony D. Infestor's running up, kiting him, chasing him. Sony's getting low. Infestor takes down Sony. Infestor is gonna be our champion of today. Not only taking down Luxia, not only taking down Zico, but also taking down Sony. That is 3 big Blizzard Bears for Infestors. I am so impressed. I can't believe it. Man, I wonder what Infestors is doing differently. I don't know if we'll have the opportunity to chat with them, but geez, there must be something different. Finally caught up to Sony, got the big burst he was looking for, Hammer of Justice, and man, congrats to Infestors. Really well played. What do you think, Rook?
Well played, well done. I mean, I know that whenever you get into the long, long matches, it's always one of those things where folks are getting tired and everybody's like, please just let this end. But I'm the kind of person, I love when it draws out. I love when it goes on forever and you're like all those little moments where something almost comes together and then they just manage to avoid it. They just manage to recover. And watching that longer game and that great feeling when finally the standstill breaks. I mean, it's so exciting. It was definitely well worth it for our grand finals here. And it will mean that Infestors is victorious in our MAK'GORA madness or MAK'GORA madness here. I've been told that I just don't say it with the proper Orcish inflection. So today I've really been working on it, everybody, and I hope that you two, wherever you are, really get in there and just go wild with it. Not only playing it, have a good time on hardcore, enjoy, but also in just channeling the raw power of the honorable duel of the orcs. But Infestors definitely channeled that power, came out victorious on top, the last one standing out of all of these names, including many of our celebrity contestants that you can see, and took home a ton of not only the prizes here for the grand prize, but also a ton of the bonus prizes as well. So well done, Infestors. Some incredible play, fantastic Paladin. Sarth, I mean, how are you feeling now that we've come through it? How are you feeling about this?
Honestly, I'm just shook. I expected a Paladin from these long duels. Sony almost had him multiple times. It was like one hit away from getting it done. Really, really smart play from Sony to use that sheep as an interrupt. It was an amazing duel, but Infestors took out 3 of the 4 celebrity contestants today. Infestors, massive congratulations on taking the win. And it looks like we do have Sony here today to speak to us. How you feeling, buddy?
Sony.
He gets 3?
Apparently Sony is yelling about the Blizzard Bear and can't come to the phone right now, but very soon we'll
I'm
be
here. I am streaming about the Blizzard Bear. What the hell? Hi. Wait, he gets 3 Blizzard Bears?
One for each streamer killed. He killed Zico, Luxia, and yourself. But Sony, first of all, I want to say you killed 2 Pallies today, and you almost killed a third. And I must say, man, props on the mage play, on the polymorph pseudo interrupt, on the holy lights, bro. That was really, really smart. No one else did that. You like came up with that, and it was working to take down Pallies. What happened there in that final duel, though?
Dude, I just minor misplays. I should have just went for another sheep reset. I had it in the bag. It was coming down to the wire, but you know, I panicked a little bit. I'm not used to mage. I'm used to warrior, so I missed my Nova. That was the game deciding moment. I missed my Nova because I don't know the range on Nova.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, you finally got to feel how mages feel. Like they're just kind of weak. You know what I mean? Like they're just not very
I think they need buffs.
strong.
In
there
what
we go.
world
You heard it
do
first
you
here from
choose?
Sony. Mages need buffs. That's right.
I was thinking in Season of Discovery, like mages can they can do damage. Now we can heal. I'm thinking, why don't we just let them tank? And then also, if we can give them some like sort of spell where they become invulnerable for like 15 seconds, but can still cast all of their spells. I'm sure somebody at Blizzard. I mean, hey, yo, if you guys want to add that to the game, just let me know. I'll, no problem. You're welcome for the idea.
I love that. That's a great idea. No, I agree with you, Sony. I think that should be added to the game for balance purposes and the enjoyment of all, 100%. I mean, it was incredible watching you play. I mean, watching as you went through this. What were some of your like goals in mind? You know, we talked even behind the scenes today a lot about let's get a wand or things like that to help with the mage gameplay. What were some of your strats as you built up to this and as you got into these duels?
Honestly, about like every 5 minutes, if you're tuned in my stream, I'm like, yo, does anybody have any gold they could give me or like any like low level greens? No, I'm kidding. We did get a wand. Every mage got I feel like every caster got a wand, so that's kind of where the bennies ended. But other than that, I was trying to get to level 11. I got that, and then I actually ended up I had to re-roll because I thought this whole tournament was gonna be Season of Discovery actually. So I rolled a warlock at the start. I had to delete that. And then I made a rogue because I got baited by my chat to make a rogue, and then I realized would be terrible. But here's what happened. I make my rogue and I got that bug where the whole intro screen just played. So I lost like 10 minutes watching the whole thing. And then I made a mage and then, we just got the leveling. So
I have a question for you, Sony. How many Sorry to cut you off, Sarth, but how
Not
many
at all.
explosive rockets did you have left? Because I was like counting in my head. You have 15 from the quest, and I was like, okay, he's used like 7, 8, 9, and I'm like, he's gonna run out of rockets, and like that's your win condition, right? How many did you have
Yeah.
left at the end?
I have 28.
Oh,
They're tradable.
Okay. Okay.
Hear me out. Okay, so here's what happened. So the Russian guy who got banned, I'm apparently a big deal in Russia now. They were rooting for me the whole time. My entire chat was spamming Russian. I was Russia's #1 hero. So he just traded me all the stuff that he had.
Wow.
Okay,
Russia's
all right.
number
Well,
one
that
hero,
answers that.
Sony.
Yeah.
Sarth,
Oh.
what were you going to ask? What was your question?
I'm just curious because you started it on the season of Discovery Realms, and outside of just the tournament here today, we had the BFD speedrunning tournament as well in the middle of this. How are you feeling towards season of Discovery also as it translates, and are you looking forward towards any sort of season of Discovery events that are in PvP, especially as the Warriors now have a charge in combat?
Yeah, I mean, if they that idea I had for Mage, if they could just also add that to Warrior, that'd be a good start. But no, they I'm excited for PvP events. If there's like, I think Warsong Gold Tournament would be really cool. I'm actually hopping into BFD right after this tournament because my reset's ready. But I've been loving Solid. Yeah, I've been having a great time on Season Discovery. It's been epic. So
That's
just
awesome.
whatever they want to do, like if they want to add arena or any sort of like dueling tournament, but I think things are probably pretty lopsided duels in Season Discovery.
Yo, so
Hunters,
I wanted to say one more thing, man. On your resume, you can put that you got higher place than Zico in a tournament on a mage. So
Yeah.
You can. Well done.
Oh shit.
Zico, if you're watching this, I love you, bro. Zico, I love you, man. You know I do. But I just needed to say it. Yeah, I do.
Wait. So that means I outclassed Zico in a tournament. Oh shit.
I actually
You
think
did.
that means you might be a better mage than Zico. I mean, statistically looking at the tournament breakdown, that might be what it is.
Sure. Mhm.
Nah, dude, no shot. Maybe at level 10 though. Hey, maybe level 10. I'll take it at level 10. All right.
Well,
all
amazing
right.
job. I mean, Zaryu, Sarth, did either of you have any other questions for Sony? I mean, Sony, you came so close here at the end. It was amazing watching your mage gameplay. It was what we were all craving, and it was awesome to see, even with the defeat. But do either of you have any other questions before we say goodbye to Sony and shortly say goodbye to
No.
everybody else?
I just want to say I'll see you out there in Season of Discovery. That was great play, Sony. I love the pressure you were putting on the Paladins. It made it really entertaining to see the Mage Paladin duel, which is one of the ones that can definitely be drawn out for a really long time. So way to pump it. Congratulations today, and thank you for joining us and participating in this tournament today.
Yeah, thank you guys for putting this together, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Sorry.
Congrats on #1 mage, bro.
Yeah, let's
Top
go.
tier. Thanks
All right.
much,
Have a good
Sony.
day, guys. Take care.
Yeah, you too. You too. A huge thank you again to all of our celebrity contestants, including Sony. Wonderful to get to have all of them participate in all of the events today, from the race to Hogger that kicked things off, to our Black Fathom deeps that we saw, to the MAK'GORA madness here at the very end. Huge thank you. If you haven't yet, check out their channels, check out their content. And if you got a chance to play with them today or even to defeat them, enjoy, celebrate. It's great to see the community come together on this larger scale. And with that, I mean, this is going to be the end of our day here. This was the WoW Variety Show episode 3, but it was a great one to get to spend with all of you as we got to jump into, for the first time here, at least on this show, into WoW Classic Hardcore and explore more of the Season of Discovery. Sarth, Zaryu, it was so good getting to hang with you today. I honestly am so glad we got to chat, we got to do this. I got to hear all your thoughts on the game and the content and the types of content that you love. I mean, Sarth, do you have any thoughts about today? Anything that like really stood out to you, or any highlights from the event?
I'm really excited. I love when we get to do these community events, especially if Blizzard gets involved. And we've done a lot of community events in hardcore with the MAK'GORAs, and you can definitely expect to see a lot more of those in the future. And now finally with Season of Discovery out, we're only like a week in, but we're already seeing speedruns and other events. There's going to be a lot of things going on in Season of Discovery. So everyone just make sure to stay tuned and be ready for it all. I'm really glad that I was able to be here. Rook, Zaryu, thank you so much for being here on the desk with me. And I really appreciate it. Zaryu, what about you?
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was such a pleasure. Likewise back to both of you guys. It was fun seeing Sony coming out on the mage. I'm not gonna lie. I like that a lot. I actually a lot of upsets. So I thought Zico would maybe win the whole thing for the MAK'GORA. I thought Ampy would maybe win the thing, the whole BFD race, and didn't. And well, Ampy did win the HOGGER, and that was maybe kind of expected there. But I was thinking maybe Tommy or someone else. So a lot of crazy upsets today. It was just a really fun time, a fun show, fun community event. So thank you to Blizzard for putting everything on and having a great idea to run the show. So yeah.
Yes, seriously, it just echoed the exact same things both of you were saying. It was so much fun starting off the day, even just seeing how folks were all like descending upon the starter zone and everybody fighting for those kills, the tags, going for a hogger. So much fun. Black Fathom Deeps was probably my personal highlight. I loved getting to see it, loved getting to learn more about it from Sarth, and to hear about this new revamped dungeon, now 10-man raid content that we've gotten. And there's more to come, so keep an eye out as the next level band increases, because they have announced our next one as well. And I think you might all know it a little bit. There's some gnomes involved. So I hope you enjoy when it comes out. And then, the MAK'GORA madness was super fun. As somebody who hasn't done a lot of 1v1s myself, I loved seeing everybody participate. And whether you won or you lost, know that it was still a great competition we all got to see. We're so grateful we get to do this and so happy to be a part of it. If you haven't yet, there are going to be a lot of announcements coming out in 2024 about WoW esports. So keep an eye out in the next couple of weeks. Make sure to keep an eye on the Warcraft socials for more information as well, so that you can see what kind of entertainment, from these kinds of fun community events to the hardcore top tier events that Blizzard runs for 2024. And a reminder too that Season of Discovery is live. It's live now. So you could go play that, have an amazing time. I'm pretty sure a lot of us are going to go play more of it ourselves, maybe after this or in a few hours or all night or tomorrow or for the next foreseeable months of our life. So I hope you all enjoy it. But really quick before we go, Sarth, did you want to let everybody know where they can find you, socials, that kind of stuff real quick?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Guys, you can all check me out on YouTube if you want any guides for Classic World of Warcraft, for all classes, for anything new that comes out, and just Sarth TV on YouTube, because somebody else has Sarth. And then on Twitch, you can follow me there at Sarth. So if you want to watch me live, you can always check me out there. And I'd really appreciate you coming and hanging out. Come say hi if you enjoyed this tournament. Zaryu?
You can find me at Zaryu everywhere.
Yes, on everything, yeah.
And I'm Rookery. You can find me on Twitch or YouTube at it. You can also find me on Twitter/X. That's ROOKURI. And on Twitter, there's an underscore at the end because, somebody just took plain Rookery. So here we are. But Rookery most places, big lover of MMOs. And so happy to be here again with both of you on the desk and with all of you tuning in. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. And you know what? If you're not in yet, get out, get exploring, start adventuring, enjoy WoW Classic or even retail, and make sure you check out Season of Discovery. Until next time, we hope you have happy adventures, great holidays, take care of yourselves, and we'll see you again soon.